What's up, guys, and welcome to my very first video commentary. So if you saw the video, the last video that I posted to my main channel, then you would know that starting this week, I'm going to be uploading weekly commentary videos every Monday. And basically what they're going to be is I'm just going to pick one of my videos, preferably one of my main channel videos, and just watch it, give some, commentary. Give some behind the scenes, maybe some things that you didn't know about the video, about the production of the video, the people in the video, random things about the video. And I'm just going to be telling you that while watching the video. And there's really not anything more than that that's going to be going on. But I think they're going to be fun. I think they're going to be interesting. I hope people enjoy them. And I'm going to try to do them every week on Monday because I have a lot of videos, a lot of material to work with. So, but for the first one that we're going to be doing, we're going to be actually watching the video that I just put out, If Viral Videos Were Real. It's an episode of, well, it was an episode of Scrapped, but what it actually was a video that I filmed when I was, I think, like 13, 14, something like that. Back when I wasn't even really uploading, when I wasn't uploading to YouTube at all. I would just make these random videos in my room by myself, essentially, whatever I would think of. I would literally think of them on the spot. I explained this in the main channel video, but yeah, I would just think of them on the spot. And so because of that, they weren't, very good. And specifically with this one, if viral videos were real, I just feel like there's a lot of aspects of it that need explaining. And so that's what I'm going to try to do now is to the best of my abilities, give some explanation for my thought process behind some of these jokes and just scenes in general. And another thing that makes this specific commentary video a little special is that I'm actually going to be showing the extended cut of the video in the actual episode of Scrapped. I show the video, but I actually cut a few parts of it. I figured this would be a good opportunity for me to show the parts that I cut and give some explanation for those and why I cut them, because there were definitely parts of this video that I did not want to be on my main channel. So we're going to be going over that as well. But without further ado, let's start the very first video commentary. Boop.
Hey bro, what you doing?
Oh, no,
So right off the bat, this is a common thing that I would do in a lot of my videos back then, that I would make when I was like 13, 14, is I wouldn't really film them with my friends, so I would just just kind of film them and have basically all the characters be me. But I feel like that's an aspect of like early YouTube that a lot of people did that were like solo creators. So right off the bat, if you didn't already know, this video was heavily inspired by Smosh, specifically early Smosh sketches. Specifically their If It Were Real series that they used to do. Basically, they would I explained this in the Scrapped episode, but basically they would take a video or take a concept like movies or TV shows, cartoons, video games, something like in media, and just say like, oh, what if it was in real life? And so being inspired by that, format of sketch, I created this, If Viral Videos Were Real, because this was not one that they had done at the time. And I still think to this day they haven't done this. But the thing about what I did here is a lot of the videos that I made fun of in this are very outdated. Even at the time when I made this, they were very outdated viral video references. And I just kind of went with it anyway. Like there's the Rebecca Black's Friday. Leave Britney Alone. This one is a very classic YouTube viral video. I don't even think I had watched it at this point when I made this, so it's very loose parody. Oh yeah, and the 3DS. Yeah, so at this point I didn't have a smartphone. So anytime I wanted to, okay, before we get on to this, anytime that I wanted to show like me looking at a photo of something online or anything like that, I would use my 3DS because that was the only form of I should say mobile internet browsing that I would use, because I could, I technically, I used my desktop computer that my family owned, but like I said, I didn't have a smartphone, so anytime I wanted to look something on the internet that, I didn't want to do it, on the desktop computer, I would do it on my 3DS. So that's why in that joke, I used my 3DS. Anyway, so this parody here, the evolution of dance. So something about this that I found really weird when I was reviewing the footage is that when I was reviewing this part of the video that I had made, this goes on for a really long time. And basically all it is just me, not that you could really tell, but it's just me mimicking the dances from the actual Evolution of Dance video. And then also just being very weird and just moving around making dumb noises because that was my idea of comedy when I was 13. Yeah, and I cut this down drastically in the final scrapped episode. Sorry, I'm just mesmerized by my dancing abilities right here. Yeah, so none of this I put in the actual video because I just didn't think it was necessary. But this goes on for, I believe, like a minute and 30 seconds, something like that. Very long, especially considering, even now, back then and even now, I did not have the longest attention span. So I don't know why I went so long with this joke. But anyway, so that was that. So Ultimate Dog Tease, I don't know if this is as popular of a viral video, but this is one that I remember enjoying a lot when I was younger. And what you might not know is that in this part where it has like the supposed dog talking to me, it's actually just me playing an audio recording off of my 3DS. Because like I said earlier, that was my only form of like, oh god, okay, let's just pause for a second. That was my only form of like, I don't even know how to put it, video editing / internet browsing. So it was basically my smartphone. My 3DS was basically my smartphone when I was 13. So I used it for a lot of different things. And in this case, I used it as a audio recording of me as the dog that I would play over the footage of me talking to the dog. I think I'm giving way too long of an explanation for this. But basically, I used my 3DS for that scene. Shall we continue? Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Okay, this is, I was very reluctant to put this part in the video. I don't actually remember if I did. I think I did. Yeah, I don't know. But I was very reluctant to. Annoying Orange, so yeah. There's that. Keyboard Cat. Yep, there's my old cat Merlin. Rest in peace. And then what does the fox say? I don't get the joke of this. It's just a picture of a fox. I think in my head when I was making this video, I was like, oh, I should get a real fox and then put it in the video or something. But yeah, no, I just filmed a fox. I filmed a static picture of a fox off of my computer screen because, yeah, that was the quality. Okay, so Fred. This was another, so you can tell very clearly that I used my 3DS for this scene. Basically what I did is I filmed a bunch of footage of me being really dumb and just acting really hyperactive, and then I sped it up and pitch shifted it so it was higher, basically like how early Fred was, and then yeah, and then I filmed that from my 3DS. I filmed it on my camera from my 3DS, and you can even see I committed to the role of Fred. I even took one of my old white shirts and wrote Fred on them. Before we move on to this, yeah, and because I was like, I need to commit to this character. No, I don't know. I was just, a lot of the aspects of this video, it was just because I was bored. Anyway, so this scene I cut entirely from the main channel edit of this video, the bed intruder. So I also spelled intruder wrong. I'm just realizing that as I'm watching it back. Okay, so Bed Intruder. Yeah, so this was not only was it a viral, I believe it was a viral news clip, essentially about a person who would sneak into people's bedrooms and, I don't know, kill them or something. It's been so long since I saw it. I don't remember the full story, but basically there was a news clip, and then another channel made an edit of that news clip, kind of putting it to a song and making like a song out of the news clip. And so that's the video that I parody here. So we're gonna see that here. Yeah, it's literally just me singing, or lip syncing rather, to the song that they made.
Wait a minute.
And then
I'm not black. I can't parody this video.
Yeah, so that's the joke, is that I'm not black, and that's why I can't parody the Bed Intruder song, because in the original video, the man who... I should be a little bit more politically correct. The man was of color, who sang, or who was in the video, the original video. And then that's the joke that I made. That 13-year-old me made, was that I can't parody the Bed Intruder song because I am not black. So it's hilarious. Thank you for asking. And I think I think I remember I was like, oh shoot, this is racist. Not only that, you know, not considering the fact that I wasn't planning on showing this to anybody, but I was just like, oh no, I don't want anyone to think I'm racist for saying black, I guess. So I included this at the end, not this of me having a seizure, but this little part at the end here. Okay, this goes on for really long. Wow, okay. I didn't realize how long this goes on for.
That's racist.
Yeah, so I included a part of me saying that's racist to like be like, oh yeah, guys, don't worry. I'm acknowledging that what I'm saying is kind of weird and borderline racist because I'm saying I'm racist, or that was racist. I don't know. It's hard to explain my mindset with these videos, man. It's a challenge. Anyway, Dramatic Chipmunk, a lot more of a wholesome old video, but I don't think the joke I made here was that clever.
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. That was like the best video ever.
Yeah, it's just, you know, a lot of the punchlines here are just me being weird, is what I realize. And, yeah, so...
it was the best video
I don't even know what to say.
ever.
Like, that, like... You know, I guess I thought that was funny.
I guess it...
When I was 13. Anyway, so here you can see I got a haircut because I remember I would film these videos like over the course of like a couple days, essentially. So I wouldn't film it all in one sitting. And in this case, before I was done filming the actual video, I got my haircut. Or rather, my mom made me get my haircut. At the time, I didn't want to, but then my mom made me.
Whatever. Anyway, yeah.
And so this was me attempting to explain why all of a sudden my hair is cut, even though I don't think many people would care.
Looks like it's time for my book club. Dude.
So that's that. So this next part is basically just an elaborate setup for the final joke, I guess. Oh, I remember the only reason why I had that copy of Percy Jackson the Lightning Thief is because we read that book in the 7th grade. So I made this when I was in 8th grade, and we read that book in the 7th grade. So that was the only reason why I had a copy of that book. It was either 6th grade or maybe it was either 7th grade or 6th grade, one or the other. But I owned a copy of that book strictly for that reason. And then I was like, oh, I guess I'll use it here. Oh, and there's my other cat that I used to have, Charlie. Making a little cameo. Yeah, so you can tell I definitely like these long, drawn-out punchlines where I would just, like, have a really over-the-top reaction to whatever I was looking at. Yeah, so this is just as uncomfortable to watch for me as it is for you guys, I'm sure. Oh, there's my mom's hand. I had her hand me the Pop-Tart because I was holding the camera in one hand and I needed someone to hand the Pop-Tart to me. And then Charlie looks over and there's Nyan Cat on, I believe that was my mom's.
There it is.
Not iPad, but some just Samsung tablet. And then there's me choking to death. And then that is the final joke of the video. Pop-Tarts, they kill you.
Thanks for wicked watching, guys.
And I didn't have an end card, so I would just do this little thanks for watching bit. I think I did this at the end of the Scribble Knots in Real Life video too.
It's not working, is it?
I would do that. I would do this at the end of all the videos that I used to film when I was younger, for whatever reason.
Just gonna go.
Yeah, wow, that was something else. So that was If Viral Videos Were Real, the extended cut. It's a very weird video, looking back. You can definitely see the growth that I've had in my videos over the years when you watch something like this. Or at least I like to think so. But anyway, that's the full cut of the video. I hope you guys enjoyed this little commentary video. Like I said, I'm going to be trying to do these every week. I already have a couple recorded in advance. Besides this one, I know, breaking the fourth wall a little bit, this was not, in fact, the first one that I recorded. Yeah, so I have a lot more of those in the pipeline, and I'll be recording them a lot more as time goes on. And yeah, so with that, I guess that concludes the very first video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video commentary. Today we're going to be watching Sunday Funnies 1. So for those of you who don't know, back in 2016 and 2017, I had this series called Sunday Funnies, which basically was basically like a variety show. Originally, when I pictured it, I wanted to model it after sort of like the Sunday Funnies section of a newspaper. And so the idea was it would be a bunch of little videos all in one, as if you were reading a newspaper and reading all of the different comics. You know, when I first envisioned the series, I wanted it to be made up of skits and vlogs and really just any sort of short videos that I had, like Life Hacks with Velas, Pewseptiplier, whatever you want to call them. But eventually, as the series went on, I basically just made all of the little bits, just little skits, because it was just easier that way. You know, this is probably my least favorite episode, mainly because it's the first one, and so obviously this was kind of like a trial episode. I didn't really know what direction I wanted the series to go in, and I, you know, more backstory. I had a lot of short skit ideas at the time, and as opposed to just, you know, making them all and then posting them one by one, I wanted to sort of make this series to kind of ground them in a more specific format, so I could have them all, you know, in one video, and I just thought that would be a better way to present them on my channel. And you know, nowadays I post short skits all the time, but you know, at the time I just thought that this would be a better way to do that. And you know, I'm proud of this series overall. Like I said, this is probably my least favorite episode, and we'll get into the reasons why. But that being said, I guess we'll just start watching it, and I'll go over each skit, but yeah, so let's just start. I will say that probably the aspect of this series that one of the aspects that I'm most proud of is this intro. I think Talon, the animator, shout out to him for making this for me. You know, I came to him and I was like, hey, I want to have like a cool animated intro for this series I'm making, and I thought he did a really good job, at least at the time. I think for the kinds of videos, the budget videos that I was making, I think it was a pretty well established intro. It gets the point across. You know, it's like a newspaper. You're reading Sunday Funnies. Anyway, continue. So this first skit here, jamming out. This one I'm really disappointed in how it turned out. So basically, when I first pictured this skit, I wanted to actually, as you see here, I'm like going to be playing a little beat on this jar of jam. And so originally when I pictured this skit, I wanted to actually make these little sounds I'm making on the jam jar. I wanted to make that into an actual like song, and then have a short little like 30-second song at the beginning here to set up the joke, which we'll see happens with me and Brennen. But yeah, no, you know, at least at the time, the editor I was using, I was actually using the free YouTube editor, video editor, that they had on the site, that eventually got discontinued, but at the time it had it, and that was the only editor that I knew how to use and that I had access to. So you know, it was very limited in what I could actually do with it. But so, you know, when I first envisioned this skit, I thought it was going to be a lot easier to edit it into like a song. And you know, I had never edited music before, so I didn't know any better, but eventually I figured out like it would be way too complicated for me to actually make it sound like a good song. So I just didn't. I just, you know, had this little part where I'm just kind of like making random noises on the jam jars, and you know, I still think it gets the point across. And you know, I think the joke is, you know, fine, whatever, it's a stupid pun. But Still, to this day, I wish I could have made it a little better, but, it is what it is. Props to Brennen for letting me throw jam on him. Oh, okay, so this skit, How to Be a Man Dude. Funny thing about this one is I didn't even write this. I just kind of came up with it on the spot one day. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just kind of like, let me just say some random shit and have like a weird like dude persona, and maybe it'll be funny. I don't know. I think it was charming at the time. It at least filled a slot in the Sunday Funnies.
Hey guys,
so
I have a question for you.
okay, so this skit, this is another one. This is an example of a skit that, or less so of a skit, but just more of like a little vlog-ish thing that I wanted to put in the Sunday Funnies. This was an example of something that wasn't a skit, but it's just like a short little video that like I could have posted on its own, but I was just like, let me include it in this little Sunday Funnies video I have. And basically, it was just as simple as me, Talon, and Ellis were just sitting at the local park, and I just asked them like, "Hey, how do leap years work?" And I think at the time I genuinely didn't know, and so this was like half, funny little vlog and half like me genuinely learning how leap years worked at the time. So that was fun, and then I guess it kind of turned into its own little mini series. But like even then, we only did like 3 episodes of it. I don't even know if anyone knows that it was a series really, but it was called Talus Explains, something like that. But yeah, this was the first like episode of that series, I guess.
Normally 364 days, but when there's a leap year, it's 365.
Yeah, I don't really have much more to say about this one. I will say the joke at the end of this is a little edgy. I think that's like one of the jokes in this entire series that probably aged the most poor, and you'll see it in a second here. But that's like one of the only things that stands out to me about this. Other than that, it's just kind of like this little funny little bit. I will say, like, I had to actually go into like a photo editor and make all of these pictures like one by one. That was a pain. I did that a lot when I was like in the early days of me making YouTube videos.
Alice, what's your answer?
Yeah, there's that joke that didn't age the best, but okay, so this one I actually did write, this skit. It's very simple joke. I don't even really remember where it came from, but the one note I have about this skit was I know that for a fact that this is one of the ones that one of my teachers at the time saw. And I just remember she just came up to me one day and was just like, yeah, so I saw some skit or some video that you made about like a watch or something. And I knew she was talking about this one. I don't know what she actually thought of it. I think I was too embarrassed to ask, but I know for a fact that she saw it. So,
You really should get one of these.
yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, this one, this. I hate that I included this in this. This is it's literally just a 40-second compilation of me and my friends coughing. It's not funny. It's not charming. It's just kind of annoying. I almost want to just skip it right now because I'm not proud of it. I think I literally just needed 6 skits, because originally each Sunday Funnies episode, or at least I wanted each Sunday Funnies episode to be comprised of at least 6 skits. I eventually found out, even after the first 2 episodes, I found out that was going to be hard to manage, even on a monthly basis. I was originally doing them every month, and I just figured out eventually that with my schedule, it was not going to be feasible to have 6 individual bits that I would have to come up with every single month, along with the other videos I was making. So I cut them down to 5. That was a lot more manageable. But this was definitely one of those that was just literally just for filler. Like, I just needed something to be in this Sunday Funnies, and I didn't have any other skits, finalized. So I just whipped up this little compilation of me coughing. And, it is what it is. I don't know what else to say. I don't know. I guess it's, at the time I thought it was funny. A lot of our humor back then was just making, loud, stupid noises like this. So I guess that's probably why I included it. It's just, nowadays, I don't find this enjoyable to watch.
My throat is so messed up right now.
But it is what it is, you know. Okay, and now this skit. This was the last one
man,
in the
what's up?
episode. So, you know, essentially I needed a lot. Like, I think I actually had a different skit in mind for this last one, but I think I ended up including it in Sunday Funnies too. I couldn't tell you which one it is, but basically I just needed one last skit. And so I literally wrote this the day before this episode went up. And I filmed it that night, and then I just threw it together really quickly. It's basically just
How the fuck were you doing?
that bleep noise. Okay, that bleep noise was so bad. I had never like actually like bleeped out a curse word in a video yet. I mean, granted, this was like 3 months into me making videos, but still, I didn't actually even say the F word. I said "fack" because at the time I was like, I don't know if I want to like swear on my channel. Now I do it all the time and I bleep it out. Sometimes I bleep it out, sometimes I don't. But yeah, I think my mom might have been in the other room when I was recording this one. So yeah, I didn't say it. But you know, it gets the point across.
You say it like that. What do you mean?
I don't know. I think with this skit, I was just trying to get all like,
What the f
like,
are you talking
I don't know. Oh, see
You
that
know,
one? That's another one. I
what
think I said
don't like about
"fack."
today's
I don't think I said
Kids
the F word,
nowadays
but
think that if they swear, they'll be
I don't know. I guess I was just trying to like
You know what? I think it's stupid.
have some sort of
Everywhere I go, I see
message,
people
like deep
our
message
age
about
doing drugs,
swear. Yeah.
swearing, wearing
So it was about like
clothing,
swearing and
I'm
doing
just
drugs and all
sick
that.
of
I
it.
don't know what I
It's
was.
like, do these people really
I was just trying to,
believe that
like-
if they do these things, they'll seem more
I don't know.
mature?
I was just trying to be deep, I guess. I don't know if it really came
all
across.
stopped worrying about
But,
what other people think of us,
you know,
we would all
it-
live in a happier,
I did
more
it.
peaceful world.
I think like I remember one person giving me feedback about this one skit
Yeah, that sounds like a bunch of
and saying that it was funny just because of like what the guy says at the end there. Yeah, but you know, so that was the first episode of Sunday Funnies. Like I said, you know, I definitely think it could have turned out better. I'm not necessarily unhappy with how it turned out. I think it definitely like set the rest of the series up to only get better. So I guess that's like the one nice thing I have to say about it. But other than that, you know, it is what it is. I still haven't made Sunday Funnies 10 yet. And you know that might come someday. But you know, that's pretty much all I have to say about Sunday Funnies 1. Yeah. Well, anyway, thank you guys for watching this commentary video, and I will see you guys in the next one. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today we are going to be watching Goody Gang, which was a music video that I made back in 2018 with my good friend Donovan. He's actually the star of the video. And, you know, I'm sure a lot of people know about this video already. This was basically my most popular video, or is my most popular video, disregarding, you know, the other one that's actually my most popular video. I consider this to be one of the biggest productions that I've ever had, or just like, I spent a lot of time on this video. And I don't usually spend as much time on videos as I did with this one. That's not to say I don't spend time on them, but this one was definitely a lot more demanding in terms of everything that I had to do for it. For starters, you know, I am not a, you know, music aficionado. And this was basically my first experience really making a song, even though it was just a parody at the end of the day. But yeah, it's a parody of Gucci Gang by Lil Pump. And, you know, I remember originally when we came up with the idea for this video, we were it was back in like late 2017, around the time that I think it was when the song came out, or right after the song came out. Me and my friends were talking about it, and we were like, oh, wow, this song is so dirty. You know, what if like Kids Bop did a version of it? Like, what would it be or whatever? And then we just started like making up all of these dumb replacements for the lyrics of the song that were like family friendly. And I remember thinking that was so funny at the time that I was just basically just writing them down as we were making them up. And then I would just like basically for every line in the song, I would just try to come up with a family friendly equivalent that would, you know, try to keep the same rhyme scheme, or try to keep the same, you know, tempo, whatever you want to call it. And eventually I just wrote an entire song, an entire parody of Gucci Gang called Goody Gang. And I had never made like a parody of a song before at this point in my YouTube, you know, career. I don't know if I should call it a career, but at this point I had never made like a song. And so I was like, I don't know if this is really going to work, but you know, a year after we ended up making it. And so let's take a look at it. I probably already should have started the video by now, but let's actually watch it now. So this part right here, this little skit that plays at the beginning and the end of the video, we actually filmed this last. This was the last thing that we filmed for the video, and it's the first thing that you see. And I just think that that's kind of interesting. I believe I wrote this after we had already finished making the actual music video, or filming the actual music video, I should say. And one aspect of this that I think is kind of funny is this whole part here where I'm peeling this banana. I only wrote that in to set up a joke where he slaps the banana out of my hand. Him being Donovan. I should also mention really quick, you know, Donovan. I remember I was like, okay, well, we have this song, and I could easily just sing it and, you know, be the rapper or whatever in the video. But I just thought it would be funnier if Donovan did it. Because Donovan, and I want to explain this really quick. Donovan is a very, like, you know, clean-cut guy, very nice guy if you meet him. He's not gonna, like, he's not a very, like, outspoken guy. If you know, unless you know him pretty well. And this is all compliments, by the way. But basically my thought process was, you know, Donovan is like if he was a rapper, he would be very PC and very, you know, like family friendly. And so that's why I thought he should sing it. And I just think, you know, I'm really glad that he agreed to do it at the end of the day. You know, it was a lot of fun, you know, making this and just like having fun, filming it, having fun with the music video and all that. So, you know, I gotta shout out him for, agreeing to be a part of it. But, that being said, let's continue here. But yeah, I literally,
well, maybe you should shut up.
just wrote in, start peeling a banana so we can do this joke where Donovan slaps the banana out of my hand. And this took multiple takes, by the way. Like, I don't know if you can tell, but that banana had fell on the floor at least 2 or 3 times before we got that final shot. So yeah, we did not end up eating that banana.
We can just parody a song that somebody else made and make it.
And you know, in this little like skit I have at the beginning, I portray it as though Donovan like came up with the idea for Goody Gang. And
who's actually
you know, not that I really need to say this, but I guess I should say this is kind of the opposite of how it actually happened. It was basically me pitching the idea to Donovan.
I'm not singing.
Not that he was like against it, but like
all right. So we're making a family-friendly
yeah, this was I guess the roles were just kind of reversed here. In real life.
But what are we gonna call this thing?
And then yeah, we have this little, you know, zoom into Donovan's face, and then boom, there's the music video. And not only was this the first time I was actually making like a real like a song, but this was also the first time I actually made like a music video, and I actually think it came out pretty decently, all things considered. One aspect of this that I don't know if people know is that I actually used a pre-existing Gucci Gang instrumental track that I believe I downloaded from iTunes, and I think I gave the person who made it credit in the description. I really hope I did, because I don't want people to think that I made this backing track, because I didn't, just to be clear. But we did record all these lyrics. God, recording the lyrics probably was the most time-consuming aspect of this, or at least it felt like it was. Mainly just because I was, you know, I'm attributing it mainly because to me being picky about how I wanted Donovan to say the lines. So we went through a lot of takes in a lot of these lines that he was doing. And this music video in its entirety actually took, I believe, like 3 or 4 days to film in total, because we met on one day and filmed all these outdoor scenes, and then for each of these like little scenes where he's you know, kind of matching whatever he's saying in the song, we filmed this over like 2 different days, and you know, I don't know, I guess it took us a while to get a lot of these shots. But it was really hot. Another thing I got to attribute Donovan to here is it was really hot on the days that we recorded, and he still wore a leather jacket for the video, and I know he was not happy about it. So, got to give him props for that. Yeah, that part right there, the "cause I'm diabetic" part, that the visual at least, we filmed that like the same day that we filmed like the opening and closing skits, because I literally just forgot to film it while we were filming the actual music video.
Wow.
I know, right?
That was
that.
Actually really bad.
And then I don't know if a lot of people understood this joke that I have at the end here.
I didn't think it was going to be
but
good, but I didn't realize this was going to turn out as
basically,
horrible as it did.
You know what?
If you'll allow me to explain my joke here. Basically the joke is that Donovan swears when throughout the whole video he was going off about how like, oh, you know, swearing is bad and all this, and then he swears at the end. And that's the joke, guys. I don't know if people got that, but that's that. Anyway, so that's Goody Gang. Still, you know, one of my most popular videos. I believe it's actually my second most popular video. Yeah, you know, final thoughts. You know, I'm pretty proud of it. I think for the time, it was pretty good. I think it was one of my most elaborately made videos. I, you know, spent a lot of time on it, and I was really proud with how it came out. Looking at it nowadays, I think it definitely could have been better. I definitely could have spent more time with the, you know, with the vocals of the song, making it sound a little bit cleaner, making it like an actually like a song that you would want to listen to rather than just like a silly song. But at the end of the day, that's all that it really was supposed to be, was just a funny parody song. Like, it really wasn't meant to be taken super seriously. I'm glad that it got all the attention that it got, but it definitely wasn't meant to be like a super, like, you know, good song or whatever. But I was really proud of it, and I'm still, you know, somewhat proud of it. I think I'm only improving in my ability to make these types of videos, and I hopefully I'll be able to make another music video parody, or rather, you know, just a music video in general someday that comes out even better than this one. So with that though, that's going to conclude this video commentary. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video commentary. Today the video that we're going to be watching is Sunday Funnies 2. So, you know, after the somewhat of a train wreck that Sunday Funnies 1 was, at least in my mind, maybe I'm being too critical, but at least in my mind, Sunday Funnies 1 was not my favorite video that I made, but I was like, okay, I just want to post this first episode, because then the second episode I thought was a lot better. It's still, I still think it wasn't the best. Obviously, I think they got better as they went on, but I think this was a lot more charm to it. I like the bits in it a lot better than the first one. I think they're a lot more memorable. And yeah, I just think this one came out a lot better, so I guess we'll just start watching it now. The intro, obviously, is the same. I don't think that, like, I didn't change the intro at all throughout the whole series, except I think the Flip-a-Clip logo in the bottom left was eventually edited out. Okay, so this first skit, Banana Gun. So this one honestly is like probably one of my favorite early skits I've made. It's such a simple concept, but I don't know, I just love the idea of like this guy just carrying around a banana for self-defense. Like, that's just, I don't know, that's just funny to me. Even now, I guess. But yeah, this one was just fun because we got to film it at our elementary school, because back then they used to leave the elementary school just basically open the entire time for just anyone to walk around in. Nowadays, I think it's like gated up, and you can't really get into it unless you're like actually attending the school, obviously. But yeah, at the time it was just fun to like film in this little park area, and it's like we were causing trouble or anything. It was just, you know, just us having fun filming the little thing. I don't think anyone saw us, so it wasn't too bad. Okay, so moving on to life hacks with Ellis number 17. So this is back when I used to make the life hacks with Ellis series with my friend Ellis. I know for a fact that he's not like very fond of this series looking back on it. But I think there's a lot of charm to it. It was definitely fun just just putting the camera on him and just seeing what he would do. And I think he had a very like natural presence on camera. So I don't regret making any of these videos. I think they were just a lot of fun, high energy. Some people might disagree. Some people think, I know for a fact some people were not the biggest fan of this series, and that's okay. It's not for everybody. But at least for at the time when I was first uploading, like I have fond memories of them. And this was obviously the 17th episode. Not much else to say, honestly. I just remember, I think we filmed this just on a random day after. I think it was after we filmed the social experiment video that I filmed with Brennen. Ellis and Talon came over, and then we just went over to our middle school and filmed this. Like I said with with my elementary school, we were just able to kind of like go in and film whenever we wanted here. Now they have it gated up, but back then, at least we were able to do that. Okay, so this next one, this is probably my least favorite one from this episode. It's pretty much filler. I just thought, I don't know. I think I just wanted to do something along the lines of like having someone talk to, like, I don't know if this explanation is going to make sense, but I basically just wanted to make this skit to have the guy in the phone be like a character that talks to the other guy. I just thought that was amusing, like that the guy in the video is talking to the guy watching the video. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I just thought that would be funny. And, I think the funniest part of this whole skit is probably just cutting off the curse word at the end. Like, that's probably, like, I don't know. Like I said, this is probably my least favorite one. It doesn't have much to it, as a lot of these early Sunday Funny skits did. Dave the Dead Fly. I actually forgot this one was in this one. So yeah, this one was not a skit that I originally planned to be in this episode. But basically, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, essentially, I was at Talon's house, my friend Talon's house, and there was just a dead fly in his windowsill, randomly, that we just noticed. Actually, I don't know if it was dead when we originally saw it, but I guess, I don't know. Talon either killed it or it was already dead when we saw it. But I guess I just thought it'd be funny to like make a skit out of it. I think Talon also kind of like came up with the idea with me. But looking back, I will say that it is pretty gross. Like,
So, did you study for that exam?
I don't think it's the most appealing to watch, but I think the concept is funny enough for an early skit. So
What do you mean you stole my girlfriend?
yeah, I did. I have fond memories of this one. I even made this little theme song for it. That was kind of fun to do. Oh god. Okay, so this one, as much as I hate to look back on old Pewseptiplier videos, it was definitely like, a stepping stone in my, YouTube. I was going to say career, but it's not a career. It's just my YouTube, hobby, I guess. They were the first skits that I made. I think the variety of Pewseptiplier videos that I made was nice. That being said, this one sucks. Like, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. Like, there's nothing creative about this. I think I just needed, like, again, I just needed filler for this video. And I just, like, what's a really, like, simple game that I can just make, like, a short little Pewseptiplier skit out of? And I guess this was the one that I decided to go with, was the world's hardest game. And yeah, it's pretty trash. Like, it's basically he just dies, and then he doesn't scream, which is good. He just kind of gets mad and then hits the camera. So yeah, not the best Pewseptiplier video. Can't really say that any of them are particularly that good, but that one of the weaker ones. But then this last skit, I feel like I sound like a broken record, but again, we did not plan this skit to be in this. I couldn't even tell you what I originally planned for each episode to like be comprised of, because I know for a fact that I would plan out what each skit would be in each Sunday Funnies episode, but then there would just be these like random ones that we would just include, that we would just come up with on the spot. And I guess I must have just pushed back the ones that I originally planned. Like I think originally I wanted the Pokemon card skit, which ended up being in Sunday Funnies 3. I originally wanted that one to be in Sunday Funnies 2, but then we ended up making this skit at Donovan's birthday that year, and I was just like, okay, I guess I'll just include it in Sunday Funnies 2 at the end. And it worked out. I mean, like, I do enjoy this skit. This one is one of my more fonder ones, even though the joke of it is kind of stupid, and I don't even know if a lot of people got it. But I just like I'm just a sucker for whenever my friends are in videos. So this one was fun. And we actually did film this on Donovan's birthday, and I think this was at the time when, like, anytime we would film, it would be exciting. So we didn't have necessarily an idea for a skit in mind. We just kind of came up with it as we went along, and it was fun. You know, obviously the premise is just I forgot to get Donovan a birthday present, so I end up giving him his baby brother as a present.
Crap, I forgot to get
Not the
something for
most
his
concise
birthday.
joke, or
Everyone
like,
else got him something,
I don't know
but
if it
I
really made
didn't.
sense to a lot of
Wait, I
people
know
looking
what to
back
do.
on it, but like,
Boy, where's my present?
it was a thing.
I have to go to the
Wait, can we just go back to
Wait, I know what to
Bruin
do.
in the shop?
Boy, where's my
What is he
present?
doing? Is he like scratching his freaking like
Got him something,
side
but I
here?
didn't.
Like
I know what to do.
Boy,
look,
where's my present?
what is he doing? I love how they're just staring at the camera, like not even like trying to look where Donovan is looking, but whatever.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Anyway, so yeah,
Okay, I'll just
the
run up to
joke,
Donovan's
I
room,
just,
grab something,
for the sake of
pretend
explaining
it's
it
me,
again,
and give it to
is okay. So I go up to his room and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna give him something that he already owns, and hopefully he won't notice. And then I just give him Keaton as his
Perfect,
present.
I'll give him that.
You know, it's funny. It's really funny if you think about it.
My little brother.
No, he's not.
See, it's a new guy. He's
Yeah,
got a
this
hat on.
this is
Wow,
pretty much
thank
like it really embodies like our
No problem.
humor from back then. And then yeah, this little freeze frame I did.
What?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I have to say about Sunday Funnies 2. Like I said, definitely I like this one a lot more than the first episode. Still, I think they definitely just kept getting better. I think we'll eventually get to it, but I think around the time of Sunday Funnies 4 was when I actually started finding my footing with the series. So it was a lot more enjoyable to make, and a lot more like I look back on like those videos a lot better than these. But you know, it was still like it was a stepping stone. It was a I had to make this video so I could get better, and I don't regret them at all. But yeah, so that was Sunday Funnies 2. Hope you guys enjoyed this commentary video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. I couldn't hide from my demons forever. Hey guys, welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching reluctantly is Pewseptiplier Plays Team Fortress 2, otherwise known as the first episode of the Pewseptiplier series. This was a series that I made when I first started uploading videos to this channel, and to YouTube in general. And essentially, when I first started uploading, I knew I wanted to be like a sketch channel, or at least that's what I wanted to be, was mainly primarily a sketch channel. And so this was like the first skit that I ever made, or sketch that I ever made. And it's not even an original idea. Basically, I made this character named Pewseptiplier, which was a combination of PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, and Markiplier. The three, or at the time at least, the three biggest gamers on the platform, combined into one. And I made this fake gaming persona, or gamer persona, to replicate them. And there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, let's just talk about the hair. I put on this wig. I don't know why, but I just decided to. And that is officially the Pewseptiplier wig. Second of all, the headphones that I'm wearing here, I don't believe they worked or eventually they broke. I don't actually know if they broke before or after I filmed this video in particular, but eventually they did break. So a lot of these videos, I'm basically just wearing them to make it look like I'm, a gamer. And then third of all, like I mentioned earlier, this was not an original idea. I caught the YouTuber Jack's Films, who I used to and still do watch quite often, had a character named GamerGod88, who was essentially a gaming channel persona parody, or like a parody of gaming channels, gaming channel, people that own gaming channels. I don't know why I'm explaining it so elaborately, but yeah. So I basically copied those videos that Jack's Films made. And made my own little gaming character parody. I did this for basically a year, and I made, I believe, over 30 or exactly 30 Pewseptiplier videos. And they're not very good. I consider them to be some of my, I don't want to say worst content, but definitely my least good content. I don't know. Some Pewseptipliers, I will say, took more effort than usual. But this one, for example, and this one in particular, was probably the laziest one I had done, because I essentially I don't know how to explain it. Like, first of all, I don't show any gameplay because I didn't know how to edit videos at the time. So I would just, turn on the camera and just have, be playing a game, while just only filming my face cam. And that was the video. And that was basically a lot of Pewseptiplier videos, was just me playing a game without showing any gameplay. And then that kind of takes away from the whole, gaming channel aspect of the whole shtick. Yeah, and a lot of these I would just make up on the spot. A lot of these I would just kind of just be like, oh, I'll say this funny thing, and then I'll say this funny thing. Or at least what I thought was funny at the time. I wouldn't write out a script for them. I would just do them, and that made them that made them very easy to film, and that's why I consider them to be just not the best, because they just didn't take much effort. But even with that, I just don't think they were very good. But either way, they were some of my earliest videos, so I've already been talking for way too long without playing the actual video, so let's just play it now. So like I said, yeah, a lot of these, especially the earlier Pewseptiplier videos, I would just film going off the cuff. And specifically with this video, I remember I didn't, none of this was edited. And the way that I want to explain that is, you'll notice that there's a lot of cuts. Like right there was a cut in the footage. So it makes it look like, like I had been filming for a while, and then I decided to cut it there and then cut it to a different clip, right? What actually I was doing is, while I was filming the video on my old smartphone, because this is right after I got my first smartphone, I filmed this video, and what I would do is I would record, and then I would pause the recording, because at least on the Samsung phone, the Samsung phone that I had, you could pause your video before, you could pause your video as opposed to ending it entirely. So I would pause the video and then restart it, film the next part, pause it again, think of what I was going to say for the next part, and then just keep filming it in that way. So even though it looks like there's cuts, there's no cuts in this video. And you can kind of tell that a lot more in certain other parts of the video. But yeah, so yeah, a lot of these Pewseptiplier videos were just me playing a game, making commentary for it, and I think the thing that makes them suffer a lot is that you just can't see the gameplay. I think that's, with gaming channel parody videos in general, the gameplay is a very important aspect of those videos, and in gaming channel videos in general. So the fact that I wasn't able to show them really makes a lot of these early videos just hard to watch, for me at least. You can also notice at a lot of parts here, I'm very clearly looking at the camera, but not necessarily looking at the camera for the sake of making eye contact with the viewer, but rather I'm looking at the camera so I can see where the pause button was on the phone that I was using to record this. So I could, and I know this actually took me a couple times. This is a very clever joke. Thank you for asking. But yeah, no, I would look at the phone so I could know like where to place my finger so I could pause it effectively.
Okay, that's good.
And yeah, I really just think the fact that I didn't cut I didn't know how to edit at all at this point. So a lot of these early videos are just very long and drawn out, and you know, with having such a short attention span, it does not lend itself well.
So good. I can play with one hand, and it works.
Yeah. What else more is there to say about Pewseptiplier videos, man? I feel like I
Oh crap! I just
that was a good
realized
noise.
I'm not showing you.
I feel like this commentary video can just
here we have me.
you know,
I can't really I can't shoot with
represent
with
every
this, let me
Pewseptiplier
just,
video that
hit
I
the
made,
mouse and,
because they're all pretty much the same. And that's another. Maybe I feel like I might be being way too hard on myself here, but I feel like the novelty of gaming channel parodies, like they kind of wear off if you do them a lot or you do them all the time, and that's what I did. I would basically do them every week or every other week, and eventually I just completely I just stopped doing them. I didn't have like a finale or whatever. Not that I would need a finale for Pewseptiplier, but I think I got to a point where I was just like, making these videos is, oh, and then it just abruptly ends. Okay, I didn't even actually know that that's where the video ends, but okay. But like I was saying, I got to a point where I was just like, am I gonna just keep doing these videos? Like am I gonna ever stop them? And then I just decided, you know what? I don't really want to make Pewseptiplier videos anymore. So I stopped, and you know, I was able to focus on a lot better content. I just realized I actually was doing these for 2 years, because I think the last one that I uploaded was in 2018. That is crazy. I uploaded a Pewseptiplier video in 2018. That is insane. Okay, but anyway, at the end of the day, Pewseptiplier was one of my first series that I ever made. It's not a very good series, but it was one of my first. And, you know, if anything, it just represents the growth that I've had since I made it. And it shows, my sense of humor evolving, my video production evolving, my ability to actually write videos evolving, because like I said, I didn't write this video. I made it up as I went. And, yeah, just overall, like, represents a very, very, very early point in my channel. And I think it just makes my newer videos it allows you, or at least allows me to appreciate them a lot more. But that being said, oh man, Pewseptiplier is so hard to watch for me. But anyway, guys, maybe you enjoy Pewseptiplier. Maybe you enjoyed Pewseptiplier. Maybe you don't even know I made Pewseptiplier, and maybe I shouldn't have even brought it up that I did, and now maybe you are going to go down a rabbit hole of all of the Pewseptiplier videos and probably think I am insane and or very weird. But you know what? That's okay. Either way, that's going to conclude this video commentary. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to another commentary video, or video commentary, whatever you want to call it. Today we're going to be watching Sunday Funnies 3. So this was the first episode of Sunday Funnies in which I had cut down the total bits in the video to 5 as opposed to 6, because I just realized that it would be a lot more manageable to have 5 in each episode. And this was also the first episode, well, not necessarily. This was the first episode that I would say was mostly skit comprised. It was mostly made up of skits, I should say. The other episodes were kind of like mixture of written out skits and random videos that we would just film on the spot. Sometimes they would be skits, sometimes they'd be other random crap. But this one was mainly skits, if I'm remembering correctly. I do know that one of them is a life hacks with Ellis. And one of them, what was interesting about this episode and the next episode is that I didn't actually write one of the skits in these. I didn't even come up with the idea. Brennen, aka Darklink555, originally approached me and said that he had an idea for a skit that he wanted to include on my channel. And it was so short that I was like, okay, well, let's include it in Sunday Funnies. I actually don't remember if he wanted it to be in Sunday Funnies or if he just wanted to make it in general. But we ended up including it in this, and I think it came out pretty good. I think he did a good job, and I was just excited that he wanted to write a skit for me. I just thought that was cool. But yeah, this is also the first episode where the Flipple logo in the bottom left was erased thanks to Talon. So this was the final intro that we ended up using for the remainder of the Sunday Funnies episodes, which is still obviously the same intro, but just without the Flipple logo. Doesn't make a super big difference, but still is, you know, worth pointing out. So without further ado, let's get into this episode. I think this, I'm trying to remember like what exactly
And
was
then I
in
was
this.
just
Oh,
like,
okay, so the
"That's not your
Pokemon card
sandwich,"
one
you know what I'm saying?
was the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
one. So this was actually a skit that I actually thought of
No, I didn't really ask.
before I even started making videos. Like I wanted to make this video for a long time. I remember I actually wrote out the script, like literally wrote it out with a pencil and paper. Like obviously now back then I would write scripts on my phone or I would type them up on the computer. But like before I started making videos, or at least like when I first was getting into YouTube, I would literally write out scripts, which is not like efficient at all nowadays for me. But like at the time it was fun. It was more fun to do it that way, I guess. But yeah, I did actually write out this skit on paper. And I think I wanted it to be in Sunday Funnies 1, but we just ended up pushing it back. But yeah, that is actually my real Pokemon card collection, by the way. It really is that big. It's only I think it's gotten bigger since then. But yeah, at the time I was really into Pokemon cards, or at least like I'd say a year before we filmed this, I really was. And so I knew that, you know, we'd obviously be able to use it as a prop in this one.
Gosh, he's tried to show me his
But yeah, I
Pokemon
think this
cards.
one came out
Gotta
really
get out of here.
funny. I think Talon did a really good job as the character I had him in. Oh, this part cracks me up every time.
No.
Yeah, it was just pretty fun. I remember I think I was kind of rushing to make this episode because I was about to go to camp that year.
I was scared of a guy
and,
trying to show me his Pokemon cards.
Yeah, so we ended up filming a lot of these skits like around the same time, and you'll see like how similar my hair looks. Usually I space out each episode. I space out the skits in each episode by like a month because that's how often I was posting them. But in this case, you could definitely tell I filmed a lot of them at the same time.
Hey, man, I'm gonna
So this was the skit that Brennen wrote.
Oh yeah, no problem, Joe. I'll spam my DS.
And he came over and filmed this little part, and we actually filmed I filmed my part for this skit and his part at separate times, like literally like weeks apart from each other. But the magic of editing, you can't tell. At least I don't feel like you can tell, but you know, I just told you, so obviously now you know. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, that actually on screen right there, that was actually an actual Pewseptiplier I was editing at the time when when we filmed this, or at least when I filmed my parts. But yeah, Brennen came up with this skit. We just came over and filmed it, and it was pretty good. It's a simple idea, but I think it was executed pretty well. I remember I used to wear those headphones every time I edited. Nowadays, I can't wear headphones when I edit. It makes my ears just like burst into flames practically. Which is funny because I say that because I'm wearing headphones right now as I'm recording this video. But anyway, so this skit, Rejected Toniverse Outros, this one's okay. Like I think again, this was just more or less filler. Like it still is, like, you know, it does, I guess, have certain charm to it, like this idea that I have like all these rejected outros, but obviously none of these are real. It really was just like, I don't know, I just wanted to make this, and I don't even know what to say. Like, what more can be said? It's just, again, another example of just random noise equals comedy. So yeah,
Yes, the video's finally
Ah, yes,
over.
self-deprecating humor, as you know, as you do. There's Talon. There's Ellis. This is just another random noise. And here's the final punchline, the misleading outro.
Wait, that was just the normal outro.
And
I don't see how that's so misleading.
Jump scare. So funny thing about that is I originally wanted that little like jump scare bit to be like an actual like terrifying image. Like I wanted to like, I don't know, like some sort of monster or some sort of like demon would appear on screen there. But I think I was like too afraid to like, actually look up pictures of demons for that. So I ended up just using Pewseptiplier, which I think still, you know, gets the point across. So, you know, it worked out. And of course we got Life Hacks with Ellis number 23 here. Which is obviously another life hacks that we just filmed off the cuff, as pretty much all of them were. Yeah, I don't have much to say about this. It's just me throwing pillows at Ellis, semi-comedically. I think he was actually sleeping over at my house this day, and I was just like, hey, we should film some life hacks, you know, because that was our idea of fun back then.
You can come out now.
At least I feel like we had fun doing them. Okay, and then so this last one, so these characters, the son and the dad character, they're originally from 10 New Challenges, which is a really obscure video that I made a long time ago. That's another example of a skit that I made off of a script that I hand wrote. But we're not talking about that video, we're talking about this video. So that those characters, the dad and the son from that video, carried on to this skit, and also another future skit and a future Sunday Funnies. But yeah, it's pretty much just the dad and the son,
I want you to go
you know,
outside and get fresh air right
being
now.
funny, I guess.
Go outside and get some fresh air right now, or else I will.
I will say the joke in this one is kind of dark. Like I don't like I don't know. I guess it's funny, but it's a little like kind of out there for like you know, an early comedic video of mine. But you know, the joke comes across. That right there is Ellis. I don't know if a lot of people realize that, but yeah, that was just Ellis lying on the ground. You know, thanks Ellis for doing that for this video. Oh, and then that right there on the knife, that is ketchup. I think it's pretty obvious that it's not actual blood, but you know, I figured I would say that. I want to give some, yeah, these videos are, you know, an excuse for me to give some like behind the scenes of these videos that admittedly were pretty short, or are pretty simple, rather. But yeah, that's pretty much the extent of it. I think I actually filmed this the same day that we filmed the Pokemon card video, if I remember correctly. But yeah, and there's the misleading outro. Ha, it's very funny. It's like a running gag. You see what I did there? But yeah, anyway. So that's Sunday Funnies 3. I think this one was pretty okay. I definitely think it was better than the first one, and probably also better than the second one. But it's still not like my favorite episode. We'll get to that though eventually. But anyway, thank you guys for watching this commentary video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to yet another video commentary. So today the video that we're going to be watching is I Missed featuring Yozerk. So this is a skit that I did a couple years back in 2018, and it has my good friend Terrell in it, otherwise known as Yozerk. And basically in the video, we get into an argument over whether or not I can make a shot from the half-court line, you know, in basketball. And, you know, I try out the shot, and I do end up making it, as you'll see. Sorry, spoiler alert. But yeah, this was basically an excuse for me to film like I don't even know how to explain it. It's like, basically I wanted to do this thing where I just film a bunch of shots of a basketball rolling, and it makes it look like the basketball is like traveling a super far distance. I know it's a really particular thing that I wanted to do for some reason. But, you know, nevertheless, I did it, and I actually think it came out pretty good. I do have fond memories of making this skit, and you know, I think it ages well. I guess I'll just say that. But without further ado, let's just get this thing started. So something that some people might not know about this video is I wasn't going originally. I wasn't going to wear sunglasses during this video. The only reason why I'm actually wearing them is because right before I filmed this with Terrell, I had an eye appointment. I went to the eye doctor, and they put these drops in my eyes. I don't remember exactly why they did, but they basically put these drops in my eyes that basically made my eyes super sensitive to light. So and it was the beginning of summer. It was super sunny out. So, and I wanted to film this video outside, obviously. So basically, I had to wear sunglasses. Like, there was no way that I couldn't film this and not wear them, because my eyes were just killing me. With the exposure to the sunlight. So that's the only reason why I'm wearing sunglasses.
I think it is.
And these shots were fun. This was the first time I had ever filmed with Terrell, like an actual video with Terrell. And so I didn't know how he was going to act, or I had never worked with him before, so this was a fun experience. He was really cool about it. He was willing to do a lot of things for this. That sounds weird. Okay, he was willing to let me throw a basketball at his head, is what I'm trying to say, and that was pretty cool of him. And another aspect of this video that I don't know if people know, because I don't think I've ever said it before, is this was actually inspired by a skit that Ryan Higa did, because I'm a big Ryan Higa fan, and I'm pretty outspoken about that. But yeah, he did a skit a while back where it was basically the same idea as this, where he tries out a basketball shot, and he initially misses, but then he cuts to a bunch of shots of the ball rolling around, and eventually it comes back and goes in the hoop. And yeah, and that was basically my inspiration, but I wanted to do my own take on it, so that's why I decided to make this. And I remember another aspect of this video. We filmed this over the course of 4 days. I filmed the original skit part at the beginning with Terrell. I filmed that on the first day, and then we filmed some of the basketball scenes the next day, and then some of the basketball scenes the day after that. And this house right here, something interesting about this house is this was my friend Cody's dad's old house, and I think he at the time he was moving out. And so his house was super empty, or it was getting emptied. And so we were walking around trying to figure out different places to film this ball rolling around, and then Cody was like, "Oh yeah, my dad is he's not home because he's about to move." So we just decided to go to his dad's house and just film a couple scenes there, and it worked out pretty well. I'm pretty happy that we got to do that, because that was fun. We actually filmed 2 videos. We filmed part of this video, and then we filmed the vlog where we make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, if anyone remembers that video. And that was fun. And this shot right here. Yeah, I remember this was painful for me to actually, even with the sunglasses on, looking up towards the direction of the sun, with my eyes pointed at the sun, I should say, was not fun. But I did it. You got to be committed to the craft, And then, yeah, I don't think Terrell knew that I was going to throw a basketball at his head when he agreed to be in the video. But yeah, and also lay on the hot asphalt. So, that was cool of him that he agreed to do that.
I guess he wouldn't have heard that because he's unconscious. Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, no, that video, I remember when I first put it out, I was pretty proud of it. Not to, sound all, gloat about it or whatever, but I don't usually do, videos that are super I don't even know if you would call them cinematic, but at least for me, this video was a little bit more I actually put a little bit more time into how I wanted to film it, and the editing and it took a good amount of time, so I was glad that people liked it. And I'm really glad that Terrell agreed to be in it because I think he played his part very well. And yeah, and this one was a fun one to go back to. So, but anyway, I think that's going to conclude this video commentary. I know this was kind of a little bit of a shorter one, but yeah, I mean that's just how it is. I don't know what else to say. But with that, guys, I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Sunday Funnies 4. So this is probably one of my favorite episodes of Sunday Funnies that I made. I just think a lot of the bits in it are really iconic, funny, came out really good. This is a special episode because like the last episode, it features not just one skit that was written by someone else, but two, actually. One of the skits in this episode was written by Brennen, and one of them was actually written by Talon. And not only that, but the one that Talon wrote was actually animated by him as well, which I was very happy about, because one aspect of Sunday Funnies that I wish I got to do more of, but was something that I wanted to do from the start, was I wanted to have animation in it. And Talon was one of the only, if not the only person I knew that knew how to animate and that actually made animations. But this was the only episode where he did an animation. If not for the simple fact that it just took a long time, and eventually we had school come up and it was just not as easy for him to do animations, which was totally fine. I think I'm still proud of the episodes. But this one will always be special to me because this was the only one that had an animation. And it also just had some skits that I thought were pretty fun to do. So without further ado, let's get into it. I'm running out of things to say here when we watch this intro. Obviously it's the same intro every single time. I'm going to kind of break the fourth wall right now and just say that I am recording most of these commentaries for the Sunday Funnies at the same time. So I've basically just been watching every episode of Sunday Funnies in a row. And so, I'm getting a little tired of this intro. Still proud of it, though. So this first skit probably might be the weakest one. Oh, wait, no, actually, no, there's a Pewseptiplier in this one. Never mind. So that automatically bumps this one up. But anyway, so yeah, this is just simple me talking to myself. I play 3 different characters. And, this was a staple sort of thing that I would do in my early YouTube days, where I would just, film skits with me talking to myself. Funny thing about this, though, is I think Brennen was here when I filmed at least this part that we're looking at right now. And so he definitely could have played one of the characters, but I was just like, no, he's already in one of the skits. He can't be in another one, even though Talon is in 2 of the skits in this one. But, that's the rules that I make. So it's my series. So those are the rules that I decided. But yeah, what's going on? Okay, a little buffering issue there.
About,
We'll go back a little so you can watch the full thing, get the whole experience. But yeah, very subtly putting my channel on the background there. Yeah. Anyway,
What are you talking about,
what was I gonna say?
I know you guys did something to my food while I was in the bathroom.
So this was an interesting skit because so originally when I wanted to make Sunday Funnies, I wanted each bit in each episode to be under a minute long. And eventually I figured out that was not going to be possible because I would literally just write skits that were like too long. Like I couldn't cut them down. But this was actually the first skit that I deliberately like made sure it was under a minute. I think it ended up being like exactly 59 seconds. But that like it didn't like, how do I put this? I had to cut it down to a state that I didn't necessarily want to cut it down to, but I had to for the sake of the rules that I set for myself, that each skit had to be under a minute long. And I think that also was the case with the last skit of this episode. But I did it, and then in the next episode I completely threw that rule out the window. But we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, I think that ended up making the skit not as good as it could have been, but it's obviously it still came out, the point came across, so.
Go ahead. Fine.
That was Little Caesar's pizza, by the way, and Coke, which I refuse to eat nowadays.
He told you we didn't do anything.
Not trying to get political, or not political, not trying to get, you know,
You are my friends after
not
all.
trying to throw shade at Little Caesars, but I've just had way too many of those pieces.
What?
I do like that little synchronized laugh there.
It?
And, you know, this skit is also, you know, it raises the question, what did they put in my drink? You know, it's a little mystery, a little guessing game for the audience. Like, what did they put in my drink? Anyway, let's just continue. So yeah, so here's the animation that Talon made. He also wrote this skit. And I remember talking to him at the time. I was really excited for the fact that he was making this cartoon for me. And I remember at the time he was actually like not too pleased with how it came out. I think part of it was like the voice work that I did. I don't think I did the best job. But in my defense, I never recorded voice lines for an animation before. So it was, you know, it was like a little, it was a little trial and error sort of idea here, I guess. Also, okay, I guess the joke in this one's not too dark, but still, you know, this image is a little graphic, but you know, still, I'm proud of how this came out. I think Talon did a good job. And like I said, it's the only skit in the legacy of Sunday Funnies that was animated. As I say with all the Pewseptipliers, I can't look back at them too fondly. This one, the joke is just that, you know, he plays Would You Rather, and then, you know, he gets mad at it, and then he screams, and it's funny because I do that in every single Pewseptiplier video.
Be good at playing games, or...
Oh, I will say, okay, so there is a little interesting tidbit about this episode that I don't think a lot of people caught. But in the bottom left of each of these little screens here, I wrote like an actual little message that I wanted people to see when they watched it, but I don't think a lot of people saw them. But here, you can see at the bottom left here, I wrote, "Worst Types of Classmates video coming soon, added by Toniversal." So this was actually a video that I was producing at the time, or at least that I was trying to conceptualize, because at the time when I made Sunday Funnies 4, we were going back to school soon, and I wanted to do a video, kind of like a back-to-school video about the worst types of classmates and do a little skit about it. And I even had plans to like film it at the school I was going to, either the high school I was going to or the middle school that I had went to, being that this video came out during the summer where I was transitioning from middle school to high school. And I really wanted to make this video, but I just did not end up making it. Like, I think I just had writer's block and I couldn't like think of how to go about making it. But so it never came to be. And I probably won't make it ever because it's honestly just, it's a video that like, it would have been fun to make back then, but nowadays I just don't feel like there's value in making that sort of video, at least for me. But you know, I don't know, maybe someday, we'll see. We'll see. I have other videos that I want to make before it, obviously.
Is the game trying to imply that I'm bad?
So yeah, that was the
at
first little
games?
message
Because,
I
don't
wrote.
think that's true at all. You know what? We're just
I don't
gonna
think
go
the
on
other
to
ones
next
were
question.
as like, you know, what would you even call them? Prophetic. Like that one, I was literally trying to like promo a video that I was making. This one's just I'm wearing sandals, added by Dick Talon. You know, it's a little inside joke from the channel. I think most people might not.
That's a little
I don't know. Most people watching probably
next
understand.
question. We're not going to worry about this. The questions are going to get better.
But it's a
They
pretty
are.
obscure
Would you
reference.
rather have friends?
This one was, so in the bottom left, you can see, "Can Ellis escape the wild?" added by Life Hacks Expert. So this was interesting because this was actually a promo for a video that hadn't actually come out yet, because at this point I had not uploaded the Escape the Wild Life Hacks episode. So this was just kind of me teasing that, I guess. Still, it came out like 4 days after this, I remember, so it wasn't that much of a like big teaser. Like again, I don't think a lot of people noticed that I wrote little messages in the bottom left when it first came out, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
Would you rather be
okay, what the heck is
or
going on
be
with this stupid stream?
Pewseptiplier? Oh my god. All right, you know what? We're going to do one more question, but if it has anything...
I apologize for these technical difficulties here. So this little message, "I met Nicole Harbor," added by Darkling555. That was another little inside joke from a previous behind the scenes video where Brennen was trying to say Nicole Arbor, but he kept saying Nicole Harbor. It's very funny if you think about it. Even funnier when I explain it. Anyway, let's continue. I'm sorry about this stream quality.
Or B, Pewseptiplier.
Okay, it's
Oh my
just
god.
gonna go black on
Alright,
me.
you know
All
what?
right.
We're gonna do one more question, but if it
that's
has
fine.
anything to do with me, I'm closing out of this stupid game. Would you rather be successful
Would you rather
and
be
rich, or live a
successful?
life where
At the bottom
all
left here, you
do
can
is
see
record
if you read this
yourself
comment
playing
Dosh added by
and
lol,
upload the
because I thought like,
footage?
okay, so if people are actually seeing the message I'm leaving in the bottom
then I
left,
said-
then they'll comment Dosh and it'll be very funny and I'll have like audience interaction and all that. And then it ended up no one commented it, so I basically did it for nothing, but that's okay. Anyway, so this next skit, Excellent, was written by Brennen, and I always think it's funny because, you know, in this video I do like we crack an egg on Brennan's head, and it's like, you know, it's always like, you know, why did I write this video? Like, why did I want to crack an egg on Brennan's head? But I didn't. Like, I didn't write it. It was literally Brennan's idea, and I just think that's funny that he was the one that pitched the idea to do this.
Oh man, that joke.
But yeah, I think it's you know, puns are my bread and butter, so you know, I was more than willing to do this skit. And and then you know, I don't know if this is necessarily worth bringing up for this commentary video, but you know, in the behind the scenes for Sunday Funnies 4, that was the original reference to Cooking with Brennen, that ended up manifesting into us making it into an actual series. So, you know, that's something to point out. You know, he was actually cooking an egg at this point.
You can stop now. I get it. Eggs.
That's
funny.
I knew these puns would meet your
Expectations. Very,
Okay,
very,
I
very
get
clever,
it.
very
Stop.
clever.
But I got a dozen more to go.
Yep. And then obviously, you know, everyone knows, well, I'm assuming a lot of people that are watching probably know this, but obviously we tried to film a shot of me throwing the egg at Brennen and it cracking on him, but we literally just could not get it to crack. Like, it would bounce off his chest and crack on the floor every single time. And you know, if you go back and watch the behind the scenes for this video, you'll see that. But it was just so annoying that we just ended up like just conceptualizing how we would film this scene, and we just ended up having it happen off screen, or supposedly the egg cracks on his head, but in reality it was just him cracking it over his head on a separate shot. But it was supposed to look like it cracked when I threw it at him. Yada yada
Say
yada.
those egg puns were over easy.
So that one was fun. And then this last one, I'm not joking when I say this one is probably one of my favorite skits that I've done, with talent at least. I just think it's just so like charming. I don't know, just seeing us like try to race each other to like finish the water. I do remember I these water bottles that we use I took from my house at the time, and that my parents had paid for, or at least the people that I was living, like the guardians I was living with. And so, you know, I just wanted to say, apologize for the record. You know, sorry that I stole these waters to use for to end up basically wasting for this video. You know, it ended up coming in handy.
Yeah, water is pretty good. I'm glad I brought two.
But you can see the reflection of me in Talon's glasses there, which I think is kind of funny. But yeah, this one was just fun to do.
I actually have 2 bottles as well.
It was just, I don't know, there's a part that is coming up that is one of my favorite parts. Oh, look at that armpit hair. That's nice. This part right here. This part always cracks me up, just Talon pouring a bucket of water on himself. So like I mentioned earlier, this one was another skit that I had to actually cut short, because I wanted it to be longer. There were more shots of us like pouring the water in our mouths, but I just had to cut it. I think it actually probably turned out better, being in a shorter length, but still something to note. I had to shorten it. This is an aspect of the skit that doesn't really make sense in hindsight.
Okay?
The fact that he was choking on water, so my solution is to give him more water. Like, I don't think that really adds up. But, yeah. That's pretty much all that I have to say about that video. That's pretty much all there is to say about Sunday Funnies 4. Like I said, like I think I said this earlier, but this is probably one of my favorite episodes of the whole series. But you know, I just have fond memory overall with all of these. I have fond memories of them. But yeah, this one was fun, and yeah, they pretty much just get better from here. This was pretty much the last one where all of them, or this was pretty much the last episode that was that was made up of like non-skits at certain parts. Although I mean, pretty much every bit in this video was a skit in some capacity. Even the Pewseptiplier, I guess you can count that as a skit. But yeah, pretty much from here on out, every video was just made up of 5 skits written by me, with the exception of the episodes featuring Pewseptipliers, which still were skits, but, you know, a little bit different sort of, you know, stupid format. But anyway, you know, I think this video has been long enough. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next commentary video. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. So today the video that we are going to be watching is #StopDabbing2017. And this one's a little bit of a short one, so I think I'm just going to start the video now, and I will give my thoughts and my commentary as we go. So without further ado, I guess we will just start the video. So this was a skit that I made in 2017, as the title implies. And the idea behind this was I wanted to make like a PSA about why we should stop dabbing, because this was during the like weird transitional period of the dab trend, where basically dabbing was a huge thing in 2016. And we didn't know, like I don't think anyone really knew if it was just a trend or if it was going to actually like carry on into 2017. So I decided to make this video to kind of like, you know, to try to stop it. I guess, or at least at the time. But yeah, no, but dabbing, I feel like it's still a thing, but I feel like nowadays it's like we're in that phase where like it's only purely ironic when people do it. It's never to be taken seriously. You know, with the rise of like TikTok dances and stuff like that, like I feel like the dab is constantly being replaced with other things. But yeah, so this was also one of the first videos that Nate was in. Not the first, but definitely one of the first ones where he had like a pretty large role, besides like in like Sunday Funnies episodes. And you know, I'm really glad that I picked him for this role, because I think he did a really good job. I remember, you know, whenever we would get together to film, it would always take a while. And this was you know, common with any time I would film with my friends, but with Nate specifically, I feel like we would just get sidetracked all the time. And like even this part where it's really, it doesn't even go on for a minute. And I feel like it took us like at least like 3 hours to film this, which is just kind of funny. But yeah, right here, you can see he has that little box that he's holding there, or that he was holding. Those are his Magic the Gathering cards. I remember when he came over to film this part, he also wanted to like basically teach me how to play Magic the Gathering, and so we decided to incorporate that into the video. But yeah, no, I remember him teaching me how to play that day. I don't think I vaguely remember how to play all these years later. But yeah, so that was something. That knot shirt right there, I have no idea where it is. I was actually thinking about this earlier today, the day that I'm filming this commentary. Yeah, no, I have no idea where it went. I used to wear it a lot in my videos, and then one day it just disappeared. I don't know where it went. Same with my watch. I don't remember what happened to my watch, but I used to wear that watch a lot in my videos. But yeah, so this video came out in early 2017, I remember. This was one of the first skits I made that year. And I think that, you know, I don't know if that has really aged the best, but I feel like it's definitely a video that represents like my sort of like the transitional period in my channel, where I was kind of like going from like uploading a bunch of like random videos all the time, like life hacks with Ellis and weird vlogs and weird just random crap, Pewseptiplier, stuff like that. I feel like this is one of the first videos that I made that actually feels a little bit more grounded, a little bit more like I'm actually trying to like make a like, you know, a good like substantial video. I don't know if that really makes sense, but that like this is one of the videos that represents that for me. But yeah, so this came out in January. There was a joke earlier. I'm not going to go back to it, but there was a joke where I say, oh, it's January 2017. I remember I released this video the last day of January. And I think the only reason why I rushed to get it out at that time was because I had that joke in the video where I'm like, oh, it's January 2017. And I was like, no, I cannot put this video out any later than the last day of January because then that joke will not make sense. And I was I cared a lot about that. I remember. Also, can we just talk about how, yeah, there's a little clip of Gregory dabbing. I don't feel like he would want this footage of him dabbing to be out in the world, but yet here it is, and it is immortalized forever. But anyway, yeah. I really just gotta commend my friends for agreeing to do stuff like this in videos. I feel like I've become more conscious recently that, like, at least early on, I would like make them do a lot of the heavy lifting for certain videos. And even nowadays, I feel like I might do that a little bit, but it's only because I genuinely feel like my friends are funnier performers than I am sometimes. Like as much as they sometimes are reluctant to like act, I guess, like not even be in videos, but just like act in certain videos, because I don't feel like they have the most confidence. Not to out them or whatever, but I feel like they don't have confidence in their abilities to be in videos, but I think that they're just genuinely very good actors, and I genuinely find like enjoyment in watching them in these videos. So that's why I always enjoy having my friends in videos. But yeah, so this video's coming to a close here. Yeah, I had to make that little joke at the end. I realized, like, while I was filming this, like, I hadn't dabbed at all in the whole video. So I was like, yeah, no, I need to have at least one shot of me dabbing. God, I used to like let my sideburns grow really long. I don't know what was up with that. It looks like I have mutton chops. Oh yeah, another thing about this video, really quick before we wrap up. Those papers that say like dab and bad and all those like misspellings of dab, I still have those, and you can tell that at one point they were very moist. Like you can tell that a lot of moisture got on them if you hold them. I don't know why I still have them, honestly. But yeah, I guess it was just really cold the day that we filmed the outside shot with those, and so they got pretty wet. And I still have them. Maybe I'll make a Stop Dabbing 2021 follow-up video. So, or 2022, one or the other. Maybe, we'll see. Anyway, so yeah, that was hashtag Stop Dabbing 2017. Like I said, it's definitely a video that shows its age a little bit. Definitely, I mean it's literally the date that I made it is literally marked in the video, in the title of the video. But nevertheless, I enjoy going back to this one. I feel like it shows like a transitional period in my channel, as I said earlier, and I appreciate it for that. I feel like it was one of the stepping stones that got me to where I was today, or am today. So, gotta thank this video for that. But with that, guys, that's going to conclude this video commentary. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Sunday Funnies 5, the 5th installment of the Sunday Funnies series that I made back in 2016, 2017. This episode is pretty good from what I remember. I enjoy coming back to this episode. I think a lot of the bits in it are pretty iconic throughout my viewers. I feel like I said that about one of the other episodes, but you know what? It's true. Okay, the simple fact of it, I just think it's true. A lot of these skits, I don't know how well they've aged since we made them. But at least for me, like obviously, I guess I'm always gonna look back on these with fond memories. But I do genuinely feel like there's like entertainment value in a lot of these later Sunday Funnies episodes that you don't really see with the earlier episodes. I think a lot of the earlier episodes were, the humor in them was a lot more akin to like our humor as middle schoolers, and I feel like a lot of the later episodes were ones that I can still genuinely get enjoyment out of. But you know what? Maybe I'm remembering it completely wrong. So you know what? Let's just get this episode started, and we'll see if what I said holds up. Same intro as always. I will say that around this time is when I started shaving my mustache more frequently, or pretty much just like not even like I would just shave it like every week basically at this point. So this whole shot, or this whole like animation with me with the mustache is, I guess, technically not accurate anymore. Not that anyone really cares. Still, it's just something to note, I guess. Okay, so this first skit, the drone skit, something that a lot of people might not know about it is I originally wanted to film this skit with Talon and Ellis as opposed to just Gregory, which I actually think it came out a lot better with just Gregory. But originally the plan was to have Talon and Ellis be like my, you know, the people that I play off of in this particular skit. And I actually filmed part of it with them the day prior to filming it with Gregory here. And I think we basically had to just cut it short because Ellis had to go home. I think he had a curfew. But like I said, I think it actually ended up working out better because I think, you know, Gregory wasn't in a lot of videos at this point. And I definitely thought that including him in this one would work well. And I think it really did. I think he did a really good job. And I feel like there was something else about this skit that I'm forgetting to mention here. I guess we'll just play it. But that's right. So so you might notice when you see the drone here in the shot, how one of the I don't even know what you call them, like the little guards, the little white guards that are around the propellers of the drone. You might notice that one of them is gone. That's because the day prior, as I mentioned, we filmed this skit with I filmed the skit with Talon and Ellis, and right after right before Ellis had to go home, he asked me if I could, or if he could, try flying it, because it actually was a real drone that, you know, we could fly. So I let him fly it, and he actually ended up accidentally flying it into the backyard of one of ironically one of the neighbors in that neighborhood. It's ironically, you know, that's basically what this skit is revolved around, and it actually ended up happening in real life. And that's why you'll see right there one of the white guards that was around the propellers is missing. I don't think the neighbor that we flew it into the yard of ended up giving it back. I remember he was not very happy that we flew it into his yard.
A drone?
I don't really know why. It's not like we you know, were trespassing on his property. We just accidentally flew his drone to his backyard. I don't know. You know, it's fine. It's whatever. Another thing about this skit that I do remember is this was the first Sunday Funny skit that I actually had to break the rule. See, I had this rule in the early Sunday Funnies episodes where I didn't want any of the skits to go over a minute long. I thought that was kind of the cool thing about Sunday Funnies is that every skit was like a short, you know, consolidated bit that would go, you know, you would go from one to the next to the next to the next. But with this one, there was no way I could cut it shorter than a minute. So I think it ended up being around like a minute and 30 seconds, which, you know, in the grand scheme of things is really not that big of a deal. But, you know, it was something particular with the skit that I do remember. Another thing that I forgot to mention, but you might have noticed the shot where we fly the drone into someone's backyard here. This is actually Gregory's house, and it was just funny to me because the scene where we're flying the drone in the field and this scene were in two completely different areas. But, you know, I was just kind of hoping people wouldn't focus on that aspect of it. And, you know, you know, like, it is what it is. Like, we needed someone's house to fly it into, and it just ended up working out that way. And then it ended up working out pretty well for this ending joke here. It's always cracks me. Okay, so How to Be a Man Do 2. So with the first How to Be a Man Do skit, I didn't write it out. I just made it up on the spot. With this one, I did actually write it out. I don't know if that made it better. You know, it's, you know, some of these early skits, I look back at them and I'm like, what was I trying to achieve, or what message was I trying to convey with this skit here? I will say one thing that I enjoy about this episode in particular is that 2 of the skits are connected. That was something that I didn't really do in other Sunday Funnies, is have any of the skits, like each skit stood out on its own. And I think in the end, that was probably a better way to go about doing these episodes than if they were all like connected in some way, just because I think it makes each skit stand out more. But I did end up having 2 of them that you'll see here. What the heck just happened? I did end up having 2 of them connect, and you'll see how they connect.
Never count past 4.
So that was a fun aspect of it. I think that was what ended up making me have to delay this episode by a week. Usually I try to get these Sunday Funnies videos out on the 3rd Sunday of every month. But with this episode, I actually had to delay it a week. Really didn't matter that much, but it was still something of note because, you know, I used to be very, like, particular about my schedule when it came to videos. Probably to a degree that I really didn't necessarily need to be. I wanted Sunday Funnies to be out on Sunday, regular skits to be out on Monday, vlogs to be out on Wednesdays, Life Hacks with Ellis to be out on Thursdays, and Pewseptipliers to be out on Fridays. And that was like my particular schedule, which with Sunday Funnies, like, you can't really release a video called Sunday Funnies anything on a non-Sunday. Like, I don't really feel like it works that way. But with the other videos, it really didn't matter. Nowadays, I'm very lax about my schedule. It just, whenever I have a video, I upload it. So anyway, so this skit right here, the hand skit, honestly, not too much to say about this one. I think it's, you know, a lot of these skits, the story behind how I come up with the idea is not that exciting. I think I literally, like, just had, like, I just made a 3 with my hand, and then I don't know, I just stared at my hand and was like, what's the right way to do a 3? Is this exciting commentary? Like, are people enjoying these commentary videos? I hope so. I hope that people can get a little bit of enjoyment out of these types of videos. You know, Jared, I think he did a good job considering this was like his first like solo skit, I suppose. So, you know, Jared, if you're watching this for some reason, good job. Pass you. So this skit, My Real Pikachu, I believe is what I called it. This one was fun to do. I think this was like right after I shaved my mustache. You can clearly see that I had just shaved, at least to me. Like, I guess one aspect of this skit that I wish was better was the lighting in this shot. Like, you know, this was before I, like, really cared about how my videos look. So I just was kind of like, you know, this is fine. Like, we don't really need to worry about the lighting that much. Nowadays, I'm a little bit more particular about it, but you know what? I will say that, like, you know, I've heard a lot of people say that a lot of these early videos, and maybe even some of my more recent ones, have a weird blue tint to them. And I definitely see that in a lot of these. Like, you know, something that I would never really notice when I was making them or editing them. So this skit, I think this was like another example of one of those skits that I kind of had to add to the episode on a whim. Like, I didn't really plan for it to be in the episode originally, but I kind of just had to, like, I needed a 5th skit. So I was just like, okay, I'll just do this one where I'm talking to myself, because I don't know if you guys know this, but it wasn't always easy to coordinate filming with people. And you know, not on the fault of anyone in particular. It was just, especially like in these days, it was like, you know, we had just started school, and it was a little bit harder to get people together for filming, because we were at school on the weekdays, and then on the weekends, people usually either had something else going on, or they just straight up wanted to just stay home, and you know, why wouldn't they? But I still feel like I was able to film a lot throughout these days. You know, filming was still like a pretty new, exciting thing. So that was where the skits like overlapped there. I don't know if you caught that, but yeah, this was what I was talking about earlier. How this skit and the How to Be a Man Dude 2 skit kind of connected, and I am proud of that. I never really did that in other episodes, and I mean, honestly, I feel like it's more charming when it's like a one-off thing. I feel like if I did that in every episode, I just feel like the entertainment factor of it probably wouldn't have been as strong. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about Sunday Funnies 5. As much as I did enjoy this episode, you know, it was just one of those episodes that was just like, we made it, and there it was. There wasn't too much interfering with the production, or there wasn't too much exciting, you know, aspects of the production, I guess. I might be underselling it, but I do think that some of the episodes coming up have a lot more, I'll have a lot more interesting things to say. So, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next commentary video. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Snow, official music video. So this is, in my opinion, one of the classic Toniverse videos, or I guess it has become a classic, mainly because I think this one, I just have a lot of fond memories making it, and I know a lot of people watched it, a lot of people enjoyed it when it came out, even though it only actually came out like not too long ago, like 2 years ago. And that's mainly because I don't do a lot of music on my channel, and so being able to make this, this is a rap music video, and being able to make this video was a lot of fun, very experimental, but I think it ended up coming out pretty good. So the backstory behind this video is it was 2019, and we had just gotten a huge snowstorm, so huge that it canceled school for everyone. And I knew I wanted to make a video in the snow, and you know, the easiest route to go would have been to do like a vlog or some sort of skit, even would have been relatively easy to make in the snow. But I wanted to do something a little different. I wanted to take advantage of the fact that it was snowing. It doesn't snow super often, so I wanted to take advantage of the fact that it did. And so I decided, let's make a rap music video about the snow. And that's exactly what we did. And we somehow turned this whole video around in just a short, like, 4 days. Like, we filmed it in 2 days, and then I edited it over the course of, like, 2. And it basically came out within less than a week, which was crazy, because normally my videos take a long time to make. But this one, you know, considering it was a whole music video, didn't take very long. And so I was pretty proud of that. But let's see how well it holds up today. It's a pretty short one, so. I did use a pre-made beat, so I don't want to take credit for making this beat, because I did just go on YouTube and look up, you know, okay, one sec. I went on YouTube and I looked up royalty-free rap beat, and I found a rap beat with an image of a monkey on it, which I actually included in the description of this video. So if you want to go listen to the instrumental of Snow, there you go. But anyway, let's continue.
So you already know I'm all about that snow.
So shout out to Donovan and Dean for appearing in the video next to me, and also shout out to Cody for filming all of this. I know. Okay, here's the thing. I know this is a cringy rap. That's the point. And I hope people realize that, is that I intended for this to be cringy. I did not intend for this to be a good rap. But hey, if people think it's a good rap, you know, kudos to them. Appreciate it. Anyway, There we go.
Let's go right now.
Step 1.
I remember I actually had to borrow Donovan's, I think I had to borrow Donovan's gloves and his hat for this because I didn't have my
Don't
own.
take that wrong. I didn't think how bad that sounded when I wrote this song.
So I don't know if a lot of people understood that joke, and I don't know if I even want to really explain it. The whole, like, get your friends all white. I didn't realize how bad that sounded. Does that joke come across? Do I have to explain it? I'm not going to explain it because for the sake of keeping this video somewhat PG, but it's definitely kind of a messed up joke if you really think about it. Anyway, let's continue.
Step 3.
Build a cool snowman, or better yet,
Had to have a dabbing
build
snowman.
snowwoman.
Step 4.
So that wig right there. So I don't know if people really got that. Sorry, I'm going to be pausing this a lot. I hope you guys don't mind. This is a commentary video after all. If you want to watch the whole video unpaused, go watch the actual video. But this whole getup that Donovan's wearing, we kind of tried to replicate his little pump outfit from Goody Gang. I don't know if that really came across. I think it did, but
Build a cool
that's what we kind of
snowman,
tried to do
or
here.
better yet, build a snowwoman.
Step 4.
You might actually notice there's two different like pairs of glasses that Donovan wears in this video. During like this part, he wears like this white pair of glasses,
Don't eat the yellow snow. I mean, I
and
should
during
know,
every other
but you
part,
should already know.
he wears like just a different pair, and that's because we filmed this over the course of 2 different days. And I was really actually worried at the time that we weren't gonna. So we didn't end up. We wanted to film it all in one day, but we didn't have enough time because it started getting dark. And I was really worried that all the snow was gonna disappear by the next day, and we wouldn't have time to film the rest of the video. I was completely wrong. It didn't even come close to melting, so I don't know what I was so worried about, but that's that.
Step 6.
Build a dope snow fort.
Also, shout out to
Too
Dean
much
for
work, just do something else.
Step 7.
letting us,
Play in the snow with your
or
pop.
letting me,
Wait,
I
where'd
should
you
say,
go? Oh, crap.
portray him in the
Build
in the
another
sense that he
Dean.
likes to
I
eat
told
yellow
you not to
snow.
eat the yellow snow. What is
Which
wrong
was
with
actually, if you watched the behind the scenes of this video, you'd know that it was actually just Mountain Dew with yellow food dye in it.
you? Now it's time for the
See, to
final
the
step.
unsuspecting
Right
viewer,
now,
you might think it's actual
all
pee,
the
but
prep. So listen
we
up
wouldn't
close,
go that far.
everybody,
Well,
everywhere.
maybe we
Just
would, but
go
I don't
back
know.
inside 'cause it's too cold out there.
You guys want to eat some yellow snow?
And yeah, and that's the whole video. So we filmed this video in my room, or we didn't film it in my room. We recorded the song in my room, and that's why maybe the audio doesn't sound so good. But we actually filmed it. We actually recorded the audio in the same way that I'm recording the audio for this commentary, which was on a pair of wired Apple earbuds, because I don't actually own an actual mic to record audio. So that's how we did it. We recorded it all in one day. I wrote it in like an hour. Donovan, Dean, and Cody came over. We recorded it, and then we went to go film it, and it took us 2 days. And then I edited it, and it came out literally on a couple days after we first started it. And you know, all things considered, I'm pretty proud of this video. I think I always enjoy coming back to this one. But yeah, and you know, I hope people enjoyed it, because I know that we have a lot of fun. Anytime we get to do like some sort of music, it's very rare, but anytime that we've gotten to do like some sort of music project, it's been pretty fun. So hopefully we get to do more of them in the future. If I only will do a music video project if I feel like it's a good idea and I feel like I can make a good actual music video out of it. Maybe not so much a good song out of it, but a good, you know, entertaining video all in all. So hopefully maybe you'll get more coming soon. But anyway, guys, that's going to wrap up this video commentary. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys on the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video commentary. Today we're going to be watching Sunday Funnies 6, otherwise known as the Halloween special, as you can see by this new intro that Talon did for me. Shout out to Talon again. I wanted to make this episode, even from the start, when I first started making Sunday Funnies, I was like, okay, as soon as we get to the, you know, Halloween, the month of Halloween and the month of Christmas, I'm gonna make these, you know, special episodes revolved around those holidays. And lo and behold, I did end up getting to make a Halloween special. And I even commissioned Talon to make this little, you know, fun little new intro for me. Yeah, it was just fun. I My eyes turn red here. And we renamed it to Sunday Spookies. That was a fun little change that we made to it. So this entire episode, I actually filmed probably in the least amount of time that I've filmed one of these episodes. Usually I try to space out the filming of these videos, like of each individual skit. I try to space them out within the month. But for this one, I kind of had to rush a lot of these from what I remember. You know, coming up with, like, you know, holiday themed ideas for skits was definitely like the challenge of this video, because, you know, usually I get to pretty much just make skits about whatever I want. Like in the other Sunday Funnies, I would be able to do that. But with this, I had to, like, throw in a Halloween aspect to them, which, you know, like, it wasn't that challenging, but it was still, like, a constraint that I had to work with. This skit, I remember, this was fun to do. I remember while we were filming this, we heard some random noise, like, behind, so, like, this door here. Yeah, we like, heard a noise from behind this door while we were filming it. And it wasn't, like, my mom or any of my parents that I was living with, or it wasn't my dogs. Well, at this point, I didn't even have my dogs. It wasn't our cats or anything. It was just a random noise that we just heard while filming it, and I just thought it was very fitting that this was a Halloween episode, and, you know, we heard these random creepy noises. And that's pretty much the most interesting thing I can say about this skit. Okay, so I sound like a broken. I'm sure I sound like a broken record at this point. This is another one of those skits that I had to rush to include in the episode because I just needed a 5th Halloween skit, and this was the best I could come up with on such short notice. I filmed this literally 2 days before the full episode came out, because like I said in the last commentary video I made about a Sunday Funnies episode, make sure to go watch it if you haven't. Some of, like, a lot of these later episodes I had to upload a week later than I normally would have, simply because I couldn't get all of the skits filmed within the time of the first 3 weeks of the month. So, like, with this episode, for example, not only was it a Sunday Funnies that I had to upload on a Sunday, but it was also, because it was a Halloween themed episode, I had to upload it, like, sometime before Halloween, or at least I felt like I should. Like, so I ended up uploading it the day before Halloween, as opposed to the week before Halloween that I would have preferred to upload it, simply because I needed this last skit that I had to write on a whim. And that was a little stressful, because as much as I don't like working with time constraints, I made a time constraint for myself, and that was on me. And, you know, this was probably the weakest skit out of all of them, and also I think it was the longest. I think this one ended up being around 2 minutes long. Okay, so this next skit, you know, first skit that I think Nate was in, actually. Rest in peace. But I think he did a really good job. I think overall in all of the skits that he was in, he brought, like, a very nice energy to him. And I was really glad that he was so eager to be in these videos, because, you know, people like that were pretty few and far between. But, which, you know, is understandable. If I'm being honest, I wouldn't expect just anyone off the street to feel comfortable, you know, being in a YouTube video that isn't for money, I guess. But, you know, he was really eager to do it, and I appreciated that. And also, I just think this skit came out really well. This effect here where I disappear, I was so proud of that at the time. It's such a simple effect, but I just thought it worked really well. Hold on, let's just watch it again. Like,
I'm leaving.
You know, in all honesty, it really had no right to look that good with the editor I was using. But yeah, no, I think it came out pretty good. This next one is about passing out candy. Here in a second, you'll see Gregory will pull out a bag of candy. And I remember that for the skit, I bought 2 bags of candy. One of them I ended up eating on the way from the store to walking over to Andrew's house, which is the house that we filmed this in, or at least his old house. And so we basically had to use this Snickers bag. I don't remember if I ate the whole bag. I really hope I didn't, because that would not have been healthy if I did that. But past Antonio might have done that. Oh my god, this shot right here. Oh, that shot right there is one of the it's just. What more can be said about it? I don't know. Like just the idea that it just is going everywhere. I remember it cracked us up at the time, and it still cracks me up. Of it going all over the place and just going straight into the bowl. Like there's just something about that I found funny.
Trick or treat.
Wow.
And then in a minute here, you're gonna see. I remember in the background of this shot where we're talking. Right here, you can see Cody and Andrew in the background here. This was their idea. Like, I remember they were just like when I was filming this with Gregory, and they were just like, "Can we just be in the background, like running, like down the street?" And I was just like, "Yeah, that's funny. You should do that." So that was a fun aspect of it.
Come on, Gregory. No one's gonna do that.
You know, something that I noticed about a lot of these like old skits that I would make, and maybe even like in some of the newer ones, but I don't know if it's like super noticeable, but like I feel like there was like okay, in these skits like this, I wouldn't really like care about if I showed someone's license plate. Like I obviously would try not to, but if we were trying to get a shot and someone's license plate just happened to be in the shot, I wouldn't really like go out of my way to hide it. Mostly because I didn't have a good way to. I don't even know if it's necessarily like illegal or like if it's just frowned upon or like looked down upon to like show someone's license plate in a public video. I'm assuming it's probably not something that people would want you doing, sort of like showing someone's address, which is also ironically in this shot behind Gregory on the left there. But I feel like luckily enough, I feel like a lot of them got blurred out without me even trying. Mainly because just, the quality of the camera just made them blur out on their own.
It's not even.
Or maybe I was just too far away for them to be in the shot clearly anyway. So this skit, I forget what it was called. The werewolf, the secret werewolf. I think that's what it was called. This one we filmed literally the day after the candy skit, I remember. And, okay, can I just point out, what is going on with my arm here? Why does it look like that? Like, does it not look, like, maybe it was just the angle, but it doesn't look natural. Like, it looks like there's a piece of bone popping out of my arm. And, it makes me a little uncomfortable.
Crap, it's getting late. I gotta get home before the sun comes out.
This is like,
Can't let my friends
I
find
think
out
one of my
secret.
favorite skits of
Guys,
the series.
I'm gonna go home.
I just think the punchline just ended up working out really well.
I meant I have to go.
I don't know. It's a pretty simple punchline, but it's effective for me.
No, I can't.
Why not?
Because
I
if
will say
do,
that-
aliens might come down from the sky, shine a light over the stall, and
It's
I'll
me
be pulled up into
bullshitting
the
about
space world and
aliens.
eat my brains out.
I think Talon,
So I'm just
not
gonna
Talon.
go
I think
home.
Donovan and Cody did a great job on this.
Too late. The moon's
I don't
already
think they
shining.
were in a lot of skits at this point, especially Cody.
Light out down here, night in the sky.
So I think they did a really good job considering that.
This makes no sense.
And this whole bit here where I remember. Let's point out Cody, looking at the camera here.
Feel my
I remember people like seeing us film this in the middle of the field that day and giving us weird looks, which is something that happened commonly. And I turned into Clifford. It was something that happened commonly when we would film videos out in public, but honestly, we didn't care. And even nowadays, when we do film in public, we don't really like go out of our way to like hide it. but that's pretty much it. This video, considering I had to kind of rush the production of the whole video as opposed to just one skit, I think it came out pretty good. I think it's a nice classic Halloween episode. Even nowadays, I think there's still enjoyment to be had from it, even if it's from a younger audience. But I'm still pretty proud of it to this day. So yeah, thank you guys for watching this commentary video, and I will see you guys in the next one. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. So today, the video that we are going to be watching is YouTube Magic. So this is another, I feel like I say this in every video, but this is another classic Toniverse video, in my opinion. This is one that I remember making and having some fond memories from making it. I feel like this was like one of the first classic skits that I put out that I feel like a lot of people still remember nowadays. I mean, it's referenced in, you know, videos even nowadays. So, but basically, this was my attempt at making a commercial parody. I was always interested in making commercial parodies. I watched like Ryan Higa. He's done commercial parodies, Jack's Films, and you know those two particularly inspired me to make my own sort of commercial parody video. And so I made one for a fake product called YouTube Magic. So the backstory behind that was one time I was filming, or I think I was talking to my friend Cody, and I was mentioning how, oh, you know, when I edit this video, I'll make this look different, or I don't know what we were talking about, but I was basically saying how I was going to make the video look different with editing. And then Cody said something along the lines of like, oh, you're going to do that with YouTube Magic, you know, the magic of YouTube, obviously. And I guess I thought that was funny enough to make this whole video about it, about a fake video editing software called YouTube Magic. So that's where this came from. So let's see how well it holds up today.
Has this ever happened to you?
Dang it, my YouTube videos suck, and everybody hates
So I had to have like this black and white intro here. And there's some classic inspect element work there for you, making the view count say -7.
-7 views. Oh man.
This is another video that I filmed basically in the span of a week. In fact, we'll see a little bit from now. Some of the shots I filmed in this video were filmed the night before I uploaded it, and I'll point those out when we get to them.
YouTube Magic is 100% guaranteed to have a slight chance of
But so this box right here, this YouTube Magic box, I believe this was a shoebox. Actually, I don't think it was a shoebox. This looks too small to be a shoebox for me. But I just remember it was some box that I think maybe it was a box that my mom had or something. But basically, I just needed some sort of visual representation for this product. So I wrote YouTube Magic on a piece of paper and put it on this box. You know, the most logical thing to do. I mean, it ended up working, and I actually still have this YouTube Magic box today. So maybe we'll make a sequel. I feel like I think I teased that in like a video I posted to my main channel. But yeah, so maybe we will, maybe we won't. I don't know. Continue.
Here's how it works.
Look at that mustache. Man, I really thought that I looked cool with that mustache, didn't I? I really thought that this this acronym here was really clever. But I don't think it actually makes sense. I think I just looked up a bunch of like techie sounding words. Because I was like, yeah, I'm going to have a cool little acronym and it's going to be funny. But I don't think it actually makes sense. But,
such as flying.
Flying. Of course, you can use YouTube Magic to fly. So whenever I would go out and film in like public places like this, I always wondered if people were looking at me like I was crazy, or if they were wondering if it was if it was for some sort of like film project or like a film class or a competition or something. I really hope that's what they thought, and I hope that they didn't think I was just a crazy person. But they might have. So this part was fun to edit. And you know, it actually worked out. This whole video worked out, I think, because a lot of the effects, and I use air quotes when I say that, effects of my old videos were very choppy and very not impressive looking. And so I kind of leaned into that with this video, like, hey, look at this, you know, editing software that can do all this cool stuff, but hey, it doesn't actually look that cool, haha, it's funny. And, you know, I think that the fact that I didn't actually have the best ability to make effects look good really helped with that. So, you know, gotta appreciate the whole YouTube video editor situation I had going on here.
Cut footage mode.
Yeah, so I filmed all of this by myself, except for the scene that we'll see coming up here. This was the only scene, because I knew I wanted this whole video to be like mainly just me in every role, just because I thought that that was funny. But this part I did film with Talon, and you'll see here someone's moving the camera behind the scenes, and that was actually Talon. Back when we could actually access this part of my old elementary school, because nowadays I think it's gated off. But back then, we would go in this part and film a bunch of videos, like Banana Gun and a couple vlogs. But nowadays, it's gated off, of course.
You can use it as a box, a cube, a rectangular prism, a three-dimensional quadrilateral.
Yeah, I thought it was so clever with some of these jokes, like this whole three-dimensional quadrilateral thing. I was like, oh my god, I learned this in Algebra 1 in 8th grade. Wow, and I can use it for this video, and I'm gonna look like I'm a fucking genius. Oh god. Yeah, I'm just looking like again. I'm looking at all of these jokes and being like, man, I thought I was really clever with all these, right? I mean, maybe I was. Maybe for an 8th grader making subpar YouTube content, maybe I was sort of clever. But also, like, no, I wasn't. Oh, shout out to my mom for helping me film this part. This was another aspect, another part of the video where I had some help behind the scenes.
But wait, we'll also throw in this. No more. Pillow. Oh, that doesn't sound that bad. Case filled with rocks.
I remember I actually went out to my backyard and got rocks for this bit. Just had to mention that.
So what are you waiting for? Order now.
Okay, so this part right here, where it's like it cuts to me watching the commercial. This part I filmed the night before the video went up, I remember, because it was a very last minute thing. It was basically like an oversight. Like I thought I had filmed this part, but I just didn't. And so when I was editing it that night, I was like, oh shoot, I didn't film this part. I need to film it really quick. So I literally got my camera at like, I think it was like 12 a.m. I think it was literally midnight. And I grabbed my camera, filmed this little part.
This is the dumbest product I've ever seen.
And edited it into the video. And that's why you can see here, normally I was going to have like the actual, you know, commercial guy show up. That's who this is supposed to be. And that's why you might notice my hair looks slightly different, because I filmed this like literally last minute. But I don't know if it was that noticeable, but
wow,
that's just something that I remember. And I feel like I'm a lot more organized now with how I film videos, but back then, God, I just did not care. But anyway, so that was YouTube magic. You know, watching it back, I think it was good for, you know, the time when I made it, for when I was first starting like making YouTube skits. But nowadays I feel like I can make a commercial parody a lot better. And I feel like I have made commercial parodies that have been a lot better. They slipped my mind now. But I do, you know, I feel like this video, it's just a classic. I'm always going to be remembered, or I'm always going to remember YouTube magic like in the future as like one of my beginning projects. So gotta appreciate it for that. But anyways, guys, excuse me, that's going to conclude this video. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video commentary. Today we are going to be watching Sunday Funnies 7. So this, you know, is pretty much just a normal episode of Sunday Funnies. The one thing that happened with this episode that, you know, I guess you could say was not particularly supposed to happen was I ended up having to release it the month after it was supposed to go up. So basically, you know, I was uploading Sunday Funnies every month this year. So, you know, the last episode before this one was the Halloween episode that was uploaded in October. And then I wanted to release this episode in November. But I just straight up was not able to finish it before November was over. So, you know, I ended up uploading it in December. And then I ended up uploading the Christmas episode a couple weeks later. And that's just how it ended up working out. I don't think a lot of people really cared or noticed, but, you know, it was something that I was, you know, kind of conscious about back then because, you know, like I said in the previous Sunday Funnies commentary video, I was very particular about my scheduling at this time. But you know what? Regardless, I think this episode came out pretty well. I remember a lot of these bits, you know, we were filming pretty regularly, like on a consistent basis, which was nice. Some of them we would have had to rush, but these were pretty, like, these were produced pretty smoothly, which was good. This skit is probably the one that aged the worst, I guess. You know, I wanted to give Andrew some sort of series, because, you know, we had Life Hacks of Those, Theories of Donovan, Logic with Talon, all these videos. And, you know, I wanted to give Andrew a series, so I gave him Stereotypes with Andrew. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the whole, like, joke of, you know, how do I even put this without getting canceled? You know, the particular jokes that we went for in this video regarding Andrew's heritage were probably not the most tasteful. But, you know, we did them. You know, what can I say? I was not the most socially, or like, I should say, what do you even call that? Like, the most woke, you know, when it came to, like, social media or the political scene, I guess. So, you know, I felt like this skit was going to fly. You know, nowadays, probably wouldn't make a skit like this. But you know what? You live and learn. That's the circle of life, baby. So, yeah. And then this whole bit is just, it leads up to him saying, you know, his catchphrase. If you can even call it that. I refuse to say it. I don't want to say it. I feel like I'm like, I don't want to offend anybody. Yep, there it was. Okay, so let's move on to the next skit. Okay, so the board game skit. So we filmed this the same day that we filmed the Snapchat Ghost video from the last episode. And also I think we filmed the first podcast, the first Toniverse podcast the same day that we filmed this. Like, you know, Nate, I still think did a really good job. And it was actually, I guess this isn't necessarily regarding this episode of Sunday Funnies, but it was actually his idea to start doing the podcasts on my second channel. Well, I think he originally suggested that I do them on my main channel, because he was a big fan of podcasts, but I ended up doing them on my second channel. And, you know, nowadays, you know, we're doing chit chats, and so, you know, I guess Nate kind of inspired that, which was pretty cool. And it's funny because this ending bit here where he shoves the checkers board off the, you know, little, it's not really a table, but that little, you know, that little thing that we had the checkers board on. He actually was the one that suggested that we add that shot, which I think worked out pretty well. I always enjoy when my friends give their creative 2 cents when it comes to making these videos, because you know, I do think that they have some really good ideas.
Toniverse presents
This skit was, you know, there's one in every there's one in every video. This was the skit that I rushed last minute. I filmed it the night before the video went up, literally in its entirety. I probably wrote it that same day, if I'm being honest. It's a pretty dumb concept. You know, I feel inclined not to say that it's the worst skit of the video, because for one, it has Frank, which, you know, any video that has Frank is obviously going to be up there. Second, I know for a fact that there's a Pewseptiplier in this episode, which, you know, probably was the worst one. But yeah, you know, on second thought, I think that this skit has some charm to it.
is more of an opinionated subject,
I like the idea of having a skit revolved around a pitch meeting for, you know, skits in general. It's very meta. I'm very much about that type of humor. So, you know, I think this one came out pretty okay.
Sleeping until we have an idea. Well, why does Frank get to sleep?
And, you know, like I said, I just enjoy any of the skits I do with Frank. As much as he's kind of a one-dimensional character, I just think his mere presence on screen is just, like, it's just something that I get enjoyment out of. So that little bit I did in the Pewseptiplier, that was probably the best thing I've ever done in a Pewseptiplier, was just that little edited clip of his intro.
Hey guys, it's me, Pewseptiplier. Today,
yeah, that was probably the best thing I've ever done with Pewseptiplier. Right there, single-handedly. So what? So he's playing Akinator. You know, it's probably, you know, something that happened a lot with these Pewseptiplier videos, but I just don't like how just all of them have the same joke. Like, especially these shorter ones that would be in the Sunday Funnies, it's basically just, you know, something happens in the game that's like meta to Pewseptiplier, and then he gets mad about it. Or at least that's what happened in the Would You Rather episode, and then I just literally copied the joke for this Pewseptiplier bit. And I don't know why I felt like these were good at the time. I feel like I don't know. I feel like at this point it was still at the point when uploading any video was like, you know, just charming in its own way. So I pretty much felt like I could upload whatever I wanted, and as long as it was mildly entertaining, you know, I just felt like I could upload it, and it was main channel worthy. And I just, watching them is just, it's a pain. This skit, thank God we're moving on to the next one. So this skit, I have a lot to say about, like, watching it nowadays, because I feel like there was a lot of potential in this one to make it a little bit more fleshed out, but for the sake of keeping it shorter, you know, considering it was in a Sunday Funnies, I really didn't go as far with it as I could have. This whole aspect of having this weird, you know, creature, ass bear. I wanted to make some sort of video where the ass bear came back, in sort of like a post-apocalyptic war video. I just thought that would always be a fun video to make, and, you know, maybe someday I'll make it. But, you know, like I said, I just felt like this video could have been fleshed out a lot more. But you know what? Still ended up being pretty charming. I remember, you know, we got Donovan to come over to help us film this little part where we're in the little alleyway. And I remember when I asked it, because originally I was just going to be the one that voices this character, this bear character here. But then I just decided to see if Donovan wanted to. I remember he originally was going to do like a higher pitched voice, but while we were filming it, we just kept cracking up at how hilarious it was that we just had him use his normal voice in the end. But looking back, I feel like if we were able to film it with the higher pitched voice, I just feel like it would have came out funnier. I feel like there's a video on my second channel where it shows like the entirety of the uncut footage of us filming Donovan's lines for this video, and I feel like that video might have even a little bit more entertainment value than this this video. No, this was a good episode. I'm pretty proud of this episode. This was probably the last episode of Sunday Funnies that was like not super complex. Like, I think the next two were had a lot more going on in them, which I don't necessarily think it makes it worse by any means, but it definitely makes it a little less important in the grand scheme of things to the whole Sunday Funnies series. But that being said, like I said, I enjoyed this episode. I think it came out pretty good. But with that, I think that's going to conclude this commentary video. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is the Little Pump Goody Gang Genius parody. So I know that the title is a little elaborate, but let me explain. So basically, if you weren't already aware, there's a company, Genius, or like a music sort of based company named Genius, who does interviews with popular musicians and music artists, and they do interviews where they basically have the artist break down the lyrics of a particular song. And so I thought it'd be funny, at least when I made this video, that to do a sort of Genius style video for Goody Gang, Donovan or Little Pump's song. So that's what we did. We filmed this very soon after Goody Gang was posted. So it was right off of the hype of Goody Gang. In fact, I remember around the time when I posted this video, Goody Gang, my friends were promoting Goody Gang and getting it really popular. That's how it got to like the 1,000+ views that it's at right now. And so that's when I posted this video, where it was like an official lyrics and meaning for the song Goody Gang. But really, what I don't know if a lot of people realize is that this video is also just a parody of Backpack Kid's Genius video, which is an actual video that came out around the time when I wrote this. But basically, Backpack Kid is the IB Flossin guy. And so I kind of sort of based this video around that one. So if you haven't already seen that video, it might give more context to this one. But regardless, we're not talking about that. We're just going to do a commentary for this video. So without overcomplicating things any further, let's hit play and watch this thing. So yeah, this whole swipe thing that Donovan does here is a direct callback to that Backpack Kid Genius video, because that's what he does at the end, or at the beginning, I should say. So this whole part right here. So I used to film on my, or not film, I used to edit on my phone. So I edited that entire little sequence that you just saw on my phone. That entire sequence, I think it was like a 15-second sequence, not even 15 seconds, took me an entire day because I was doing it on my phone. Hey, it worked. I did it. I'm proud of it. Now I obviously I could do that a lot easier with the editor I use now. But just the fact that I did it back then on such a horrible phone editor, I don't know. I don't know how I did it. I couldn't tell you. But anyway.
Remember, these interviews are great.
So obviously in the actual Genius videos, they don't
hey guys,
have
this is my agent.
a
Don't tell them that.
Oh, never
they
mind,
they
this is
just
not
are
my
talking
agent.
to the artist, and there's not really anyone else like in the video, unless there's more than one artist, but otherwise there's usually just the artist in the video. But for this, I wanted to have like a secondary character for Donovan to kind of play off of. So I invented the character of the what do they call him? Oh, the agent. Yeah, the agent for Lil Pump, which was played by me, which is also kind of like a reference to the fact that I was like the other part of the creation of Goody Gang besides Donovan. So that explains that.
How long has this song been out? 2 months already?
So I kind of tried to replicate the editing style of the actual Genius videos here.
Making this song was a lot of fun.
I don't know if it's noticeable. It's probably noticeable, but you can kind of tell how compressed this video is. I feel like the quality got really like really watered down, I guess is a way I would put it when I was editing this, because I had to put a lot of layers on this video, and I don't know how to explain it other than that I edit videos in parts. So basically each 30-second interval of this video was its own part, and then I combined all of the parts for the actual final video. And I think when I was doing that, that's what caused the quality to drop so much. because it's pretty darn noticeable how bad the quality is when you're watching this back. I don't think it detracts necessarily from the actual content of the video, but it's definitely noticeable. So this was like I think this was like the first skit I wrote for 2019. So I feel like it's a little rough around the edges looking back on it.
This one lyric at a time, right? We can do groups.
God, I don't know where that shirt went. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the shirt that I'm wearing in this shot, and I really liked that shirt, and I don't know where it went, but I think I lost it. Well, I think I actually I'm getting off topic from the actual video. Let me stop.
Read those books and prove
So also shout out to Donovan for letting us film this in his house or his old house.
That's why I only one food a day. Any more than that, you're just
because it definitely was a process. I remember we had just waken up from a sleepover. By we, I mean me, Donovan, Andrew, Cody, and Dean. We had just woken up from having a sleepover, and we just filmed this. And I think we were super tired, and I don't know if we really wanted to film it, but we did. And so I got to give shout out to my friends as always for putting up with, my silly little skits.
That's the best way to secure yourself when you're in a moving vehicle.
Yeah, so looking back at this, I do think I kind of was able to replicate the editing style of the Genius videos decently well.
No. The press is not.
Besides the fact that we had to do kind of these like shaky cameras where it switched between me or the agent and Little Pump. But that was just to kind of have a character for Donovan to play off of here. And so I think it worked for a parody. I really don't like this font that I used for the lyrics. I can't stress how much I wish I used a different font because it just looks so like look at it.
New kicks looking super sweet.
It just looks so like obviously this wouldn't be used in an actual video. And I was trying my best to make this look as close to an actual Genius video as possible, but that's like one aspect of this video that I'm upset that I decided to do it that way. And I think that's mainly because if you watch a Genius video, the way that they format the lyrics of the song is very particular, and I was trying my best to replicate that with the editing software that I was using, but it just didn't end up translating super well. But maybe it did. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself. But nevertheless, that's just how I feel. What can I say? So this joke right here was actually, this was like one of the first jokes I wrote for this video. I knew I wanted to have this.
Dude, okay, so
and I think it worked out pretty well.
Alright, so now I'm going to teach you guys how to perform my signature dance move, the little pump bump.
And so this is, this whole part right here where he does the little pump bump. This is a direct callback to another part of the Backpack Kid Genius video where he teaches you how to floss. And I wanted to make Donovan do a similar thing and make him like show how to perform some dance. And so we came up with a little pump bump, and we literally came up with it on the spot. I think I came up with the name while I was writing the video, but then while we were, I just in the script I wrote down like Donovan does a funny dance here. So I literally I didn't know what I wanted Donovan to do. I just know I wanted him to do a funny dance.
Get ready here.
So I remember one aspect of this. I remember on the comments of this video, someone commented that they thought that this right here where he's screaming, they thought that this was the dance. So I just thought that was kind of funny.
Okay. I'm ready. Okay.
Yeah, one thing, if you watch the behind the scenes for this video, you might remember that Donovan broke a stool.
And then you go.
Because when we were looking for something for him to sit on
That's the little pump bump.
for this video, he originally used like a bedside stool, and it wasn't very sturdy, but we thought it would work. It ended up not working, and it broke. Part of the table broke. I mean, it was an old bedside table, so it wasn't really his fault or anyone's fault necessarily. But in retrospect, we probably shouldn't have used it. But because we did end up finding, obviously, this red chair that he's sitting in now.
It's fine. Thanks for having him, guys.
Remember to wear your seatbelt when you're texting and driving.
No, don't say that.
Jonathan Timmy writes all my songs for me.
Shut up.
And that's the video. There you go. There you have it. Oh, and I kind of tried to have like this little end screen here that was kind of matched the color scheme of the Genius videos. But anyway, guys, so yeah, that was the Genius parody. Another video that I'm pretty proud of to have come out in the last couple years of Toniverse. And I think it ended up doing decently well. I think it's pretty fondly remembered. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So I think that's going to conclude this video. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys on the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video commentary. Today we are watching Sunday Funnies 8, aka the, inevitable Christmas themed episode. Like I said in the Halloween episode, always wanted to do a Christmas special in some capacity, and this was my Christmas special of this series that I was doing on my channel. Some notes about this episode. I literally filmed most of it in the span of a week, and I had never done that with any Sunday Funnies video, but I think it was a combination of not having a lot of time between the last episode coming out and this episode coming out, because remember, the last episode, Sunday Funnies 7, came out like in December. It came out like 3 weeks before I wanted this episode to go up, which this episode ended up going up on Christmas Day, which ended up working out pretty well. But I didn't have a lot of time to prepare this episode after the last one. So, I had to work with that setback, which ended up making it so I had to film basically the entirety of the episode during winter break of that year, right before Christmas, which still got it out on Christmas Day, so I'm still happy about it. But that was, a lot of, pressure for that 1 week. But, we'll see if it holds up. I think it does. I think this episode's a pretty good one. But, I like this little intro. I didn't end up having Talon make a Christmas-themed intro like he did with the Halloween episode because, I don't know, I think, like I said, like I really am like a broken record. But, we were running low on time, and, I just used the old one, and I just, did this funny little Christmas edit at the end here, which ended up still working, so I'm satisfied with it. Okay, so this first skit here, let me tell you something about this first skit. So this was the only skit of the episode that wasn't filmed in that 1 week of winter break, because we filmed it in early November, because what I wanted to do was, get this video ready, like before December even hit. Like I wanted to be, ready well in advance for these videos to come out, since I was doing them on such a tight schedule. So I think I at least wrote most of this video in November, probably got a little sidetracked because of Sunday Funnies 7, and then ended up writing the other skits later in the month of December. But this skit I had finished in November, and we filmed it in November, and it didn't go so well. Mainly because, back then I was very much a stickler about, background noise and the quality of, like, just the audio and the visuals of these videos. And I wanted them to feel like they were well produced, or at least my idea of what a well-produced video was. So, and this video was this bit of this entire video was pretty complex to film, because it featured not one, not two, not three, but four of my friends in it at once, and we filmed it all this same day. So, this one little 1 minute video took us about, I want to say 3 to 4 hours to film in total, just because, one, there was a lot of, like, coordination that it took with my friends to get some of the shots right. Two, I was pretty picky about certain shots. Even if there was like a slight noise in the background that I didn't want to be there, I would make us redo the shot. And honestly, looking back, I probably was being a little bit too strict about it. I think I've definitely eased up since then, but at least back then I was very, very anal about that kind of stuff, and I think that pissed off some of my friends, and rightfully so. I was probably being a jerk about it. I think if you go back and watch the behind the scenes for this video, you can kind of see a little bit of that. But you live and learn, or you grow up and you start learning how to you know, handle these types of situations a little bit better, I'd like to think. Like situations where things might not be exactly going your way, but you kind of just have to like sit there and deal with it sometimes. And I think that was a learning experience that I got out of filming this particular bit. But this was probably like this, you know, honestly, even with that, I think this was still one of the most fun to film, or at least one of the most fun to look back on. I remember looking back at this video, like, okay, let me just give you an example. So right here, you can see how much later in the day we had filmed this bit with Donovan, Gregory, and Nate here. After, like, if you compare it to the shots of me and Cody from prior, you can see the progression in the day, what's happening. But what was I saying? I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, this shot right here where Donovan says "get him" took us like half an hour. I feel like. But yeah, no. I remember for a long time after this video was filmed, you know, me and my friends would joke about it all the time because of how bad it went. But you know what? We did it, and that's all that matters. And now you can definitely see how all of the like skits after that one were definitely filmed within the same span of time. You can just tell by my hair length alone that this was filmed a lot longer, like after the Santa Hats one. It's another dad and son skit. You know, I really tried to push these characters for a while. I haven't done a video with them in a while. I don't know if I ever will again. Because I feel like they were an example of like a couple of characters that were charming back then, but I don't know how well I could pull them off now. But you know what? We'll see. We'll definitely see. I know for a fact that those cookies that I'm eating were store-bought. Definitely didn't actually make them. But it worked out. I think it was an example of one of those things that I would like beg my mom to buy for me so I could use it in this video. Well, not beg, but you know, just ask very politely. I know for a fact that this skit was fun for Donovan to edit because he edited, or not this skit, but like the behind the scenes for this skit. He ended up editing the behind the scenes for this entire episode. You know, years after it came out, but I know it was fun for him, so that's good. This skit with Brennen, I feel like this skit, actually, I was going to say that this skit started the trend of me throwing things at Brennen in every video, but I feel like that was started in like the egg video, honestly. But this skit, I guess you could say one aspect of this skit that I feel like people might not really realize is like, I feel like it kind of started this idea that anytime Brennen was in a video, or at least in a lot of instances, he would stand by this fridge for whatever reason. And maybe subconsciously that inspired me to give him his own series where he very literally stands in front of this fridge every episode. You know, maybe subconsciously, maybe it didn't. But still something I think is worth pointing out. Those earbuds, actually, I remember, I didn't even buy them. I didn't even own an iPhone at the time that we filmed this. I think one of my old buddies from elementary school let me have his old pair because he got a new pair. But I just thought that was something kind of interesting. So this skit right here. Oh, one thing is, I don't know if a lot of people realize this, but this shot of all these presents under this tree, this was taken at Donovan's house because I just needed a shot of a Christmas tree with a bunch of presents, and the only Christmas tree that we had at my house was this little small, more decorative one. Like we weren't really into buying like real trees as often, or as much as other people, so we usually just went with a smaller one. But you know, for the sake of this skit, I wanted to use a big sorry. I wanted to use a big tree for that scene, and I think it ended up working a lot better. So this little bit was, I know for a fact, like I think I was a little uncomfortable with that joke where I alluded to saying the D word. More, you know, do I bother saying dick? I was afraid to say dick. Okay, I didn't know if that joke would really like fit well with this, you know, atmosphere of my videos that I was trying to create here. But, you know, I think it ended up working out okay. You can see my amiibo collection back there. I don't know if that was subtly me trying to flex that, or I should say not so subtly.
Shut up. Yes, all right.
I think that Christmas sweater that Frank's wearing I actually got from a thrift store specifically for this video. I still have it to this day. Okay, and then in this last skit, the white shirt one, I don't think this one is as, like, cleverly Christmas themed as the other ones. I feel like I could have, you know, with a lot of these bits, I think usually what I would do is I would just think, like, okay, like, what do you think of when you think of this holiday? Like, what do you think of when you think of Christmas? Oh, you think of presents, trees, snow, Christmas shopping. And I was like, okay, so I'll do a skit about Christmas shopping. And that was, like, my creative process for some of these videos. I think that shot was really bad. Oh, goodness. I look at some of these old, like, I look at some of this old cinematography of these videos and I just feel like I could have done a lot better if I was making these now. But, you know, I feel like this episode is one of the more feel-good ones, and maybe that's just because it's Christmas themed. But still, I'm pretty satisfied with it. Considering I got it out like on Christmas Day, I think that was pretty fitting. Just so happened that Christmas landed on a Sunday. It worked out pretty well. And that's pretty much all I have to say about this video. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we are going to be watching is titled No Mustache. So this is another, again, I know I say this a lot, a classic Toniverse video from 2016, from when I first started. It was a skit that I filmed in October of that year, so right around when my freshman year started. Not that that is that relevant to point out, but basically the premise of this video, the backstory behind it, is I had just started cutting off my mustache again because I just decided that I didn't want to have a mustache anymore. I didn't want to be known as that guy with a mustache. I was done with that chapter of my life. And so I shaved it off, and my friends were pretty supportive of it. But essentially, this is my imagination of a world where my friends were not supportive of it, and they didn't accept me unless I had a mustache. So that's what the inspiration for this skit was revolved around. So that being said, let's get started. So we filmed this in Cody's old house. And there we go. We actually filmed both of these shots at separate times. So we filmed the parts with Donovan and Cody here at a separate time that we filmed my parts. But it was only like 2 days away, so it didn't end up really mattering. One thing that I feel like I've mentioned in some capacity before, but maybe I never mentioned it. I don't know. Maybe I never mentioned it in an actual video. Is I actually planned for Ellis and Talon to play these roles. I don't know why. I just wrote the video with them in mind. I just thought that they would do a good job, and I still think that they would. But I think Donovan and Cody also did a very good job in these roles. I think they, considering at the time, I don't think they were in many skits, especially Cody. This was like his first like actual skit that he was in, and I think he did a good job considering that. I gotta give props to him for that, and Donovan, of course. But they were like, I feel like you can kind of tell that they were a little nervous being on camera. But I think that just adds to the charm of this video. So, gotta appreciate that.
Why'd you shave your mustache?
Why does that matter? Guys,
and there's a lot of inconsistencies in this video. I think that's kind of the thing that we were trying to do with this video. Is it's almost like a spot the difference type thing. Well, I don't even know that. It's like a continuity error test. Like if you can watch the video and notice every single like inconsistency that we put in the video, I mean, props to you, I guess, but like my point of saying this is that we really, like, while we were filming it, if you watch the behind the scenes, you can tell that we were like, oh, in this part, let's have Donovan and Cody switch hats. At this part, let's have Cody wear a different hat. At this point, let's have them switch shirts. I don't actually think they switched shirts at any point, but we were doing that because we just thought that that was funny. I think I intended for them to actually be holding like real guns at this point, but we only had Nerf guns. But I think that in the end that ended up making it funnier. And also, you know, YouTube doesn't really like guns in videos nowadays, so like it's probably good that we kept this a little bit more PG, a little bit more grounded.
Why do you guys even care so much?
You've always had a mustache ever since we met you. And we're used to
Maybe there's not as many inconsistencies as I thought. I wasn't originally intending for Cody to wear this cowboy hat, but I think it ended up working out pretty well. I just think it just adds, I don't know, it just adds something. I couldn't tell you what exactly it adds, but it adds a certain charm to the video. So I wanted to pause here because just maybe a little interesting aspect. This part right here where Cody's audio, like Cody says, like I said, ever since we met you, we had to redub that audio. And I just want to point out, I feel like we did a pretty good job because I don't think anyone noticed. And even now watching it back, it's kind of hard to notice. But if you kind of pay attention closely, Cody's mouth, what he's actually saying, doesn't match up with what you're hearing.
We're used to it now.
I've only had it for like 2 years.
Like you said, ever since we met you.
Yeah, it looks so seamless. But I remember when we filmed it originally, what he actually said was something along the lines of, like I said, ever since we met you. And when in reality, he was supposed to say, like he said, ever since we met you. It's a very small difference, but it was significant enough for me to say, hey, we got to redub your audio. So I actually went over back to Cody's house in like November because that was like right before I posted this video. And I set up the camera and had Cody, I set up the camera basically in the same position that it was in here. And I had Cody stand in the exact same place and I had him say the line again. And that was it. That was the whole thing we did. And it worked out. I think it worked out pretty well. So I know that might not be that interesting, but I just thought that was something to point out. So
the 3rd grade.
that's what these commentary videos are for.
Years ago.
No.
Okay, so you do the thing,
Um,
you foil the plan, and then you wait.
But yeah, again, I have to say, I just think anytime I'm in a video with my friends, I feel like it just makes the video a lot better.
What matters is you need to grow it back
Um,
now.
I've already made my decision.
I feel like I always enjoy say, okay, there's Cody wearing a different hat, like I said.
Well, for one
But anyway,
I was always
I feel like anytime my friends are in a video, I just end up getting a lot more enjoyment out of the video. So this part right here where Cody covered his face in peanut butter, this literally took like half an hour just to film this scene. and you know, it was worth it. I just got to say it was worth it. But okay, Arlo, let's not interrupt my commentary video, Arlo. Thank you. Anyway, so yeah, so we literally took like 30 minutes to film this one part because it was just so funny. We were laughing so much. Go watch the behind the scenes of this video if you haven't already. It's hilarious.
Maybe look way too old.
Or if you, even if you've already seen it, go rewatch it. It might be funnier than the main video.
And he's doing all right. Well,
Donovan and Cody had a lot of like
Look, guys,
creative
it was fun having a mustache for a
ideas
while, but
when we were filming this. So like
nope.
the whole you can't thing right there, that was their idea. I did not intend for them to dab or do that, but they wanted to do it, and I think it was funny.
Wait, before
Looking
you leave,
back.
we have a video that we want to show you.
Okay.
just sit down and
So this video here, this is about, we're about to see a, oh, look, you can see like baby pictures of Cody in the background. But you're about to see a little tribute to my mustache here. And this whole video I made after we filmed this already. So we're basically looking at nothing in this part of the video. We're basically looking at Cody's TV and there's nothing playing on the TV. And I just think that that's kind of funny in retrospect. But yeah, and I actually came over 2 days later. If you watch behind the scenes, I won't even have to explain that. But 2 days after we filmed this part of the video, I came back over to Cody's house, filmed my parts, my parts where it was just me talking. And then we filmed them singing. And oh my god, if there's one part of this video that I love, it's their singing of I Will Remember You. I think that's just the highlight part of this video. You could even hear Cody laugh at the end here, I think. Yeah, you can. I just was like, I'm just going to leave that in.
That was pretty touching.
It was pretty funny.
Does this mean you're gonna grow your mustache back?
Nope.
God, you can see how long my freaking sideburns were at this point.
All right.
I don't know why. I hate having long sideburns now. That's like mutton chops, dude. Anyway, there's Cody beating the shit out of me with a bat. Yeah, and then I had Cody and Donovan draw a mustache on me and a little beard for this part of the video. And it was funny because the day that we filmed this, there was a football game at our school, and I went to that football game. So I don't remember if I still had like this mustache drawn on my face when we went to the game. But we did this like moments before I was about to go like see a bunch of my peers from school. So I guess that was pretty bold of us, right? I don't know, man. This video is like fever dream. No, but I enjoyed this video a lot. It's a fun one to revisit. And yeah, I just feel like this ended up being another video that a lot of people that watch my videos around this time remember. And it was fun to rewatch, I have to say. But that being said, guys, I think that's going to wrap up this video. So thank you guys for watching, as always. And I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we are going to be watching is Sunday Funnies 9, which is the last episode, or I should say was the last episode of the Sunday Funnies series that I made all the way back in 2017. Originally, I wanted this episode to come out in January of 2017, you know, a month after the Christmas episode. But it actually ended up getting pushed back by a couple months, coming out in March of that year. Simply because I think I was getting to the point where I was getting kind of burnt out on making Sunday Funnies, and I wanted to focus a lot of my attention on other projects. So, you know, this episode ended up coming out a little bit later, but I still think this episode came out pretty good. I will say there is a Pewseptiplier skit in this one, so you know that obviously holds it back a little bit. But I do think the Pewseptiplier skit in this one was a little bit more fleshed out than some of them were, or a lot of them were. So you know, overall, I think this episode came out pretty good. It's also the longest episode of Sunday Funnies, which is may just be because there was an update at the end of it, which wasn't, you know, like I didn't actually plan to be in the episode when I was producing it, but then I was like, yeah, I'll just throw it in there. It's kind of a teaser for Sunday Funnies 10, which obviously didn't end up coming out, but nevertheless, let's just start watching it. You know, if I was gonna make a Sunday Funnies 10, I feel like I would want to see if Talon would like to remake the intro. I'd like to see how he would do that. Okay, so this first skit, the rubber band gun, obviously a sequel to the banana gun skit from Sunday Funnies 2. I always wanted to do like some sort of sequel to that video. And you know, I was like, maybe I should make it a standalone skit. Maybe I should include it in the Sunday Funnies. Ended up including it in the Sunday Funnies. We actually recorded this before Sunday Funnies 8 came out, which was you know just me trying to plan ahead. And this rubber band gun that I was using, people might not know this, but I actually got this from the camp that I went to over the summer. I think I ended up getting 2. I don't know why. I think it cost me maybe $10-15, but it was just like you know, I don't actually remember if I was wanting to make a sequel to Banana Gun and then that's why I bought it, or if it was the other way around. I don't quite remember. But I do remember this scene. This scene was fun to film. Oh, I don't know if you notice, but in the background here of this shot, not only I didn't notice this originally, but there was a water bottle in the little door, like little window there. That's interesting. But also, you can see in the background there's some yellow tape with like one of those orange cones. I think this was around the time when they were starting to gate up the middle schools and the elementary schools around this area, which now obviously they're these giant black fences. You can't even really get into the schools. But you know, I think that might have been why we wanted to film in this particular area. But also it could have just been because we filmed the first banana gun at this elementary school, and we just decided to use a different part of it. That part right there where Gregory dabbed, that was not originally in the script. He just decided to do that, and I think it ended up coming out pretty funny. Oh yeah, that's Rubber Band Gun. So this is the Pewseptiplier that I was talking about. You know, I typically didn't write Pewseptiplier videos when I was making them. I pretty much it would pretty much just be improv every single time. You know, and you know, certain episodes came out better than others. I think this was the only one that I actually wrote, or at least partly wrote. I think this part right here, mostly anytime Pewseptiplier is actually playing a game, it's not scripted. It's pretty much just anything that comes to my mind. I just pretty much say to the camera, and then I cut out any of the bad parts. You know, quote unquote bad parts, assuming you don't think all of it is bad. Man, I'm really hard on Pewseptiplier. Yeah, no, this one probably came out a little bit better than some of the other ones, just because I actually had a different character playing off of Pewseptiplier that wasn't like a clone of him or his ghost or some other random character that didn't end up mattering. I think I don't even know if the other character in this one is supposed to be me or if it's just supposed to be a random guy. But you know, he's here.
Was that the doorbell?
I wonder if I even still have those headphones. I'm just thinking about that right now. I don't think I still have those headphones. I think they ended up breaking because I remember I used to use those for editing, actually. But then I think at one point I pulled them out of my computer while I was editing, and the end of it just straight up like came off, like snapped off, and got stuck in the computer, and I actually had to... I think we actually had to end up like opening up the computer to get it out, which was not too convenient, but you know, because it happens. Yeah, so this part, I'm pretty sure I wrote out this little skit part. Yeah, this is you know, it's something. it's you know, charming. God, I say that. I feel like I've been saying that in all of these Sunday Funnies commentaries. But yeah, no, that's the most I can say about this without sounding like a narcissist, is that they're charming. So this episode, or this skit, the laugh track commercial. What can I say about this one? I think the concept of like having a commercial parody in the middle of a Sunday Funnies is kind of creative. You know, obviously it still was one of the skits, but it's still like, I don't know. I think it came out pretty good. I like this little bit that Brennen has. Oh, there's my old phone. Still, I don't know where that phone is. I wish I could find that. It had a lot of old... I think it had a lot of old scripts on it and just old assets that I would use in videos. I don't know if you guys know this, but I used to write all of my scripts on my phone. I still did like actually like even like a year ago at this point. But then I started writing them on my laptop, and I think it ends up working out a lot better that way. I think I can write scripts a lot more organized now. I think this is another instance where we filmed out in public and people were giving us weird looks. Oh, okay, so right here, I don't know if a lot of people read the little blurb I wrote at the bottom here, but you know, I put a lot of thought into this. If we read it here, you can see it. It said, "Please allow 6 to 9 weeks for delivery." Haha, it's like 69. Side effects include vomiting, nausea, which, you know, both kind of go hand in hand. So maybe, I don't know if that was like the comedy behind that. Headaches, deja vu, dizziness, I don't know why I listed deja vu as a side effect. I feel like I didn't know what deja vu was at this point, because I must have thought it was some sort of like illness or like side effect of an illness. Oh no, wait, no. I just remembered why I included it, because I say dizziness, intense scare rush, deja vu, and that's the joke. That's the joke. Okay, I just remembered my own joke. Good job, Antonio. And death, funny. Battery's not included. Haha, it's not a battery. Why am I even bothering to explain the joke behind this? In fact, nothing will be included if you order it. This is a fake advertisement in a comedy video on YouTube, and if you actually call the number expecting to order the laugh track in real life, you should probably seek mental help. If you actually pause the video here so you could read all of this shit, comment watermelon down below. I'm really hoping to see a bunch of watermelon comments down there, otherwise I'll feel like I wrote this whole thing, the whole dumb thing for nothing. Which I did. I do think I wrote it for nothing, because I didn't see a single person comment watermelon on this video. So obviously, people didn't care as much about reading the blurb as I thought they would, which is okay. It's fine. I'm not bitter about it at all. So what's the next skit here? Oh, the Smack Cam skit. That's right. I don't know why. What made me think to make this skit now? I remember literally writing it like not too long before the episode actually came out. And at this point, Smack Cam was such an outdated thing. So, maybe that's the angle I was going at here. I actually still have that little mechanical hand thing. I don't know where I got it from. I feel like it was some toy store when I was like really little, but I ended up, I think that's one thing that I admire about some of these early videos, is that I actually tried to use a lot of the old toys and old like just random props I would have, sort of like the microphone, the narrator microphone from Sunday Funnies 8. I think that's where a lot of the inspiration for some of these skits came from, was just me looking around my house and seeing what I had lying around, and then just using those. Yes, when I had Gregory throw all this crap at me, that was fun. Oh, so you can see right there, that's my new phone. So I had my old phone with the blue case and my newer phone in the same video. That's kind of interesting. I never realized that. But yeah, I did end up getting a better phone. I don't even think it was that much better than the Samsung I had, which was the one with the blue case. But it did the job. I think now that I have an iPhone, I think I've just been completely, utterly spoiled. I don't know if I could ever go back to Android, but also, can we just talk about the fact that I decided to make like a period joke? Like, I don't, like, why? Like, what? I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to like go back to my mind in 2017, 2016. What prompted me to make a period joke? I don't know. Anyway, let's go on to card throwing shenanigans, which this was the only skit or only bit in this episode that wasn't planned to be in it, or that it wasn't like actually like a skit. It was just basically, one day, I think we actually filmed this like back in October of 2016. And it wasn't even like, it was just us just randomly deciding to make a video. Like, it wasn't anything planned. And I was just like, okay, I have this footage. What the hell do I use it for? I'll just smack it at the end of Sunday Funnies 9, I guess. In hindsight, I don't know if this made for the like best conclusion bit in the epised.
Okay, guys, you know what?
I think it has its little wholesome charm to it. But at the end of the day, I feel like I could have just added a normal skit to the end of it. But anyway, so that was Sunday Funnies 9. Still the longest episode, even without the little update I did at the end here. But I do think I should end up making, I do want to end up making a Sunday Funnies 10. Not that I feel like I should, but I feel like it would just round out the series in general. Kind of having 9 episodes just feels a little weird. But I still think this episode came out pretty good. But yeah, so that was Sunday Funnies 9. Hope you guys enjoyed this commentary video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today we are going to be watching The Quest for Toilet Paper Extended Cut. So if you saw the video that I posted last Friday, the episode of Scrapped, it covered this video, obviously. But I didn't actually put this version, the extended cut of the video, in that video because it's so long and there's so much weird stuff in it. I mean, there's so much there's a lot of weird stuff in the regular cut of the video that I actually posted to the main channel, but there's even more weird stuff in this version. So I figured, hey, let's do a commentary video. Let's talk about the weird stuff. Let me try to explain myself the best I can, and probably not really be able to do a good job because I was like 13 when I made this video and I have no idea what my mindset was like back then. But I'm going to try to explain it as best as I can. So without further ado, let's start the video. So as I mentioned in the regular, in the actual Scrapped episode, something that I would do a lot when I would make these weird like improv videos is I would just look at a object in my house and then just be like, yep, that's a video. So in this case, I looked at a roll of toilet paper and I thought about the scenario where like you run out of toilet paper and then you're stuck in the bathroom. I guess that was the logic there. Also, can we mention the rubber ducky collection there? I just wanted to point that out really quick. So yeah, these videos have a lot of weird jokes that I think I just found funny in the moment of filming. This is why I script my videos. Also, just to be clear, I was not naked in that shot, and I didn't just like obscure my junk out of that shot. I was not. I had clothes on. I just made it look like I was obviously not wearing pants. Anyway, we don't need to linger on that subject.
There's gotta be a way to get out of here.
So I don't know. So like I said, like I would do these videos off the cuff, just improv them. So I guess like I think I struggled to think of a plot in the moment. So I was like, what could I do to get toilet paper? And the conclusion I came up with is that I would play a character called that was just the physical embodiment of the internet. And I would ask them to get toilet paper. And then I was like, what if I made that more complex by making the internet somehow be able to clone me? And then I ask my clone to get the toilet paper. But instead of just having the internet clone me, I have the internet explain to me how to clone myself. And then I clone myself. See, it's really elaborate. My vision was it was ahead of its time, truly. So, I'm basically Martin Scorsese. But I just wanted to mention here, that voice that I'm using, the internet voice, it's like a weird text-to-speech sort of voice. That was actually me putting the lines into a text-to-speech like website on my 3DS, nonetheless. If I remember correctly, I think I remember. So I think I went to my computer because I didn't have a smartphone at the time, right? And I didn't edit these videos, obviously, so it's not like I could just edit in the text-to-speech voice. But basically what I would do is I would go to my computer, I would type up the lines into a text-to-speech bot. I would take my 3DS, record the lines off of my, on my 3DS, and then play them from my 3DS in the actual video, and then mouth the line in the text-to-speech voice in these parts. I know. Yeah, did I lose you there?
Kind of hoping that you would.
Because I kind of lost myself midway through that whole spiel. Anyway, yeah, gotta love those exaggerated lip movements, Antonio. They really add to the character of the physical embodiment of the internet.
All of that just to clone myself?
Yeah, I don't know why I made these videos so complex. I really don't.
All I would have to do is...
Oh, and then that part right there, where I yelled, do it. That was me just recording my voice on my 3DS and then using, there was an audio editor on the 3DS that I would use to lower the pitch and that's what made it sound like a monster essentially. Also, wait, I don't think you can tell by this shot, but I think that I don't know what book that is. I feel like that was some book that I had to read for like my 7th grade reading class or something, and I was just like, that's a prop that I can use for this. And then obviously here's me laying on the bathroom floor, very sanitary. There's my clone, just me with a different shirt on. I actually go as far to explain that in the video because I'm very meta and very clever.
Right. Well, if you're my
about
clone,
how
then
me
why
wearing
are you
a different shirt
than I am?
is
So the
justified,
audience can tell us
even
apart.
though I'm a clone, because it's the audience can tell us apart.
Oh. Okay.
Very funny, very
So can
humorous.
you go get me toilet paper?
Can do.
And then he goes off to get toilet paper, and now we get to the interesting part of the video. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why I did that like hair, like
Why do I feel like this isn't gonna end well?
flip thing. I don't even think you could call it that. But anyway, so here's the part. This part I filmed days later, with Talon and Ellis. Obviously, they show up later in the video. But basically, I was like, "Hey, I need your guys' help for this video." So we went out in the blazing heat. I'm pretty sure it was like mid-May or mid-June when we filmed this. So it was pretty hot outside. And I thought that would be a great opportunity to film shots of me lying on rocks, on hot, sun-scorched rocks, because I just thought that was a good idea. So that's what I did. So yeah, whenever we would go to this park, because this was not the last time that we filmed at this park, obviously. We filmed at this park many times once I started my channel as well. But there were like, almost always when we would come here, there was at least one group of people or children playing, and we always felt so uncomfortable filming in front of them because we knew we were doing weird stuff, and we didn't want them to think we were, well, weird. There's Talon cameo. Just wanted to point that out. Young Talon cameo, nonetheless. So soon you'll be able, because up until this point, this is all stuff that was in the actual, I keep wanting to call it the theatrical cut of this video, but it was just the version that went up on my channel. See, I don't know if it's just me, but I can't take the idea of using water fountains seriously ever since COVID started. Like, I just can't fathom using a public water fountain anymore. So that just did not age well, in my opinion. I mean, you can make the argument that this video didn't age well in general. So I think I cut this extended portion of Ellis sliding down the slide in the actual video because I just thought it was too boring, I guess. Like, at the time when we filmed it, we thought it was hilarious because that was just our sense of humor. I don't know if people caught that, but he said it's all ogre now because this was during the era of Shrek, and Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life was a really popular meme at the time. So we were obsessed with ogre jokes because we're hilarious. Okay, so up there, I'm sure people noticed this. That up there is my friend. That person up there is my old friend Ethan, who I don't think wanted to be in the video, or at least he didn't want to have like an established role in the video, but he wanted to hang out with us while we filmed it, so he's just in the background. And that's not the only shot he's in. I'll point out another one. Right here in this shot of us pointing at this tree over here, he's down there. You can probably see him holding onto the tree. And if you listen really closely, you can hear him say, "My name Jeff," because that was also very funny to us at the time. Let's see if you can catch it here.
Sure. Over there.
Yeah, it's pretty clearly there. So I don't quite understand, even to this day, why the plot revolved around me getting a leaf and why that was what I decided to be like the toilet paper. I guess my thought process was like, trees are used to make paper, so a leaf is used to make toilet paper. I don't know. I think that was the logic. I really couldn't tell you if it was any deeper than that. But then I also gave me a reason to, well, I don't know. I'll explain it later. Never mind. And then this part. Originally in this part, I had the audio of just like when we actually filmed this in, but it was so jarring to hear it on top of the music that I put over it. So I just decided to cut it out. Also, I did not plan on Ellis following me here. I think the entire time that I was filming this scene, he was doing this and I had no idea. And then when we actually watched it back, I was like, bruh. But it was still pretty funny nonetheless, at the time at least. And then we decided to have this 2D Mario section at this point, which props to Talon for being a great cameraman there. And then here's like a whole section of deleted scenes here. So there's this portion where I fall over. This was not in the original video. And then Ellis shows up on his big ass wheeled bike. Did I say that correctly? His bike with big ass wheels. That he used to ride all the time. Did he say? I think he just said it's all over now again. Yeah, he said it again. And then there's Ellis being funny, falling in the bush. And then Talon gets a hold of the leaf, and he steals the bike. And you can probably see why I decided to cut this part out of the video. And then here's Talon riding the bike with Ellis singing because we're very funny. I know it's boring to just hear me explain every single joke, but I'm more or less just trying to like go back to like 2015 me and just try to like manifest my thought process from that era or from that time in my life. I think at this point I was just like, I just thought Ellis and Talon were just inherently funny. So anything that they thought was funny, I would just kind of crack up at. I laugh pretty easily, even to this day. But I think back then I would just laugh at anything. Anything that was just like ridiculous. And that, you know, if that's not a description of like middle school humor, then I don't know what it is. Anyway, so here's the portion of the video that was actually in the video. I can't talk. This was in the scrapped episode. So
I finally
that's something.
got toilet paper.
So he finally brings back the toilet paper. I think that I ended up filming this like a week after I filmed the original part. And then I scream. And I think that so essentially, for those of you who didn't understand this part and why he screamed, basically my clone brought myself the leaf for his toilet paper. He used it, and the leaf, I guess, was like really rough on his ass. or it had like, I don't know, it was just, it didn't, I don't know. I think that's what I was going with. I think that was legitimately my thought process, was like, oh yeah, the leaf is like rough, and like he uses it on his ass, and then it's like rough on his ass, and then he screams because he's in pain. And that was the explanation that my brain gave for why he screams. And really, I just wanted an excuse to scream, because that was another thing that I thought that was very funny back then, was just screaming. So yeah, glad I've evolved past that, obviously, and I never scream in videos anymore. That was sarcasm.
I guess next time I should just leave him alone.
Yep, gotta end the video with a pun, and then do this weird thanks for watching handwritten thing that I used to do. Anyway, so yeah, that was the Quest for Toilet Paper extended cut. So this was a really weird video, obviously. And I think this was like more or less one of the first videos that I tried to do that had like sort of an overarching plot. So, you know, think of that what you will. I think I've definitely improved since then, obviously. Hopefully, I'd like to think that. I mean, I say that at the end of all of these commentary videos, but that's why I do these commentary videos, is just kind of reflect on my quote-unquote past work and just kind of see like, hey, where am I compared to where I was? Did I improve in making videos? Do I still suck? Did I get worse? You know, that kind of thing. So that being said, hopefully that video kind of showed, you know, like a good amount of progression has happened since then. But nevertheless, guys, I hope you enjoyed watching this extended cut, this exclusive extended cut of The Quest for Toilet Paper. If you haven't actually seen the original scrapped episode, I recommend you go watch it, because then you can watch the much better cut. I use better pretty loosely there. The much better cut of this video that has all of the dumb parts mainly cut out. I mean, it's all dumb parts, but like the really, really dumb parts cut out. The more, trimmed like cut of the video. Go watch that if you haven't. And I think until then, I will see you guys in the next commentary video. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome to another video commentary. Today we are going to be watching Saturday Funnies. So the backstory for this video is I obviously had my series Sunday Funnies that I used to make. And so right after I made the 9th episode, obviously I wanted to do a 10th episode, but before that, I wanted to do sort of a parody of Sunday Funnies. So like, yeah, making a parody of my own series. That's what I decided to do with this. Basically, obviously Sunday Funnies was comprised of like 5 to 6 like miniature skits, like shorter, minute-long skits. That's what I usually tried to go for. With this, I had like a million, and they were each like 5 seconds. That was basically what I wanted to do. I basically made like a Vine compilation, is essentially what I did. Obviously there's not actually a million in this. There's like, I think I made like 20. I think I was going for like 25, and it ended up being like 20 because I had to cut out a few. But yeah, I'm surprised to this day. I also uploaded this video for April Fool's. This was like my April Fool's Day joke of 2017, if you could even really call it an April Fool's Day joke. I actually think I put more work into this than I would like a regular any day video, but nevertheless, basically I made this entire video over the course of a week because I had to write, film, and edit it during my spring break that year, right? And I wanted to get it done before April Fool's Day, so I wanted to get it done by April Fool's Day so I could upload it on that day, which did land on a Saturday, funny enough. Yeah, so I wrote it, I got with my friends, filmed it all, and somehow was able to turn it around before that April Fool's Day. It's kind of funny to think back that if that April Fool's Day landed on any other day, I probably would have called this something completely different. Like I probably would have, like if April Fool's Day that year landed on like a Friday, I probably would have called it Friday Funnies because, that is what I would have probably done. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to watch Saturday Funnies now. So yeah, I decided to do like this thing where I sang the intro. Yeah, it's funny. Obviously, I had to use Comic Sans font there. So yeah, like I mentioned, all of these skits were filmed over the span of a week. So first of all, I didn't have a lot of time to come up with them because it was literally like a matter of like, I came up with the idea to make this, and then by that time it was like the weekend before spring break. So I had to come up with all of the skits within like a day or two. So that's why I don't think it was relatively easy. Just because a lot of these were like pretty short ideas, like pretty much like one-off jokes. So I don't remember struggling too much. I mean, granted, when I have jokes that are literally just me screaming, you can probably see why it wasn't very hard. So yeah, this one was a fun one though. I did have a lot of fun, like kind of running around frantically, like filming a lot of these skits with people last minute, because we would literally film like 2 or 3 within the span of the same hour because of how short they were. Funny thing that a lot of people might not know is that these skits right here that I filmed with Brennen, we actually filmed multiple videos alongside these. We filmed a podcast back when I used to do Toniverse podcasts at the same time when we filmed this skit, and we were actually filming a video for Brennen's channel that didn't actually ever come out, and I don't know if it'll ever will, because I think that footage was lost at one point or another. But it was called Speed, and it was basically like a Flash ripoff. I don't think Brennan's gonna kill me for talking about it in that way. That's basically what it was. But nevertheless, I was kind of excited to see what he was going to do with it. But I also think he wanted to edit it in a certain way that I don't think we really had the capabilities of doing, because we're literally young amateur filmmakers. So if you can even really call us filmmakers. Anyway, we're not talking about that video. We're talking about Saturday Funnies. So I should probably talk about Saturday Funnies. So that book that he is reading is called The Wrinkle Cure. And I actually remember now that he mentioned that in the behind the scenes of this video.
Oh no, I spilled liquid.
You know, as I'm watching this, I'm realizing these skits are so short and the jokes are so like one-off that it's kind of hard to, like, they kind of speak for themselves. Like, I don't really know what commentary to add for a lot of these. I know what to add for this one though, because this joke I think was like the only joke in the video that I didn't actually come up with. I'm pretty sure my friends Gregory and Cody came up with this joke, and I basically just, I mean, I think they came up with it and like with the intention of me using it for a video. But yeah, I basically just stole it from them. So I got to give credit where credit is due. They did write this joke. Thank you guys for doing that for me. Anyway,
because he wanted to.
I actually think I came up with the iguana joke, but this whole premise of me high-fiving myself and having no friends was purely them. This video I filmed in Cody's house, in his room at the time.
You hang up. No,
I do think he took down that Minecraft poster.
No, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up.
This one, it's very funny. I get progressively angry. I think a lot of people probably already know this, but I did actually intend on making a sequel to this video called Saturday Funnies 2. And I actually started filming it like in 2018. And then I just kind of stopped. Like, I don't really know why I just stopped filming it. Like, I had the entire scripts, like all of the scripts for that video written out. Like, I had them all ready. I just never filmed it. I think I just got lazy, honestly. I think I was just like, I don't really feel like doing this video. I kind of just want to do other stuff.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So that's why it never really came out. Also, oh my god, I hate this skit in particular because of how I shot it. I hate the fact that the way that I shot it, it features a guy looking at, this is probably something that's not going to really, that a lot of people probably didn't even notice or like really cared about, but I just hate it for my sake. I hate that this guy is looking to the left in this shot, and then the guy that he's talking to is also looking to the left while he's talking to him. That doesn't make any sense. The cinematography is so bad. I hate that skit. Anyway, let's continue.
This is why I don't do animation videos.
So I actually like this skit because I actually did like draw this. I mean, I think you can kind of tell by how badly it is, but I actually did draw and like somewhat tried to like animate it, but also like clearly show that I'm not good at animation. This video we filmed in Andrew's house. I think it was his old house.
We're playing on the Xbox.
And I think I can't remember if I brought over a Wii controller or if he already had a Wii and then had Wii controllers.
Aw, dang it.
There's my old phone. That is the phone that got soaked in the Guytown camping trip vlog.
What are you
in
doing?
fact.
I'm charging my phone.
I don't know if a lot of people got this joke, the whole charging my phone thing. I don't know. It might have made sense.
Oh, sorry, but I'm
at the time.
a little busy right now.
Okay. So if you watch the behind the scenes for this video, you'll know that while I was filming this skit, Donovan and Brennen were literally in the other room while I was doing this portion where I'm laughing. So it was really hard to film because I think the whole time when I was doing it, they were just in the other room listening to me laugh multiple times because I would do multiple takes of this. So yeah, there you go. There's a little tidbit for you. I actually am really proud of how this video came out now that I'm watching it back, because I do think, like, as simple as a lot of the jokes are and as like one note as a lot of them are, I do think that they work well for this specific format of video. And I really would be interested in making another one, but I don't know when, man. Like, as short as these skits were, they are hard to do merely because I wanted to have a lot of people in the skits in general. And the factor of the matter is, it's just harder to get people together now to film. So if I did end up making this video, it probably would be in production for like a good amount of time and then wouldn't come out for like a couple months. And then final fact about the video, that is Donovan's hand. And I think you could probably tell that pretty easily if you watch the behind the scenes and or just knowledge of the fact that my hand is not that small or white. No offense to Donovan, but that's that. White. So yeah, so that was Saturday Funnies, guys. You know, I do actually really enjoy coming back to this video from time to time. Obviously, like I said, I have fond memories of making it. And I really do like the way that it was formatted with all the short skits. I think it worked really well. And I definitely would be able to come up with more like shorter skits, because I come up with like one-note jokes for videos all the time that I think of using, but then I'm like, I don't know where I would put this. It really only works standalone. So I'm like, how am I going to use it? And I guess the answer to that is make another video like this, like a sort of like quick fire skit, like short skit, jokey video. But you know, maybe I'll make another one someday. At least right now, kind of got other stuff that I'm focusing on in terms of videos and just in terms of life. But, you know, maybe down the line, we'll see. We'll see. But thank you guys for watching this commentary video. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. I almost said bye-bye as if I was Markiplier, and then I remembered that I end these videos off with peace. So peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we are going to be watching is Cooking with Brennen Holiday Treats, otherwise known as the first episode of the long-running series, Cooking with Brennen. So, for those of you who may have not been around for too long, you know, back in 2016, when me and my friend Brennen were recording a video in which we were using eggs as a prop, we decided to cook the eggs as part of the video. And then we had like a little moment in the behind the scenes for that video where we joked about Brennen being in a cooking show titled Cooking with Brennen. Sort of like a parody of like Life Hacks with Ellis, because I had a lot of like series that had to do with my friends, and so we were like, oh, what if we did Cooking with Brennen, and that was Brennen's series or whatever. And then, you know, lo and behold, we eventually did make it into a series, and then, you know, now it's a series, and you know, it's been going on for quite a while. We're on season 2 now. And, you know, it's a lot of fun, and this was the first episode. And, you know, originally, when I made this video, specifically the first episode, I didn't really plan on it being a series. I mainly just wanted to make this video because I had the idea to do it. And, you know, it was a really short video, obviously. It was only like a minute long, and I wasn't planning on making more, but, you know, a lot of people seemed to really like this episode, so I was like, you know what? Let's just make it a series, and then, you know, we did. And yeah, and then here we are today, almost at 20 episodes, kind of crazy. So yeah, so let's see where, let's go back to where it all started and see the first episode. All right, here we go.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Welcome.
For any of you who couldn't tell, that was a dictionary that Brennen was reading.
With Brennen.
So this theme song here. So I have been trying so hard to figure out where I found this song that I used for the Cooking with Brennen theme song or the intro music. I remember at the time I just wanted to find something that sounded like cooking show-esque. And I remember looking, usually what I do when I need to find like a specific genre of music or a certain sound that I want the video to have, I go on YouTube and I literally just type in, you know, cooking show music or whatever, blank music, whatever I need for the video. And that's what I did. But for the life of me, I cannot find the original like full song that I used for this. I remember I found one that sounded good. I was like, all right, this works. I put it in the timeline. I remember at the time I was editing on my phone, so I don't remember exactly how I made it work, but I somehow took the video from YouTube, put it in the editing timeline when I was making this little intro sequence, and you know, that's how it came to be. But I really want to find the full song eventually, but I don't know how to go about finding it. I can't find it. Anyway, let's continue here. So sorry, I know I'm gonna be pausing a lot. in this. That's kind of how these commentary videos work. But this raisin bruh gag, this was something that we like, it wasn't planned ahead of time. We threw it in while we were filming. And I actually took the time while Brennen was over to make this little bruh, you know, thing for the Raisin Bran box. And it was just like on a whim we did it, and now it's kind of like a reoccurring joke in, you know, with Cooking with Brennen. But it's just kind of funny that it all just kind of started from a joke that we came up with. I like those types of jokes when we throw it in while we're filming as opposed to me writing it ahead of time. It just adds a lot more like natural feeling to the videos. So, you know, I really enjoy those. So, yep, and there's Cooking with Brennen. There's the intro.
Now for this episode, we're gonna be baking some.
This reoccurring gag we have with the light, you know, turning on the light over and over. That's probably one of my favorite gags from like the first season of Cooking with Brennen. It's such a simple joke, but it works so well.
Chips, sugar,
and it's like very subtle. I don't know. Oh yeah, that reminds me. If we go back here, when we're pointing to the miscellaneous objects that we use, or ingredients, quote unquote, that we used for this video, we really just found like random things that kind of seemed like you would probably use them for make cookies, and then we just had a bunch of random crap. That piece of pizza there on that plate, I remember this day before we filmed, because usually what me and Brennen would do when we would get together to film is we would go out and we would get food from somewhere, and a lot of times, you know, I would meet Brennen at the bus stop. And we would get Taco Bell or McDonald's or some place in like the area where I met up with him. But on this day we got Little Caesars, and so that's why there's like a half-eaten slice of pizza that we decided to use.
And now that you have the ingredients, it's time to start baking.
And then
now just shove all this shit into a bowl.
Brennen, uncensored swearing with Brennen there.
And voila, your cookies are done, ready to
so
be eaten.
these cookies. These were actually pumpkin-flavored chocolate chip cookies that I got at the store the day before we filmed this. I just thought I'd mention that. Like, I don't think it's really clear that they're pumpkin-flavored, not that it matters too much. I remember them being... We ate, like, way too many of them when we filmed this video, and I remember them being very chewy and kind of weird. And, like, I don't know if I like them very much, but...
Make sure you join us next time on Cooking.
And then we zoom in on Brennan's face because it's, you know, it's always a funny little gag. And there we go. And, you know, that's, oh, we have this little, yep. We always got to throw something at Brennen at the end there. But yeah, that's literally it. That's literally the first episode of Cooking with Brennen. It's very short but sweet. And, you know, looking back, like, I feel like we've only gotten better. Like, I actually really like this episode as a first episode and even as a standalone video. And obviously, like, you know, people responded to it well, and that's why I kept making it. But, you know, I can see the progression. I feel like we've only gotten better. Brennan's become more natural on camera. I've gotten better with my writing and my editing. Obviously, I was severely limited in my editing capabilities at this point, so, you know, it wasn't too crazy. But nowadays, I feel like I'm able to do quite a lot, and so it's kind of cool to see, like, how far we've come with this series, and I'm pretty proud of it. And, you know, I'm going to be doing a lot more commentaries on the various episodes of Cooking with Brennen because, you know, I have stuff to say about all of them. But yeah, I really like this episode, so I hope you guys liked it as well. I hope you guys like Cooking with Brennen in general. You know, it's definitely like one of my favorite series that I've done. But yeah, with that, that's going to conclude this commentary video. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and until next time, I will, you know, I hope you have a good day. I forgot how I end these. Yeah, so I will see you guys in the next commentary video. Peace. That's how I end them. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we are going to be watching is 10 new challenges. So this video actually means a lot to me, and I'll be explaining why. But I don't know if a lot of people remember this video because I feel like it kind of just came out, and I don't feel like a lot of people really were like that amazed by it when it came out. But it really, it has a special place in my heart. I know that's going to sound really corny, but it's true. Because this was like the first full-length skit that I ever wrote and like started producing for this channel. And you know, the weird thing about this video is that it obviously came out well into like when I started making videos. It came out, I believe, in June of 2016, and by then I had already been doing various videos on my channel for like, you know, several months. And so, you know, I don't think it, you know, to a lot of people, it was just another video. But this video was actually in production for like 3 entire months. Well, on and off. Because I wrote this video. See, back then, I didn't write scripts because I went through different phases of how I wrote scripts. I remember when I first started, I knew I wanted to make skits. Didn't know too much about like the script writing process or the filming process. I learned that, I kind of taught myself or learned as I went. But in the beginning, I wrote the entire script for this episode on paper, which I think is bizarre to me because I would never do that now because that is so inefficient to do something like that. But yeah, this entire 8-minute video I wrote on a notebook, which is crazy to me. I remember writing it. Sometimes I'd be writing it in class, or I would write it at home, or I would, you know, any combination of those two locations, I would be writing it. And yeah, it took me, I believe, because when I first started making videos, this is the first skit that I started like working on in terms of writing. So yeah, it probably took like a month to write in total. So that, you know, that alone. And then once I started filming it, it just took longer because there's so many different set pieces in this video that it took me so long to film each and every one of them, with each and every one of them. So, and you're going to see that. You're going to see like my hair change quite a bit over the course of this video, over like the different, different sets that I use in this video and bits that I use in this video. But yeah, it was I on and off worked on it between all the other videos for like 3 months. And then it finally came out. And, you know, when you get down to it, all it is just me talking about 10 new quote unquote challenges. Like, because challenge videos were a big thing. And so I was like, you know what? Let's do a parody of those. So that's what this video is. So let's get into it. You know, that was a very long intro. I apologize for that. But I just wanted to give you a little background about it. So yeah, let's get into the actual video now.
How's it going, internet? Now, everyone loves those crazy challenge videos that are everywhere on YouTube. But
this was kind of the beginning of me using this set piece of me in front of my closet in my room.
Pass out challenge. Oh man, expired. This bread is.
So this was, you know, I was really inspired by Ryan Higa when I first started making videos, and still to this day. But like when I first started making videos, he was a big inspiration for me.
Well, I do.
And so this kind of format where, you know, there's like a vlog sort of like reoccurring structure throughout the video where I'm like talking directly to the camera and introducing the different challenges. That was directly inspired from like how Ryan Higa would format his videos.
Waste of time challenges.
So yeah, basically
top 10 new challenges.
Basically, it's when you get down to it, all this video is just introducing 10 different challenges, but each challenge was filmed in a different, like at a different time. Essentially, there were certain like segments in the video that I filmed one after another. So like I believe I filmed you're gonna see a part where it's like the vlogging challenge, and I believe I filmed that on the same day as like the main part of the video, like the part where I'm talking to the camera. I believe I filmed like those segments at the same, like, you know, on the same day. But for the most part, each individual like set piece that you're gonna see in this video, I filmed on a different day, each different day. So you're gonna really see like how long this video took in terms of like actual days. And I didn't film all of it like over the course of like, you know, I didn't film it day after day. Like, it was just like I filmed it a day here, and then a week would go by, I filmed it this day, another couple days would go by, film it here. So like that's why it took so long, was simply enough because I just didn't commit to it for, you know, like entirely, because I was making a lot of other videos at the time. But this video, or this part of the video, I remember I filmed with Talon, and we went out to this big tree that was like over by our old elementary school. And basically through the use of like various angles, I tried to make it look like I was climbing this tree, but in reality, I was like basically near the ground the entire time. But I think it actually, you know, looking back at it, I feel like I did a decent job, or we did a decent job, because Talon was there. We did a decent job of making it look like I was climbing to the top of this tree. And then obviously the joke here is that I get like transported to this short tree that's like actually in my front yard. You can tell like how late at night, or not at night, but like you can tell how late it was when I filmed that part just on how dark it is outside.
The vlogging challenge. Now, this one may
And then here's the
seem hard,
vlogging
but
challenge,
it's actually pretty
which is
easy.
pretty simple.
Just film a vlog like so, without using any jump cuts. Son of a bitch. Number 8.
I had a very strict policy about cursing, like in these early videos. I was very particular about what curse words I used, when I used them, if I would like bleep them out or not. But a lot of times I wouldn't include curse words only because it was a pain in the ass to actually bleep them out if I wanted to. So a lot of times I would like cut myself off when I would say a curse word, or, you know, not even, or like imply I was going to say it and then not say it or whatever.
The stare at the sun for a long time challenge.
Like the name implies.
So here's the stare at the sun for a long
as long
time.
as you can
And
without blinking or
here's
looking
the
away.
beginning of this reoccurring joke. So you can see right here, my hair is like very clearly longer than it was in the previous clip. And that's because I didn't film this segment until like a month after the other part. So my hair grew out. And for me, I'm a person that like when my hair grows out, it's very noticeable. But I was like, you know what? It's a different character. So it's fine. Like it's not a big deal if my hair looks different. And it ended up being fine. Like it worked out.
Dad, what are you
And then here's the, you know, this was the introduction, I believe, of the dad and son character. And I don't know if a lot of people know that or realize that's where, because these two characters were kind of a reoccurring set of characters that I used for a good amount of videos early on. I don't really use them anymore. But early on, I used the dad and son character. And all the son was just me in a propeller hat. And then the dad was just like me with glasses and a leather jacket. But yeah, kind of interesting that this is like the only reason why they exist is because of this dumb joke, staring at the sun joke.
It's for a challenge, son.
You know, nowadays I feel like I can play the sun character a lot more because I don't actually have a mustache, or I shave my mustache regularly. I guess it sells the dad character more, if anything. And this is the beginning of the dad jokes.
Number 7, the
joke. Not that became
In order to do
a
this
reoccurring
challenge,
joke,
you just have to
but
go to a crowded room or area and try to get everyone
in this
to
video,
leave
it's a
as fast as you
reoccurring
can.
joke.
Here are some tricks I picked up to help you clear that room as fast as possible. Justin Bieber karaoke.
And then,
Does this scab look
yeah, basically just
who wants to write fan fiction?
making a bunch of jokes on how to making a bunch of jokes on how to like clear a room. This notebook that I hold up here, this was the notebook that I wrote the script for this video in. Like literally, it was just a notebook that I had that was supposed to be for school. Didn't end up using it for school, but I used it as like my video planning notebook, and I wrote the entire script of 10 new challenges in this notebook, like page after page. It's just bizarre to think that that's how I did it. I mean, I had a phone. I had a smartphone at the time, so there was no reason I couldn't just write the script on my phone, which I think I ended up doing that for like future videos, like after that video, because I realized how inefficient it was. But this video, and then like another video, a social experiment, the video with Brennen, I wrote in this notebook, and I'm sorry I keep lingering on that, but it's just like, it's a bizarre fact to me.
Fan fiction.
Yeah, had to include a fart joke.
Who wants to see me break the world record for longest scream? Hey, who lit
Pretty
that
simple
stick of
humor
dynamite?
here.
Guys, come check out my My Little Pony figurine collection. Has anyone seen my pet tarantula? I think it got loose from its box.
You know, I actually am proud of how
I left my
I filmed this
$1 million in it outside.
this video, or like
Who
this
wants to
part of
help
the
me
video.
film a
I don't know.
YouTube
I feel like the comedy, the structure of the comedy, like works out pretty well.
Hey, I guess I'm just gonna have to play all the parts and film it myself.
Oh, there's more meta humor. Actually, you know what? I'm proud of that little segue there.
How's it going, internet?
That was for young beginner YouTuber Antonio. That was pretty good.
The lawnmower challenge.
This one's pretty straightforward. Just stick your bare, unprotected.
Yeah,
hand
not
into
too
a
much to
running
say about
lawnmower.
this this lawnmower challenge joke. Oh, there's a sweatshirt repping my elementary school. But yeah, I remember I actually did have the lawnmower running. Well, in this scene, I think in this scene I just I didn't. But I remember when I was filming this scene, I had to keep, because, you know, obviously it didn't take one take. I had to do it over and over. And I remember, like, being out here screaming in my backyard with, like, my neighbors obviously next door probably hearing me scream over and over. And they were probably like, what the hell is he doing? I mean, nowadays they're probably used to it because this was, like, around the time when I first started, so they didn't understand what was going on.
Number 5, the rap challenge.
Oh my god, I hate this.
All you have to do is make a freestyle rap to the
I
end
don't
and
like
song
this.
Rap God.
What? No, I can't do
This
that.
rapper
Do you know how fast that
character.
rap goes?
Oh, come on. Don't be such a chicken.
Hey, I am not a chicken.
And do it.
Okay, I actually like that so kind of. But yeah, this whole rap challenge thing, it was literally just me. I just went out to, like, this is like the basketball court of my elementary school and just pretended to rap to the Rap God beat.
What to do. I'm gonna get really, really scared because this is really fast. It's going really fast. I don't understand how Eminem was able to rap so fast.
And I actually did rap a lot longer than, like, just how much I did in that clip. But the footage is lost to time, so you'll never hear it.
Number 4, the yoga challenge.
Here's the yoga challenge.
Is admittedly pretty easy.
This
All you have
one.
to do is put your leg behind your back. Simple. All right.
So this one,
You gotta kind of pick it up here for a little support.
I think I did try to put my leg behind my back, but I was like, yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to do that.
Very easily.
And then this was also the continuation of the whole
Number
dad
3,
joke.
broken leg challenge.
Oh, and there's number 3.
Ow!
Nice little cuts there, Antonio.
Why does this always happen?
I guess you could say when it comes to yoga, you can never catch a break.
And there's the dad jokes. Yep. When I was filming this, I remember my cat kept on trying to get in the shot.
Number 2, the prank call challenge.
Oh, the prank
Now,
call
I know what
challenge,
you may
yeah.
be thinking.
Antonio,
oh,
doesn't the
and
prank
this-
challenge already exist? I thought you
this
said these were supposed to be
little,
new challenges.
And the
little
answer to
bit
that
here,
question
this
is
prank
yes,
call
the
challenge
prank
bit,
call challenge does already exist.
is the
These are supposed to be
origin
new challenges,
of
which is why we
another
created some
iconic
brand new
Toniverse
versions of
character
the
that
prank
you'll
call
see in a
challenge,
minute here.
such as-
The praying.
So yeah, a lot of it is just puns again.
Yes, I've been praying
What can I
for
say? I
someone
like
to
my
call
puns.
me. Hello?
There's my old phone. I don't know where that phone went.
The
I feel like I
ring
still
phone.
have it somewhere,
Looks like it's gonna
but I don't know where it is.
Called it.
The pain call.
There's the pay call. I really had a lot of different characters, or like, oh shit, why is this? Hello? What are you pausing for? What's going on? What's going on here?
Hello?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I had a lot of like different like set pieces and characters and like costumes here. But this video is the origin of the Frank character. I don't know if a lot of people realize that this is where he started. Apparently started as a 49ers fan. But yeah, all it came from was just like me making a joke that the name Frank sounds like prank. That's all it was. And then for some reason, I just kept the character going, and I honestly don't know why. But, you know, he's here.
The crank call.
Oh, and then, you know, made a little crank that joke here. I filmed this part, like, a little bit before I actually posted the video, I remember.
Hello? Oh no, I dropped my...
I don't know what is going on with the freaking video here. And we're back. Okay, sorry about that, guys.
Someone makes while you're filming a YouTube video and they cut you off.
So yeah, this whole bit, the origin of the Frank character. Yeah, not much more to say about that, regarding that. And then, you know, I even bring him back here.
Number 1.
And then this whole bit, this bit takes a long time. This ending
This list.
little bit here that I have of this video. But, you know, I remember being inspired with a specific Ryan Higa video where he basically has a bunch of versions of him interact with each other. I remember being so inspired by that that's basically what I decided to do for the ending, where I just had like all of the different characters, all the different versions of me that I showed throughout the video just interact with each other.
I don't see any other ones in the script.
And
no,
yep, see, there's the actual
the title
script.
of the
There's the
video
actual
is
script that I wrote
10
in the notebook.
challenges. We need 10. Well, maybe you should.
Pretty freaking crazy.
Video better. Okay, Mr. Smart Scriptwriter Guy, do you have any ideas for the last challenge? Nope. Well, I got nothing.
You can see how long I was filming for this because you can see like the lighting change of like, it was not that sunny when I first started.
I'm just a kid. I don't know.
Okay, you?
I'm trying to concentrate. Don't bother me.
You? Can't you see my arm is gone? You? Can't you see
Pretty
I broke
straightforward.
my leg? How about you? Hi, I'm Frank. That's not a challenge. How about you?
You know, when I watch this back, I'm actually
Don't understand how Eminem was able to do
I'm
this
fairly
because it's
proud
really
of like
hard. There's a tree over there. Oh my gosh.
how I made this.
Gosh,
I don't know.
does
There's
anyone have
something.
any challenge ideas
There's
around
something
here?
very
Or videos
fluid
that
about
you
it.
should have figured
I
out
guess
that
is how
time?
I would put it.
Hey, we're all supposed to help each other
Like
out here. We're
for
a
a
team.
early video
Technically,
that I
we're
made,
all
and also
victims of
like
you, so
you know
really
considering the
just
limitations that I had when I made it.
Oh, come on. Isn't that kind of a negative way of looking at it? It's the truth. You know, you can be so
And
difficult
then, you
to
know,
work
obviously
with.
goes
I can't
into
believe you, genius.
all of
You know,
the
I'm
versions
so
of me
rude to
arguing
because
with
I
each
can't
other.
believe you're freaking annoying. You don't even have
Yeah, it's kind of funny to think that like after I filmed all these individual bits, in every single one I filmed a bit where I was like arguing or like yelling at each other, and that's actually like what I layered over each other in this bit here.
So, that's my video for
Number 1.
Oh yeah, wow, big plot twist. The last one is the make a video YouTube video challenge. Wow, incredible.
I don't know, Antonio.
And then here's the iconic dad jokes. The dad jokes joke. Ah, yes.
Get out!
And that's that. And that was 10 new challenges, guys. That was a long video, and this commentary video is going to be pretty long. But I had a lot to say about this because this video was like my baby. I don't know if I should put it like that. This video meant a lot to me, and it still means a lot to me because it got me really, it really taught me a lot about filming. It taught me a lot about editing. It taught me a lot about script writing and like, you know, how to write scripts in the most efficient way, not on pen and paper. And yeah, and you know, I wonder if a lot of people like remember it or if it made an impression on people, because it definitely, you know, I reminisce about it sometimes. You know, very early on in my YouTube quote unquote career or whatever you want to call it. But it was a lot of fun, you know, making this video. And you know, it was just like, it was basically just me, because a lot of my other videos, like, I involve my friends. Well, I still involve my friends in, like, the, you know, certain bits of the video I filmed with them present. But for the most part, it was just me making this video by myself. And that, you know, to me, like, really represents, like, this whole idea of, like, making these videos. It's like, you know, it's me, you know. The editing, the filming, the writing, a lot of the time it's basically me. You know, if I have my friends in them, like, it's usually because like I asked them to be in it, or I, you know, like I feel like they'd have fun, or maybe they want to be in it. But a lot of the time, you know, I'm putting all of my effort into them, and I hope that shows. I hope that, you know, over time, like, my videos have just gotten better. But with that being said, you know, that was 10 new challenges. Thank you guys, anyone who stuck it out to the end. I know that this commentary video was very long, a lot longer than they normally are. And, you know, trust me, they're not all going to be this long, from here on out. But yeah, but thank you to anyone who watched this far. Thank you to anyone who, you know, watched the original video if you've seen it, or maybe you haven't seen it, you know. But regardless, yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we are going to be watching is Cooking with Brennen Toast. All right, so this is the second episode of the Cooking with Brennen series. You know, obviously, after I made the first episode, people liked it, so I decided to keep it going, and this was the next episode that I came up with, and I thought, you know, at the time, I was like, what is like something that like, because this is like a parody of a cooking show. So I was like, what's like the most simplest dish that anyone could make? And like, that's what the episode's going to be on. And, you know, obviously came up with toast. And that's what we did for this episode. I remember this wasn't actually the second episode that I wrote, interestingly enough. I feel like I wrote the tacos episode before this one. But then I was like, I'll do that one as like a Cinco de Mayo special. And I don't know if anyone really caught on to that. That's what I ended up doing. you know, when we get to that episode, I'll have things to say about that one. But yeah, I actually did not write this episode second. But you know, it was the second episode that came out. So yeah, so with that background info, let's get into the actual video.
Hello, and welcome. That's right. It's time for another episode of Cooking.
This gag is so poorly edited, and I'm aware of that, where it's like, it's such a jarring cut when I like close the door on him. But you know, it kind of adds to the charm of how, you know, bad it is, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, got the iconic intro here. I'm trying to like put myself into like the mindset I was in when we were making this.
So elaborate and complex that even the greatest chefs couldn't comprehend it. Toast.
Yeah, I remember
now,
before
or else you'll be toast.
before we filmed this. This was another day when we went to the store, or we went out to get food before we filmed, and also we went to the store. And that's actually, I think when we went to the store is when we got the bread and I believe we used Nutella later in the video, and that's when we got that stuff. Yeah, that was, I think I did a second channel video, sort of like a vlog, where I showed off us doing that. I don't know why I didn't keep doing that. I feel like that would be like a fun little, well, we didn't always do that, so I guess that's probably why. But that might be a fun little like side series, like the process of like getting the ingredients. But a lot of times what I'll do is I'll get the ingredients before Brennen even comes over. So it's pretty unnecessary, or like we wouldn't really be able to make a video like that. A lot of times the reason why I do that is because I don't want to take away from the time of actually filming, because over time filming these videos took so long. Like at this point in like the saga, Cooking with Brennan's only took like maybe like an hour to film or 2 hours to film. Nowadays, it will take upwards of like 3 or 4 to film one episode. And, you know, especially recently, we've been filming 2 episodes at once. So it's like, you know, do the math. It's like, it takes a long time to filming days take a long time. Anyway, I'm rambling. Let's continue here.
As for your ingredients, you'll need bread, and bread.
Yeah.
You also need a box-shaped bread.
I don't know why this joke here that we make here,
What's wrong with calling it a box-shaped bread cooker?
box-shaped bread cooker, the BBC. That was really funny to me at the time. I don't really know why. Oh look, I think you can see Brennan's energy drink in the bottom left there. I think he got like an energy drink before we filmed. Okay. Probably at the store. Yeah, no, I remember. Now. You got it at the store.
First, take the bread out of the bag.
Fun fact: that bread that we're using, I believe it's Fran's buttermilk, is actually my favorite type of bread, and so that's why I wanted to use it. See, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I could have edited this so much better now than I was able to back then. But you know, like I've said, I feel like the choppiness in the editing kind of adds to like the charm of the series, so I don't really mind it that much. But it's just kind of something I think about. I was really into puns. I realized that. I was really into puns when writing a lot of these episodes, like food puns specifically. I think that was strawberry jam, just to be clear.
And Nutella. I love Nutella. Well, that's all for today.
Brennan just has like, I don't know. He just has like a very like comedic presence in a lot of these videos, which I really appreciate. You know, he sells the lines I write for him a lot. So you know.
Badass cooking.
Brennen, can you not?
Yeah, I really liked that BBC gag. I don't know why.
Brennan's badass. Stop!
Oh my god, I actually did hit him there too. Yeah. I like that episode. I definitely like the first one more, but that wasn't too bad of a follow-up episode. Yeah, so that was Cooking with Brennen Toast. I don't have too much more to say about it. It was just like the second episode we did. I feel like I'll definitely have more to say about future episodes. But yeah, that one was just a simple one. Simple, short and sweet. Obviously, you know, you can kind of tell they're getting longer now. You know, first episode was like a minute. This one's 2 minutes. So yeah, something about the first season actually, really quick before I end the video, is that every episode was like longer than than the previous. Well, I think that chain broke a little bit in between, but for the most part, if you look at the timestamps of each episode, they got longer and longer, basically. And nowadays in season 2, that's not the case, obviously, but in the first season, that, you know, it was kind of a interesting progression that, you know, me and Brennen noticed. But anyway, with that being said, that's going to conclude this video commentary. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Stay tuned for the next one, and yeah, I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we are going to be watching is The DEENS, parentheses, sitcom, parentheses. Yeah, great, you know, title you got there, Antonio. Anyway, so, yeah, so this is a fairly recent video at the time that I'm recording this commentary. Because, so basically, backstory behind this, for anyone that didn't know, a while ago, back in 2018, we made a fake iMovie trailer. So a reoccurring, you know, series of videos that we have is these iMovie trailers, you know, like Detective Bruin and Hipster Space Pirates and The Illustrious Donovan. And another one that we made, I think actually the last one that we made was the DEENS trailer, which was basically a family, quote unquote, family movie parody trailer, in which the entire family is comprised of Dean playing different characters. So there's Dad Dean and a Mom Dean and a teen Dean, you know, the child Dean, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so that was the trailer, you know. I don't think I haven't done a commentary for that video because there's not too much to say about that one. But that video, the trailer, was a direct, you know, influence, or whatever what do they call it? The word's escaping me. It was a direct inspiration. That's the word I'm thinking of for this video. Because, you know, usually when we make the trailers, or sometimes when we would make those trailers, people would be like, oh, when's the actual movie coming out? Or when's the actual video coming out? And we would be like, never. It's a parody trailer. That, like, the trailer is the video. Like, we're not actually going to make an actual, like, movie based on that trailer. You know what I mean? But with this, I was like, you know, what if we did? So that's how this video came to be. And I basically was like, Dean, you want to make like a full-length episode of like this theoretical sitcom titled The DEENS? And he was like, sure. And then we did it. And we did it last year. And it was fun. So yeah, let's get into it. This little intro sequence is actually like directly taken from the trailer, like the song. I basically just cut up the actual trailer that we made and made like a mock intro sequence for the DEENS as if it was a sitcom. And yeah, and basically, like, in this universe, everyone is Dean. So even the creators of the show are Dean.
The Dean?
So yeah, here's this. I just want to pause it really quick because I don't know if a lot of people caught this. If you look, because a lot of times when I film videos where we have like cars in the background, I try to blur out the license plate. But in this case, I just put Pen 15 on that license plate of that car. I don't know if anyone noticed that. This is actually the exterior of Donovan's house. Fun fact. I did make sure to cover up his address. I think it's covered up by the basketball hoop. I think. Anyway, continuing on.
Studio audience.
And we actually did use the interior of Donovan's family house for this video. One thing that I'm never going to be able to get past when it comes to like reminiscing about this video is the fact that basically the entirety of the sitcom aspect of the video was filmed with a phone. I used my phone because at the time, my camera, which was the camera that I had been using for 7 years at that point, was basically starting to break. Or I think the battery was deteriorated, or I don't know what was wrong with it necessarily, but basically it wasn't filming. This was actually the day that we filmed this was the last day that like it was actually working. Nowadays it doesn't work. I did obviously get a new camera since then, but at the time the camera was not working. So I basically was not. I was like forced to use my phone to film the little sitcom bits. And Donovan did use the my camera to film the behind the scenes parts at first, but then it broke and we weren't able to use it. And that kind of sucked. So yeah, so we had I think we did a pretty good job at like replicating the costumes that Dean wore. I mean, we basically tried as hard as we could to make all of his costumes for like the dad character and the mom character look as accurate to the actual trailer or that intro sequence that you saw. We had a couple creative liberties with some of them, and you'll see that. But for the most part, I think we did a pretty good job. We even used Skylighters portals for Dean's boobs. That, like, you know, like we did in the trailer. Fun fact. When I made this video, this was also after a long, like I wrote this after a long period of not writing or making videos. So I think my writing was a little rusty at this point, and I don't know if that really comes across when you're watching it. But yeah. Oh, and that bagel that we used, that we bought. So we filmed this over the course of 2 days. But like with a lot of videos that I film, the 2 days were split over like a week, or like a week occurred in between the first day that we filmed and the second day. So we filmed the dad scenes on the first day and the son scenes. And then we filmed the mom scenes and technically the dog scenes. That's right, Dean's going to be a dog. We filmed those on a different day. That was like a week later. And we bought that bagel on the first day because we were planning on filming the mom scenes that day, but we didn't get around to it. So that bagel at this point was a week old and very gross. And so, you know, we did not end up eating it. There was a part where I said, Dean, you should pretend to eat it. And even that was gross. Just him pretending to eat it. And you're going to see why. It's kind of messed up. But yeah, I tried to make this video like a very like anti-sitcom-esque. Like I tried to make it have that feel. I think the way that we implemented the laugh track and like the audience noises was very poor, but it's kind of adds to the comedy. That's the excuse I make whenever there's like a really stupid aspect of any of my videos. I'm just like, yeah, well, it just adds to the comedy. I remember this line gave Dean some trouble. But yeah, a lot of jokes in this video are pretty dark, but I think that was like intentional. Because I was also like, if Dean made a sitcom, what would it be like? And knowing Dean, it would probably be pretty dark. So I think it worked out. This part right here is disgusting. So we actually covered the bagel with a shitload of ketchup, and it was so gross because we had to wash it off because eventually it comes back in the video. Oh, there's Teen Dean, by the way. So obviously, sorry, I'm like going on a million tangents, but let me continue with the bagel thing. So yeah, we had to wash the bagel off. We had to get all the ketchup off because we used it later in the video, and it was disgusting. It was wet and disgusting. But with Teen Dean here, I think it was Donovan who was like, "What? It would be so funny if Dean had an afro," and I was like, okay, I guess. I mean, like, it is funny. I'm gonna admit, but I remember like I was confused, but I we did it, and I'm glad that we did it because that's like a part of Dean's character or the Teen Dean character that wasn't in the original trailer. But that's part of the lore now, guys. Teen Dean has an afro. Yeah, you know, props to Dean for like playing all of these different roles, like, cause like it was not easy, cause like it's already not easy when you're working in a video, you know, alongside other people, just because, you know, you still have to play your part pretty well, and it can take a lot. But the fact that Dean played every character in this video, like, that's pretty impressive. That, you know, that deserves some credit. So, you know, I remember we talked about possibly doing a sequel to this video, but I don't know if we ever will. Mainly because I don't know if it would really, if it would be worth the time that it took. Plus, I think this works as a one-off video pretty well. I don't think we need to milk it into a series. But yeah, I do think this video came out decently. I do just wish I was able to film it with like a regular video camera instead of my phone. Mainly for the audio purposes, because the audio quality of this video sucks. And I don't think a lot of people really... I don't know if people notice that or not, but I hate it. Yeah, and here's Dean. Dean as a dog, talking like Brian. A slight error in this video, if you could call it that. You can see Donovan in the background there, which is obviously not accurate because this is obviously established to be the Dean's house and not the Donovan house, and Donovan shouldn't even exist in this universe. So that's a continuity error. No, obviously, just, yeah. You know, what are these commentary videos if not just to allow me to nitpick every aspect of my video?
Every time you eat a hamburger, you're actually eating severed Dean meat?
A lot of existential questions.
Why is he talking at all? He's a dog. I'm gonna get so many likes on these. Whatever.
Yep. And there's the end of the video. And there's the disgusting bagel. It was so gross. We had to like, I think I originally wanted Dean to actually take a bite of it, but then I was just like, there's no way I can make him do that. It would be too gross. And if you look here, every single credit is Dean. And I actually remember taking the time to like write all of these out. It took so freaking long, guys. You guys don't understand to like come up with like all of these, because I wanted it to be like a long scrolling, you know, list of credits, right? So it took me quite a while to like write all of these, but no, I think it was worth it. I think one of these is spelled Dean, or it's spelled wrong. Dean. I think I like copy pasted this from like, or I didn't copy paste it, but I like basically just copied the credits for like a different credit sequence from like a different show. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure that's what I did. And then yeah, obviously spell checker DEAN, and then a bunch of different other like just credits for Dean, a Dean production, and that's that. And okay, why is the ending for this so bass boosted? Did anyone else notice that? Anyway, so that was the DEENS sitcom video. Yeah, you know, overall, I'm pretty proud of it. I think it came out pretty good. You know, Dean's always funny to include in videos, so like anytime that I get a chance to do that, like I'm gonna take it because Dean's a funny guy. And him playing all the parts, you know, I think it worked out pretty well. It was definitely a pretty tiring process for him and for us filming all of this. It took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. But it was fun, and I don't think we'll ever make another episode of this, but you know what? If given the opportunity, maybe we will. Who knows? I don't know. Either way, thank you guys for watching this video commentary. I hope you enjoyed, and until next time, I keep butchering these intros. I will see you guys on the next episode of video commentary. Peace out, guys. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we are going to be watching is Cooking with Brennen St. Patrick's Day. So this is obviously the St. Patrick's Day special of Cooking with Brennen, and also the third episode that we ever made. And I remember this episode, I didn't actually come up with this episode originally. Brennen was actually the one, I believe, that suggested that we do a St. Patrick's Day episode. And I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll make it happen. I like to, you know, if the people that I have in my videos, if they have ideas for videos, I usually try to implement them in some way, because I like it when my friends, you know, add to the creative process. It brings me great pleasure. I don't know if I want to use that word choice. Anyway, continuing on. Yeah, Cooking with Brennen St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, it was the St. Patrick's Day episode. Not too much background to say. Too much more background to say about that. We had a lot more people in this episode. Well, we had Donovan in this episode, which was like, it was his first appearance in Cooking with Brennen at this point. We actually had Dean and Cody there while we were filming this, and you can see that in the behind the scenes for this episode. But yeah, so that's, you know, it was the first. Eventually, my friends were like, "We want to be around when you film Cooking with Brennen." So I was like, you know what? Let's freaking do it. And I remember we filmed this episode a long time before St. Patrick's Day actually happened. We filmed it like a month before, but, you know, obviously it just came out close to St. Patrick's Day. But anyway, with that being said, with all that interesting background information, interesting, boring, I don't know. It's information. With all of that being said, let's get into the actual video.
Top of the morning to you, laddies. My name is Brennen, and
So,
welcome to Cooking with Brennen.
So here's the thing. I'm not the most educated about like Irish culture / like St. Patrick's Day culture. So, you know, based on my very limited knowledge of that, I was like, Irish things. Jacksepticeye, yes. Let's do a Jacksepticeye intro. I had a lot of like stupid things that I did in these old videos, man. But like you know, they're not like, you know, really terrible, but like I look at them and I'm like, man, you know, that was kind of stupid. But then again, have I really gotten any less stupid as time has gone on? You could probably argue I've gotten more stupid. Anyway, let's continue. Got the same little intro here. Gotta have some continuity. Let's see, what can I remember about this episode?
Today, we have a very special St. Patrick's Day episode.
I also struggled with
very classic dish prepared on St. Patrick's Day.
Figuring out what I wanted to, like,
so today,
I wanted Brennen to cook in this episode, because right there, you know, he said, oh, you know, a classic dish is corned beef and cabbage, which I'm pretty sure it is. And then the only reason why we didn't do that is because it would have been more expensive to do that. It's simple enough. That's the only reason. So yeah, so instead we did a pot pie, because I remember I looked up, I believe I was Googling, like, what do people eat on St. Patrick's Day? And corned beef and cabbage showed up, and then pot pie showed up, like a chicken pot pie or whatever. And I was like, you know what? There you go. I just got a frozen pot pie from the store, and there you go. There's the episode.
No, Brennen, we're cooking a pot pie.
And obviously, when we're making a pot pie, you got to make a joke about weed,
yes.
You know? It's just kind of a given.
As for your ingredients, you're going to need pie crust.
This was also, I think this was like the era when Brennen was dyeing his hair pretty often. And it just so happened that his hair ended up being green when we filmed the St. Patrick's Day episode. So that actually worked out fairly well. But yeah, after this, you're going to see his hair color change quite a bit.
Bread and frozen vegetables. And as they say,
I think you know, because sometimes we would go to the store and we would get ingredients, but sometimes I would just be like, what do I have around my house? And then that's how I came up with, you know what? The pie crust will be bread. We have frozen vegetables, and let's make a joke about lemons, I guess.
Life gives you lemons. Going to a pot pie.
And that's what we did.
Everyone, now take your ingredients and mash them together. Whoa!
Wow, editing magic. It's crazy. And I remember when we were filming this, Brennen struggled with trying to use the microwave at first, which it was in the behind the scenes.
Will be kind of upset that you're just warming up the pot pie instead of actually making it. We kind of use the same joke in the first Cooking with Brennen episode.
So this is I do a lot of meta jokes in these Cooking with Brennen episodes, and this is one that I don't know if people really understood, but basically what I was saying is like, oh, you know, you pretended to cook in the first episode, so you can't do that in this episode, even though that ended up being the joke of Cooking with Brennen, is that's what happens in every episode. But, you know, at the time, mainly the reason why I wanted to make this joke is so we could have this dumb, like, vomit joke. Because Brennan's like, oh, you never reuse jokes in Toniverse videos. And then, you know, what did I do? I reused the joke. So I don't know if people got that, but basically I feel like I made this like vomiting water joke in some other video. I don't remember what video it was before this one came out. I've done it quite a bit since then, but at the time I don't remember any other videos where I made this joke. So I don't really understand why I was like, oh, what's a reoccurring joke that I've used a lot? that I can like make fun of, and then I picked this vomiting water joke because I don't think I had made it at. Oh well, okay, no, I remember I made it in the how to drink a bottle of water or a glass of water in 30 seconds video. That's a really obscure video. I don't know if a lot of people remember that or even cared about it if they do remember it. Anyway, just a little interesting quirk about this episode.
Wait, what the frick do you want, Antonio?
Well, I just realized this
Brennan's
is the
really
St.
selling
Patrick's Day
the
episode, and the only like
the anger there.
thing you've done.
Yeah, see, there's more meta humor. That's like most of Cooking with Brennan humor sometimes is just jokes about the actual episode. Because a lot of times when I would write these, I'd be like, what contradictions can I point out about the writing style? And sometimes I would have, usually I would have myself in the video, like, because obviously I'm in the video alongside Brennen. I would be the one that would like point out, oh, well, you can't do this, Brennen. And that ended up being just like what my role in these episodes are. And mainly, and also so I could have someone for Brennen to play off of in these episodes, which I think was only a good thing in the long run to have that, because it's kind of hard for like one person to carry an entire video sometimes. Even though, you know, like that happens sometimes. But anyway, so here's here's Donovan's appearance here as a leprechaun. I remember because there was this running joke that we had for some reason in our friend group that Donovan was short, even though he's not. Like, he's not shorter than like he's not like a short person. Like, he's not tall, but he's not, I'd say he's like average height. I guess at this time he was shorter than he is like nowadays. But that was like a reoccurring joke we had. So I was like, oh, leprechauns are short. Let's have Donovan be the leprechaun. And you'll literally see us make that joke at the end here. And you'll see what I mean.
You actually put pot in the pot.
Ooh, kind of edgy humor there, Antonio, making jokes about, you know, eating drugs or whatever. And then I had to have a disclaimer. Couldn't, you know, go without having that.
Did you have me play the leprechaun in this video because I'm short?
What? And then there you go. There's literally calling out my own joke again. Yep. So yeah. So that's Cooking with Brennen St. Patrick's Day. I was a lot more cynical about this episode, I realized, than I feel like I have been for the other episodes that I've been doing commentaries on. But yeah, no, that's just like that's just what I remember about this episode. A lot of like meta, you know, fourth wall breaking jokes. I guess that was kind of a byproduct of me not really having a clear vision for a St. Patrick's Day episode to begin with. Because when Brendan suggested it, I was like, yeah, I'll do it, but like, how am I gonna do it? And so, you know, this ended up being what I did. I still like this episode, relatively speaking. I feel like I probably could have made it a little bit more St. Patrick's Day themed, like more so than just having a Jacksepticeye joke and a leprechaun joke. I feel like I could have probably put a little bit more time into it. But you know, at the time, these episodes were really short. I couldn't, you know, I didn't want to make them that long. I filled with too much like stuff in them because I wanted them to be short and sweet. Nowadays, probably would have made it longer. But anyway, that being said, wow, I rambled a lot in this video, but you know, what else do you expect from these commentary videos? But anyway, you know, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for sticking it out to the end. I hope you guys enjoyed. And until next time, I keep butchering these outros. I'll see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is my Intro to Law video project from 2019. So this is a pretty iconic video amongst a lot of people who have watched my videos. This came out, obviously, 2019. And, you know, I give backstory for this video in the actual video because a lot of times when I did videos where I showed off my video projects from school, I would usually like to give some sort of intro to like explain, you know, like why did I make this and where did it come from and all that. But I figured I would just do it here and then probably skip to the actual, you know, video when we're actually watching it, and then that'll be what we watch. Because it's kind of pointless to watch this whole intro sequence and the outro sequence. It's not that important. But basically, guys, in 2019, I was in an intro to law class with my friend Donovan, and one of the projects that we had to do for the class was make a video talking about one of the law concepts that we learned in the class, which was the concept of search and seizure, which is basically, oh God, let's see if I can remember it off the top of my head. Basically, they are not legal officiants are not allowed. I don't know if I used the right word there. They're not allowed to search you without probable cause, like search you for evidence for a case without probable cause. That's about as far as I'm going to go into it, because honestly, I don't want to give out misinformation. I would definitely look up search and seizure for yourself if you want to actually know what it is. Yeah, but that's basically what it was. Anyway, so we had to make a video based on that concept and kind of explain it and give like a little skit, like applying it. And, you know, we did this because there was actually a contest. The only reason why the teacher assigned us this is because there was a contest going on where if you made a video, like you literally had to do that, make a video about search and seizure. And if you did a good enough job, you could win like up to like $2,000. And so he was like, you know what, why don't you guys just do it and you could submit it to the contest? And you know, me already making videos, I was like, well, this is freaking perfect for me. And so we kind of like made it into this fun little project that we made. Me and Donovan got really excited when we were assigned this project. And then we got into a little group with a couple of our other friends from the class. And we made a pretty iconic video, I'd say. I mean, like a lot of people liked it. And I still really like it. I remember I have really fond memories of it. And I'm excited to watch it here. So let's stop beating around the bush and just cut to the chase. That's a reference to a Ryan Higa video. I don't know if anyone's going to get that. But yeah, let's get to the actual video.
I really need to stop taking so long with these intros.
The drone case. And here we go. So this video was actually written by a combination of me. I remember I got together with me. It was me, Donovan, and my friend Jeff, who was on the left there. We got together, wrote basically most of the video, and then Tycho, who's on the right there, and our friend Jacob, who you'll see in a minute, also contributed to the script in their own way. But yeah, so it was kind of written by all of us, which was fun. I'd say a lot of the comedy in this video kind of came from me. Not to take credit for it, obviously. You know, we all contributed to the script, but I remember a lot of the jokey parts were like things that I was like, what if you said this? That would be kind of funny.
What are we doing here again, Agent Smith?
So yeah, so in this, basically, Jeff and Tycho play Secret Service agents. And I say that in the intro to this video, but I obviously skipped over that, so I'll say it now.
Surveillance over Riley Michaels.
And they're basically watching over this guy, Riley Michael, who's played by Jacob. Which is actually, this whole concept is a parody of an actual legal case with Michael Riley, which I think Tycho explains that.
It should.
So
it's quite similar to the case of Florida v. Riley.
Yeah,
really? No,
Michael Riley, and he literally explains it here.
Riley?
Well,
Tycho, take it away.
In a mobile home situated on 5 acres of rural land in Florida. Riley owned a greenhouse that was located behind his home. From the ground, the contents of Riley's greenhouse were shielded from view by its walls and the trees on his property.
So what was the problem?
In 1984, the Pasco County Sheriff's Office...
I should mention, in our criteria for the video, we had to, like, basically, we could make it relatively however we wanted, but we had to include, like, you know, actual descriptions of the legal case. Like, we had to have, you know, some substance to it. So we basically were like, how can we include that while still making it funny? And it was basically like, what if we just had Tycho explain it all very word for word? And I think he's literally just like reciting what the actual description of the case was on like oyez.org, I believe, which was like a website that had a bunch of these legal cases listed.
Office received a tip that Riley
so that's what we did.
Marijuana on his property. The investigating officer tried to see in the greenhouse from the ground, but could not.
That sounds exactly like what we're dealing with now.
So he circled in a helicopter at 400 feet and saw what he believed to be marijuana growing inside.
Once again, That sounds exactly like what we're dealing
I know
with
these
now.
parts
Acting
Tycho
on this
wrote in.
information, the investigating officer...
Mainly because we wanted to cut up, because originally we wanted to just have Tycho say all of this in one go, and then Tycho was like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. And we were like, yeah, I think that's fair. So we basically just tried to cut it up.
Searched the greenhouse and found the marijuana. Riley was charged with illegal possession of marijuana. Riley filed a motion to suppress the evidence obtained in the search. The trial court granted his motion and held that viewing his property from the air violated Riley's reasonable
This
expectation.
part goes on for a while.
I don't know what any
but it really does, like...
The District Court of Appeal of Florida...
It really
Second
does
District,
just give the entire background that you need
reversed the trial
for
court's decision and denied
this whole
Riley's motion to dismiss the
video
evidence.
concept here.
The appellate court also certified the case to the Supreme Court of Florida, which reinstated the trial court's order to suppress the evidence.
I remember this video, I think in the actual class, a lot of people liked it too. Because a lot of people, you know, in the class, not to like throw anyone under the bus, but, you know, for a lot of people, this wasn't a project that like they were too invested in. So like a lot of people, you know, they just filmed on like an iPad or something and then just, you know, kind of choppily made like a little skit, like just based on like what they needed to do. They didn't like try to have too much fun with it, which is understandable. Like, you know, if you're not into making videos, like I wouldn't expect anyone to like take it as seriously. But for me, you know, and for like me and Donovan, we really liked making videos, so we were like, let's have fun with this. So we really, you know, we tried with this, and we actually like asked if we could film in the school's computer lab like after school, and that's what we ended up doing. Like everyone stayed after school. I remember I went home, got like some props that they ended up wearing, and then we came back to the school and we filmed it. And it was really fun. You know, looking back, it was a really fun experience. I wish that we got more chances to do stuff like this. I mean, we actually did. We actually got quite a few opportunities to like make video projects for school that I did end up uploading to the channel. A lot more than like I would have expected. So you know what? I can't complain. You know, because we got this opportunity a good amount.
A lot of time on www.oyez.org.
Huh.
Never mind. Wait,
and you know, especially
was legal
see, it's
we're not in Oregon.
It's tough, man, because like
oh, okay.
I love this joke with Jeff saying, "Oh, okay," but it's tough, man, because nowadays it's so much harder to get people together to film like this, and also like, you know, well, for one, this was like something that we had to do for school, so that was like our motivation to do it. But nowadays it's a lot harder to get like people together to film, or like get motivation from people to get together to film, because it is like it can be a grueling process, you know, and I admit that, but it is a lot of fun. Like when you're able to have fun with it, it can be so fun. And
wait,
I really like
Jones, look at the monitor.
Reminiscing about stuff like this.
No, not that monitor. This one with the footage.
Yeah, Jeff kind of be like the comic relief character in all of this. Jacob played his character very well too. That was literally frozen broccoli that I got from school, but it was supposed, or not from school, from home, but that was supposed to be like weed.
Oh my goodness, he has cannabis.
Yeah,
I'm Jeff's popcorn.
Wait a minute, is that a drone?
We purposely like wanted to have like this crappy PNG of a drone here. Oh, also I should mention, me and Donovan edited this entire thing over the course of like 2 days, and we worked pretty hard on it. And I think, like, I don't know if that comes across, but we definitely put a lot of effort into the editing aspect of it. It was fun.
Oh no, he saw
I remember I filmed basically before Tycho and Jeff and Donovan showed up. I filmed all of these parts with Jacob out in the field, and then I quickly rushed to like upload all of that Jacob footage onto my Google Drive, and then that's how we like downloaded it, and that's how we were able to like display it on the computer screen in the actual computer lab. And then there he is confronting the Secret Service agents.
Watching me from the drone.
Yes. Okay.
Jeff did a good job with his character,
Under
I gotta
the
say.
Fourth Amendment, I have an expectation of privacy that you violated.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, huh?
Jones, you're supposed to be on my side.
And Tycho too, I have to admit.
Okay.
Like everyone did a phenomenal job here.
Riley lived on a mobile home situated.
Considering like I had never really filmed with Tycho, Jeff, or Jacob at this point, they did a really good job, and I'm really like satisfied with how this all came out.
Blast. You know we like have probable cause.
I always,
right? We are DEENS.
I always like. Anytime I have my friends in a video, I'm always like, yeah, they're just funnier than I could ever be on camera, and that's just how I feel a lot of the time. We had to have Tycho say bruh here, the iconic Tycho bruh moment.
Oh, okay. So we get to arrest you. You'll never catch me.
We had Jacob run into that door too many times, I have to say, for this scene.
Well, looks like justice was served.
Oh, you can see me in the
totally.
His, glasses lens.
Some of this popcorn.
Why? I would love some popcorn. Thank you. Jones,
and then for some reason, Jeff has the quote-unquote weed in his popcorn, and that's like the plot twist, guys. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that funny and awesome? Oh, and then we can't forget this. So this credit sequence, this was Donovan's idea. Originally, obviously, the video was just going to end there. But then Donovan was like, let's have a credit sequence. And then he basically like edited and like came up with all of this on his own. He picked all of these like clips to have in the background from the video, had like the Comic Sans titles like moving, you know, across the screen, and he was the one that wanted to include the Tetris beatbox song in the background, and I love this. I love this part. It worked out very well. And then there's a shout out to our teacher. Mr. Nelson is cool. Please give us an A. And we did end up getting an A. Not to toot our own horn or anything, but we did end up getting an A on this project. Sorry, I just got caught off guard by Tycho's brother. We'll just get a replay on that. All right, well, guys, yeah, that's the intro to Law video. I know I've said this a lot, but I really had a lot of fun watching this again. This was a really fun one. I enjoy coming back to this video quite a lot, and it makes me really happy to know that a lot of people enjoyed it just as much as we did, because it really did feel like everyone was really invested in the making of it, and I think that really showed. So yeah, so I'm really glad to say that this like forever has a home on this channel. But yeah, so, you know, sappy shit aside, I hope you guys enjoyed this video commentary, and, you know, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Cooking with Brennen Lamb Sauce, otherwise known as the 4th episode of Cooking with Brennen, and the Gordon Ramsay Kitchen Nightmares parody episode. So, you know, early on when we were making Cooking with Brennen, I was like, what's more like common cooking show tropes or like, you know, things specific to cooking shows that I can like make fun of in these episodes, right? And I ended up coming up with a Gordon Ramsay episode. I actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, Brennen might have been the one that like thought of this concept, because I think he liked Kitchen Nightmares or Gordon Ramsay's shows, and so he was like, what if we did this episode? That might have been what happened, but otherwise I feel like I just came up with it. But yeah, so I was like, yeah, let's do a Gordon Ramsay episode where Brennen is like, you know, trying to be Gordon Ramsay, and we're trying to do a ripoff of that show. But here's the thing. I never watched Kitchen Nightmares. I never watched Gordon Ramsay's shows. So, like, I had very little reference on, like, how Gordon Ramsay behaved, what the shows were actually like. I had very little reference for that. Like, obviously there was jokes about Gordon Ramsay that people made that I knew, like, on a basic level. But that's, like, all I knew. And at the time when I was making these videos, I did very little research other than like what I already knew. Like very bare bones, like Googling stuff that I needed to know while I was writing the episode, if I felt like I needed to know it. So that being said, let's see how this episode holds up. I really don't remember it super well. So let's Let's go into it.
Brennen.
What happened?
I do remember this. I really like this gag with Brennan's head in a bucket. I know that it doesn't even have to do with with the actual episode, but it just like the idea of just Brennen just his head being in a bucket for no reason is just like, that's just funny to me. And Brennen did a good job with it too. Like, I don't know. It's just a funny gag.
Why is your head in a bucket?
I remember we laughed a lot when we were filming this.
Brennen, we have a problem.
What is it?
Your cooking show is getting repetitive.
What do you mean repetitive?
Yeah, so 4 episodes in, it's getting repetitive, right? Makes sense.
We need to find a way to spice things up a bit.
I don't know where that knot shirt is. I feel like I've said that in every video that I've watched where I'm wearing this knot shirt. I don't know where it is. I don't know why I care that much about where it is, because I don't even know if I would wear it if I found it. But that being said, I still wish I knew where it was. But anyway.
Well, it's not exactly an original idea, but I think I have just the answer.
What do you mean?
Gee, I wonder what the answer's going to be.
The way to make your cooking show more appealing to today's audience.
Damn, that timing with that zoom in. Pretty good. And there's Brennan's Gordon Ramsay costume. So this was comprised. This was made up of Brennen parted his hair, kind of like Gordon Ramsay, and then supposed to be wearing that like white button-up shirt I had to kind of simulate like a white cooking uniform or whatever, or chef uniform. But it didn't fit him because it was, it's made for me. Or it wasn't made for me, but like it fit, it was my size, so it didn't fit Brennen. So he just kind of wore it like a cloak. And we were like, yep, that's Gordon Ramsay. And then obviously Brennan's just acting mad the whole time. And I think, because he did watch Kitchen Nightmares, he knew more about like how Gordon Ramsay acted, but I was just like, yeah, just like be angry.
Brennen Ramsay.
Brendan Urie.
And I have a bone to pick with you.
Yep, there's a really funny bone pun. And then we even recreated this little the Cooking with Brennen intro with like new clips of Brennen Ramsay, quote unquote. This, reference to the infamous Gordon Ramsay "What are you? I'm an idiot" sandwich thing, like meme that people are probably aware about if they know Gordon Ramsay. I think it came across. It was Brennan's idea, I think. And then Cooking with Brennen Ramsay, there it is.
Hello,
this episode, I do think this was a fun episode to film, mainly because, Brennen doesn't usually act. Like, when we do Cooking with Brennen, it's more or less Brennen is just an exaggerated version of himself. But with this episode, he was actually kind of playing a character because he was trying to be angry. And I think that made it fun, like really fun to film this.
We're gonna be cooking a meal. So difficult.
Mainly because like it was hard to take Brennen seriously sometimes, but it was really funny. Like it was a fun time.
So today we're going to be cooking sweet Italian pan-roasted chicken parmesan.
I remember I was just like for the quote unquote dish that Brennan's gonna be cooking. What's just like the most weirdest / quote unquote fanciest dish that like a chef could make, and then I just ended up putting a bunch of random words together that like were usually, I don't know, like in an expensive dish that you would find like as the name of an expensive dish. I don't know. I think that was what my mindset was with this. But I remember when we were making this, I was like, well, in Hobknocker, Kitchen Nightmares, like to my knowledge, Gordon Ramsay's usually like mentoring young chefs, right? So I was like, well, in this episode, what if Brennen is mentoring me? And that's like how the episode works. And then that's how we ended up with this, where I'm actually like the one cooking and Brennan's mentoring me.
So first, you want to start with vegetables. Did I say stand there like a damn horse? No, start cooking the vegetables.
Yeah, I tried to like throw in like British sounding insults or like insults that like I thought Gordon Ramsay would say that I had Brennen say. I don't know if that like really translated very well.
Now that vegetables
now that I'm remembering this, I do remember Brennen actually input a lot of help with this episode because I did struggle with writing this episode for a while. But the end you'll see something that Brennen inputted, I believe. Yeah, a lot of good amount of improv in these early episodes, or at least in this episode. I don't know about.
Like rubbish.
Brennan?
I love that line.
Right, Chef Brennan, you're really starting to scare me.
Good.
Yeah, so a lot of this is just Brennen, like, just yelling at me and just like one take miscellaneous clips. I realize that, but it was funny to us. What can I say? But and then there's like an infamous joke with Gordon Ramsay with lamb sauce. I'm not too clear about like the origins of that lamb sauce joke, but basically yeah, so in this scene here I was like, you know, Gordon Ramsay is always known for like calling things raw, and so I was like, let's make Brennen say water's raw.
This water is raw.
I don't know if I would tell Brennen to spit water in my face in a video nowadays. I don't know if I would do that.
Now, for the next step, you're going to take your...
That line was ad-libbed, I believe.
It's Chef Brennen to you, and what do you want?
You need to stop acting like this, man. Your show's ratings are lower than ever.
What are you going off about? Brennen, snap out of it!
And then like the joke here is that Brennen was like taken over by this persona that he was putting on, I guess.
Get your filthy paws off.
Interesting idea there, but all right.
You need to stop acting like this. People don't like...
Ooh, some dynamic shot differences. Usually with Cooking with Brennan's, they're so static with how they're filmed because they're usually like just on Brennen and then just on me or whatever. But this we actually got some dynamic shots here. So.
I acted like a different famous chef.
Maybe.
And I was like, what? How can we end this Gordon Ramsay episode? And then Brennen, I remember Brennen he told me he was a big fan of Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dines. I believe it's what it's called. It's Guy Fieri's show. And so I was like, you know what, Brennen, you're going to be Guy Fieri at the end of this episode.
Welcome to Flavor Town.
And there we go.
Population, this guy.
And there you go. That's the episode.
All right, video's all wrapped up. You know, that was a pretty good Guy Fieri.
Oh, and I think this ending, like after the outro scene that we did, this was actually all Brennan's idea, and this was what I mean. Like Brennen contributed to the writing of this episode quite a bit. But I think we just mainly improv'd this this scene, yeah. And then that laugh, those laughs at the end were obviously like not playing. But yeah, that was Cooking with Brennen lamb sauce. You know what? Watching it back, I actually do like this episode quite a bit. I really like Brennan's just angry persona that he puts on. You know, it's different. It's not something that, you know, you typically see with Brennen or, you know, videos that Brennan's in or Cooking with Brennen. And so, yeah, and I remember having a lot of fun filming this. You know, I got to be more involved. And now, obviously, like, I feel like I'm involved in episodes, like, all the time. But, like, this was, like, the first one that I feel like I was, like, heavily involved in pretty much almost throughout the entire episode. So, yeah. So, I do like this episode. I hope people liked it as well. You know, maybe it didn't have too much in terms of, like, accurate or, you know, faithful Gordon Ramsay references. But, like, in the end, like, it was fun. And, you know, that's what I care about with these episodes. But, yeah, with that being said, that's going to conclude this video commentary. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we are going to be watching is Who the Hell Are You? Parody. So the backstory behind this video, for those of you who may not know, my friend Brennen has a YouTube channel, Darklink555. He doesn't really upload to it anymore, but back then, he uploaded to it quite a bit. Back when like I first started making videos, he was making videos a lot as well for his own channel. Obviously, we collabed a lot. But for his own channel, he uploaded pretty often. And one of the reoccurring, I should say, series that he had on his own channel was the Who the Hell Are You series. And basically what this series was, to my knowledge, was basically there was this mysterious character that kept showing up like in Brennen's house, and he kept on like making fun of Brennen. And he was basically just Brennen in sunglasses, and he would like make fun of like Brennen's old videos, or he would make fun of like Brennen's squeaky voice or whatever. Just a bunch of different things. And there was supposed to, like, with Brennen's videos that he was making, he was trying to like construct an overall narrative, or like a plot line, like with every video. And so he had this series, like the Who the Hell Are You series, that was like showing off that plot progression. And eventually he stopped it, because mainly I think his idea for the series was just a little bit too ambitious to what like we were actually capable of making. And so eventually he stopped it. And he's told me time and time again that he would be interested in bringing it back. But he only ended up making 2 episodes. But at the time, I was like, hey, what if I made a parody of Brennen's little series here? And so, because a lot of my videos that I was making, like I obviously had series like Life Hacks with Ellis and whatever, but at the time, a lot of my videos were like one-offs, and so, and a lot of times when like Brennen would like make a video, I would constantly be like, how could, like, because he would try to have like a very serious tone to them. He would have some comedy here and there, but he tried to have like a pretty consistent serious tone to his videos. And so I was like, how can I like add comedy into this video? And then this video is kind of the byproduct of that whole idea. So with that being said, let's get into it.
Hey everybody, what's up? It's Danklink666 here.
I will say it's a lot more, it has a lot more value like to watch this video when you've actually seen the original. But basically, yeah, I kind of tried to follow the structure of his original video to a pretty accurate degree. So at the beginning, he's like, oh, it's Dark Lake 555. So I was like, my character is Danklink666 because
I
I'm
just realized
funny.
something awesome. I just realized that I've been on YouTube for a long time, and we've
so
really,
a lot of what
a
lot of what I'm saying here is like almost word for word for what Brennen said in his video.
And like everything's just
that was
been
Pewseptiplier,
really
for
good.
for those of you who don't
we've
know.
grown a lot. Yeah. Thank God your voice doesn't crack anymore. What are you
So basically in Brennen's original video, he has like his sunglasses character show up and he's like, yeah, your voice doesn't squeak anymore. So I was just like, yeah, what if, yeah, I basically just did the same thing. I don't even know why I'm trying to like give more background behind it.
A lot in your old videos. What do you mean? I didn't do that. Oh yeah? What about this?
Hey guys, it's me, Danklink666.
And obviously, this isn't the actual audio. I don't know if I need to explain this. This isn't the actual audio for this video that I'm showing. The footage is actually from like an actual video on my channel. This specifically is from the first vlog that I did. But the audio is obviously just dubbed over.
And today we're gonna be walking around this
I think that's pretty obvious, actually.
Hey, look, that was one of my oldest videos, okay? It's not my fault. And this.
Hey guys, it's Danklink.
This is another old video that I did with the
reasons why you
audio
should subscribe to me instead of PewDiePie. Number
dubbed
1.
Hey,
over.
dude, look, that was the past, okay? And who could forget the time you thought you did something really cool, but you ended up doing this?
So originally in Brennen's video, he shows off a clip of him basically trying to film his TV screen or something, but then it's like vertical the whole time, so it looks kind of crappy. But for me,
hey guys, so today
what I did is this is basically this isn't actually an old video. This is a video that I filmed for this video. Sorry, I'm saying video a lot. But this bit, this isn't an old video. This is new stuff. But I basically just
that I got from my trip to the
made a joke.
Okay, look, whatever, dude. I'm just gonna go back to making my video here.
Yeah.
So if you could just shut up, okay? Gosh, that guy was a jerk. Wait.
It's a pretty short but sweet video.
How did you get in
this
my
one?
house? Well, you see, that's for me to know, and for the audience to find out in a future episode. Now, I'm just gonna take my swaggy shades and make a cool exit.
So in Brennen's video, he snaps. His like sunglasses persona snaps and then disappears. But for me, this is what I did.
Bye. Whoa!
I think
did you see
that worked out pretty
Where
well.
did he go? How did he do that?
So yeah, this was actually a series that Brennen was going to continue, but and I thought he was too at the time when I made this, but
I'm gonna stop the video here
it never ended up happening. And the world is still wondering, Brennen, if you're watching this, who the hell was that guy? Because we don't actually know. So I'm just saying.
Yeah. Thanks for watching my voice crack. I mean, this video. Thanks for watching this video. And I'll see you guys next time. But until then, this is Danklink666 signing off.
Sorry, I'm not saying much right now. I'm just kind of watching this video.
Really
I'm invested. What can I say?
I don't know what that dumb guy was talking about. I mean, my voice never cracks off. Fuck.
So that was that. And, you know, I remember when I made this, I made this video kind of just on a whim. And then after I made it, I edited it and I was like, oh crap, I never actually asked Brennen if like I could make this video. Cause like, you know, when you make a parody of something, especially like, well, okay, pretty much only if you're making a parody of something that like your friends were involved in or like your friend made, you kind of want to ask them if it's okay. Cause like, you know, you don't want it to come across as mean-spirited or anything. I don't think it did. I think, you know, I struck a good balance of like making this funny, but also like pretty lighthearted. But, you know, I still wanted to ask Brennen if it would be okay. And I remember when I asked him, he was like, yeah, go for it. Like, he was like actually excited. He was like, he encouraged me to make this. So yeah, I mean, at the time I had already made it when I asked him, but you know, if he didn't feel comfortable, I wouldn't have posted it. But I'm really glad that he did feel comfortable with it, because I think it came out pretty well. And then I did, you know, I had a little, thing here where I said, shout out to Brennen for approving the parody. Check out his channel in the description. Okay, bye. And then that's the video. So yeah, so that was the Who the Hell Are You parody. I don't know if a lot of people are going to really understand the context if you haven't seen the original video. So you know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say go to Brennen's channel, Darklink555. I'll try to have it linked in the description, but if it's not, go to my recommended channel. So go to my channel and then go to the channels section. Basically, it's like recommended channels, and his channel will be under that. So then go to Darklink555, go to the Who the Hell Are You video. There's actually 2 of them. And comment, give us the rest of the series or something like that. So Brennen is forced to continue this series because the world still wants to know who the hell was that guy. I at least want to know that. So anyway, that was the Who the Hell Are You parody. I already said that. So yeah, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Cooking with Brennen Tacos, which is the 5th official episode of Cooking with Brennen. So, funny thing about this episode is that I believe I wrote this episode second out of all of them. Right after we filmed the first one, I started coming up with more ideas for future episodes, and like one of the first ideas I had was for him to make tacos in an episode. And then eventually I kind of came to the conclusion that it would probably make sense to do it as sort of like a Cinco de Mayo special. So we just kind of waited until, you know, like May to do it. And so we did. And yeah, I guess we'll get more into like, you know, more specifics about the video as we watch it, of course. But yeah, so let's just start it. So I don't believe what Brennen is saying here is exactly like it. I don't think it exactly translates to what I wanted it to. It's supposed to say hello and welcome to another episode of Cooking with Brennen. And I literally, so, you know, if I was really taking it seriously, I probably would have used a better translator. But I believe when I wrote that part and I was putting those captions, I believe I just put it into Google Translate and then it spat out, you know, whatever he said. And then, you know, of course, like, you know, Brennen's not a typical Spanish speaker, so I don't know if it didn't come out super coherently. Either way, it's a thing. It kind of adds to the comedy if it's a little less coherent. At least that's what I tell myself. Anyway, let's move on. So this whole portion where we're like, you know, singing this very stereotypical Hispanic music. I don't even know if you could call it. I don't know. We actually filmed that outside our school, and I don't know if you can really tell. Like, I don't really know if the audio quality really reflects it, but we filmed it outside, like in the middle of the day, and just like we listened to the music that we were trying to replicate like once, and then we just filmed us, you know, mimicking it. And I just think that's kind of a funny element, you know, very high quality studio recording setup we got. Also, fun fact about this episode, this is the last episode that uses this original intro. And I believe that says, for today's episode, we're going to be cooking, and then it just cuts off.
Brennan, we're done with the Spanish speaking bit.
Thank God! So anyways, for this episode, we're gonna be cooking, can you guess?
So, I just want to apologize in advance because I believe this episode has a lot of very blatant Mexican stereotypes. And while I don't feel like I don't think we really, I don't think we painted, we didn't try to, this was not intentional, I should say. It's simply, at the time, this is just stuff that made me laugh. But, if anyone is offended, I sincerely apologize for that. This was 2018 Antonio. He wasn't as, up to speed with, current, social norms, I guess you could say. And, let's move on.
So I think I'm pretty qualified for this job.
This is actually based on fact, because me and Brennen, as I feel like I've mentioned before, would typically go to Taco Bell before we would film these episodes. It was either Taco Bell or McDonald's, but typically Taco Bell.
Cheese and lettuce. Now, hold on.
Yes, the good old days when I would print out pictures of ingredients. And that was the joke. I did this for 2 episodes in a row. You'll see in the next Cooking with Brennen commentary I do. It's funny looking back at episodes like this because they're so simple in comparison to the ones that we've been doing for like season 2.
Don't tell me how to run my show. Now, as we're waiting for our tacos to cook, I usually
like this, as you can see, this episode's only a little over 3 minutes long. And nowadays the standard for Cooking with Brennen episodes, it's like almost like 5 or 6 minutes. And I just think that that's kind of interesting that I don't know if that's reflective of my ability to, write more, or just like, maybe it's more reflective of like my lack of brevity with my writing, which is very reflective in both writing for videos on this channel and in, scholarly essays that I've done. I'm not a very simple. It takes me a lot of words to convey what I'm trying to say. If it's not already clear.
I'm listening to some authentic Hispanic music to get me in the Mexican mood. Some of you may know the song.
Yeah, so when I was talking about very blatant Mexican stereotypes, this was kind of what I was talking about. I mean, this was sort of, self-aware of how, like, ridiculous it is that, like, oh yeah, Despacito's the only like song of Mexican descent that is notable. But no, it was really just because, like, I believe it's still the most popular song on YouTube, or just quote unquote in the world. So, I just decided to include it.
Brennen, you can't play that song. It's copyrighted.
And then the joke I decided to make was that it's copyrighted. And it's funny because I use a lot of copyrighted songs in videos, or at least I used to. And I don't think it was copyrighted in this video, but a lot of other videos, they will typically get copyright stricken.
Once your dancing session is done, your tacos are most likely done. So let's check out. Wait, what? Why aren't they done?
Did you forget to turn on the oven?
Fuck! You know what? Screw this. Shazam!
If I was making this video nowadays, I probably would have added some sort of effect there when he did the Shazam thing. But This was little old Antonio editing on his phone in 2018. You know, he didn't have the ability to do things like that. He had the ability to put the word bell in the top right corner, though, apparently.
Will you zoom the camera out of my freaking face?
Sorry.
Alright, guys, that's the end of this episode. But join us next time.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Very
So, right there, that's Talon. Many of you probably know him from other videos. Funny thing is that he was not originally intended to be in this episode, mainly because I didn't know that he would even be available today. I believe what happened... I think what happened is the day before. So we filmed this on a day when we didn't have school. And the day before we filmed it, we did have school. And while we were at school, Talon just showed up. He didn't go to our school anymore at this point, but he showed up because he lived really close. And he was just kind of talking to us. And he was talking to me and Brennen specifically. And I mentioned how me and Brennen were going to film an episode of Cooking with Brennen the following day. And he was like, dude, you should let me come over and, like, you know, just watch you guys film. And I was like, yeah, for sure, you can do that. And then I realized that I actually had written this part of the copyright police for myself. And so my original plan was to have, you know, me come in and play it as a different character from, you know, me as Antonio. But then I was like, you know, Talon, if you're coming over, do you want to just, like, be in the video? And then he was like, yeah. And then there you go. And now Talon is cemented forever as the copyright police character. He's wearing Brennan's jacket. I don't know if that was clear. We didn't really put a lot of time into his, you know, copyright police wardrobe. But he's wearing Brennan's jacket, and then that's a rubber band gun that I've used in a video, in a couple videos actually, and also just like a prop that I got at a Saturday market, I believe, a couple years ago, or maybe more than a couple years ago. But at some point I got it. But yeah, that was his wardrobe, kind of on a whim, how we decided to organize it.
The whole 5.6 seconds of audio from the copyrighted song Despacito.
But I'm actually really glad that Talon was able to play this character, because I feel like it made it more iconic than if I were to just have played it. And Talon did a good job, considering this was like his first video that he had done in like 2 years at this point. He did a really good job.
Man, I've been waiting for this taco.
I think this part at the end was Brennen came up with.
That's some good taco.
Yeah, definitely Brennen came up with that, I remember. But yeah, that was Cooking with Brennen Tacos. I still think fondly of this episode as, you know, weirdly, like, stereotypical it is in a lot of ways. I don't think it's a bad episode by any means. Definitely a lot more simple. We've definitely, like, as I've said already, episodes have gotten a lot more elaborate as time went on. But I guess that was more me trying to, like, push the boundaries of, like, what we could do for this show, and, like, how much we could do in a single episode. But overall, fun episode. Yeah, I enjoyed watching it. And I hope you guys enjoyed watching this commentary. But that's going to conclude this video. So, yeah, until the next one. Wow, I really I always butcher these outros. All right, you know what? Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Antonio's birthday surprise. So this is a video that I made back in 2018. And it was actually an idea for a video that I had for a couple, maybe not a couple years, but at least like a year, I'd say. And the idea was that, you know, my friends would be like planning a birthday surprise for me. And then I, you know, like the whole time while they're trying to come up with ideas for what they should do, they just start realizing, man, Antonio kind of sucks. We should just like throw stuff at him. and then that's how it goes. Something like that. That's like the initial idea I had. And then it just kind of turned into this script. And I wrote it over the summer that year. And then I filmed it. I actually filmed it over the course of like 4 or 5 days. Because I had to film with several groups of people. And every group of people that I filmed with was on a different day. And you'll see, you know, obviously who I'm talking about in a minute here when we start the video. But yeah, so this video, despite being only like 6 minutes, it took, you know, a lot longer than 6 minutes to, you know, to film, obviously. Anyway, let's get into the video without any further ado. Here's Antonio's birthday surprise.
Hey guys, so my birthday just passed. It was on September 4th.
So this whole little intro I give here, it's kind of a nod to Ryan Higa videos, because Ryan Higa is was and still is a really big influence to me in a lot of my comedy style and the way that I do certain videos. And this whole like bit at the beginning here where I'm giving kind of like an intro where I'm just like talking directly to the camera, that's like more a lot more influenced from his style of videos. He'll often have like sort of a structure to the video where he's talking to the camera and then we'll cut to, you know, a skit. And that's kind of the style I was going for in this video. It's more so like, you know, I'm talking at the beginning here, and then it just cuts to one big skit, and then it cuts back to me at the end of the video. But overall, that's kind of what I was going for with this. Fun fact, and you know, if you've ever seen the behind the scenes for this video, you would know this. But my friends, specifically Dean, Cody, and Donovan, were all over at my house when I filmed this, and they were all in the room. Like while I filmed this, Donovan was like below me, and Cody and Dean were just off to the side. But the way that we filmed it, you couldn't tell. There is one point I think when Donovan bumps the camera, and it's like not very noticeable in the final edit. But if you pay really close attention, you can see Donovan bump the camera at one point.
Please sit in a room and come up with ideas for what to do to surprise me for my birthday. You know, I'd be fine with that, but they probably wouldn't do that.
I was gonna say there is some truth to this whole beginning here. Like I really don't always know. Like I don't like making a big deal out of my birthday generally. You know, usually when my birthday comes around, I don't like to draw too much attention to myself. But you know, that overall I was more playing it up just for the video.
All right. So I've called all you
and then here's the part of the video with all of the groups of people that I filmed with. And I really just, you know, I like doing videos like this where I just have like a bunch of my friends. Even though we couldn't all meet on the same day, I feel like this still does a decently good job in, you know, portraying that they're all talking to each other. There is one thing that I'm a little, like in retrospect, I'm a little just disappointed that I didn't catch when we were filming, and that's the fact that the couch covering changes. If you can see in this, you know, in the video, Donovan and Cody are supposed to be sitting on the same couch, and you can see in this shot there's like a sort of like a brownish, you know, just soft covering on the couch.
Okay. That's good.
And then when we cut to Cody, he's sitting on the same couch. You can see that there's a completely different cover on it. And that was just because, you know, we filmed Cody's shots on a completely different day than Donovan's. And I don't know, I think just like the sheet that Donovan, that was in Donovan's shot was being washed when we filmed Cody's scenes. So that's why it's different. And, you know, I mean, like, I think generally when you're watching the video, it's kind of like, it's not that noticeable, but like it doesn't detract from the video, but
anything else?
Still something to point out. And, you know, so I don't know if this came up in the behind the scenes. I'm going to be referring to the behind the scenes a lot in this because, you know, there were obviously a lot of like just little things that you can gather from when we filmed this video from the behind the scenes video. But one thing that people might not necessarily know is that when we were filming, every time that I filmed with a certain person or group of people, I had these pieces of paper that I wrote down the names of the other people that were in the video. Like when I filmed with Brennen, I took pieces of paper and I wrote down like Donovan on one piece of paper and then Cody on one piece of paper and Dean and Nate, and I put them, you know, like in the room where they would be sitting in the video to kind of sort of like guide Brennen or whoever I was filming with into like being able to know where to look when certain people were quote unquote talking. And I don't know if that worked super well, but it was still something that we did.
I don't know if I really like the sound of that.
Most epic birthday party, not clickbait in the hood gone wrong.
I know. We can take Antonio on an all-expense-paid trip to that.
There's a lot of like dated humor in some of these videos.
Okay, let's try to think
like
of
the whole
other...
Logan Paul, you know, Japanese forest joke. That wasn't necessarily. That's not necessarily gonna kill people. Or sorry, bad choice of words. That's not gonna necessarily make people laugh super hard in 2022. But nevertheless,
too related for now.
Ooh, green balloons.
I don't know why I just decided to make Cody obsessed with the color green in this video. I just thought that was a funny gag, and then it all, you know, obviously culminates into him thinking this is for a St. Patrick's Day party.
For his dog to play with.
This whole gag that I wrote here, this was just like a weird idea. You know, a lot of these jokes that I include in these videos, a lot of them are just like one-off jokes that sometimes I'll just come up with without even like having a video in mind that they would be in, and then they just kind of become part of certain videos when I need just some sort of, you know, when I need some sort of joke to be inserted in a scene. So I think I came up with this whole idea of like how there's like fish toys. Like I don't know. I feel like that's a joke idea that I came up with, like not necessarily thinking it in the context of this video.
I thought we were playing for a St. Patrick's
and then I just put it in the video.
No, we're preparing for a surprise birthday party for Antonio.
Oh, then I have no idea what to do.
Great. That's great. You guys are great at this.
Well, I don't see you giving any ideas, Brennen.
Oh, I already know what I'm doing for his birthday.
What are you gonna do?
So here Brennen mentions how he's gonna let me throw things at him. That's more like, I guess you kind of have to know. You kind of have to know a good amount about my channel to understand that this joke. Well, I guess it's kind of shown off here, but obviously the whole joke about stuff getting thrown at Brennen, that's just like that's been a running joke on the channel. We've been doing it less so nowadays, but back then that was kind of like, that was just like a running joke with Brennen.
Well, when you put it like that, it just sounds mean.
Why exactly have you let Antonio throw things at you?
You know, but a lot of the inspiration for this video in general was just like, I just noticed how like a lot of times, and it's not even intentional, I'll just like, I don't know, make my friends look kind of dumb. But I mean, like I try to not like, you know, embarrass anyone more than anyone else. Like it's all a healthy amount of embarrassment for everyone, you know. But this was kind of like my like way of, you know, redeeming myself, if you will. Like, hey, I kind of, you know, you guys do a lot for me in these videos. Let me return the favor, sorta. So I allowed Donovan to throw a pie in my face, and we'll see that later, obviously.
Yeah, where he made me dress up like a mom.
Well, it makes you feel better. You made for a really hot mom.
This whole joke where Brennen calls says Dean is a hot mom, like that's I think that's one of my favorite jokes in this video. I don't know, it's just so dumb. Oh yes, the world is. That scene will go down in history.
Don't worry about this. This was just a mistake. Just like Cody.
I feel like my comedy style has changed so much over time, but also I feel like there's still, like a lot of these jokes I feel like I'd still come up with nowadays, which I don't know. I guess that says a lot, right? And then of course Donovan, he's just like, you know, like Donovan just goes through a lot in these videos, man.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, especially the pie, throwing the pie in Donovan's face. That was like something that, in retrospect, I can't believe that. Well, one, I can't believe that I thought to do that, and second of all, I can't believe that Donovan agreed to do that. So props to Donovan for that. I feel like I say that a lot in these videos sometimes because I'm like, man, because Donovan just does. He goes all out for some of these videos, man. I mean, a lot of my friends do, obviously. I just want to point out this scene here,
picked on us for far too long.
where you'll see it in a second here.
Made us his pet monkeys.
where Nate kind of looks up at Donovan. That scene, this scene right here, was not originally, like, I didn't tell Nate to do this. I think while I was filming with Nate that day, he just did this kind of just impromptu as like a joke. Because I told him Donovan would be like standing on the couch, and then he like did this. And, you know, like, I don't necessarily know if I would have included it otherwise. But I just needed some sort of just like B-roll to put over Donovan talking here. So I was just like, what the heck? And I just put it in. And it worked out pretty well.
Yeah! Okay, Donovan, I think you should just calm down.
Don't even try to calm me down, Brennen.
Yeah, you know, I think I already said this, but in retrospect, I think we did a really good job at just like making it look like we were all in the same room together. And that's obviously a combination of the acting by all my friends and the editing that I did. I don't pat myself too much on the back, but I don't like this font choice that I used. Back when I used to edit on my phone, I was very limited in my just choices for fonts to include in anytime I needed like text on the screen, just because I would be editing with, you know, a very specific editor that had a very limited amount of font choices. And I didn't always feel like, you know, creating a whole new typeface just for one gag. So a lot of times I would just use the same like 20 fonts in all my videos, which sounds like a lot, but when you're making like hundreds of videos, you start like, I don't know if it's just me, but you start to notice when a lot of fonts are used very often. Like, that's a lot of the reason why I use, I believe it's called Chunk 5 font, in a lot of just thumbnails and other inclusions in other videos. But this font, I just can't get behind this font right. I don't know why it's bothering me so much. This like scene right here, or the background noise, this was simply just Donovan, Dean, and Cody just yelling, because I realized I forgot to like get like footage or just like audio of Brennen and Nate, you know, kind of arguing. Like, that was the intention originally, was to have like Donovan, Cody, Dean, Nate, and Brennen all kind of just yelling and how they're gonna like get revenge on me. But I forgot to film it with Brennen and Nate, so I just had Donovan, Cody, and Dean do it, and I think it turned out fine.
Talking in one place.
This scene was hard to film. Like, we were laughing so much because when we were filming this, like, there was no voiceover. It was just me just staring with Donovan, Cody, and Dean watching me in silence, and it was just like the hardest scene to get through without laughing. And then here, everyone throwing random stuff at me. And there's Donovan throwing the pie in my face. And that's, of course, the end of the video. So something that some people might not know. Well, okay, first of all, this scene right here, I filmed this, I believe, a month after we filmed the scene where Donovan actually hits me in the face with the pie, because I realized I forgot to film it when I was like about to finish editing the video. So I just filmed it really quick, and all that I did was I just like got some whipped cream, put it on my hand, and then just like spread it all around my face to just make it look like I had just gotten hit in the face with a pie. Did it come out good? Possibly, I don't know. Either way, and then the last thing I want to mention is that so you know, this shirt, I made this shirt with the help of a friend over the summer, the year that we filmed this, the I'm Gonna Rail shirt, and I wore it in quite a few videos that I filmed around that time, just because I just liked having like a piece of merch besides the Toniverse shirt, of course. And, you know, ever since that year, I've kind of stopped wearing it. And the reason why is because when we filmed this and I got hit in the face with this pie, you know, obviously all the whipped cream that we had put in the pie got on the shirt. And like an idiot, I didn't bother to like wash it out right away. I basically took it off, kind of brushed off all of the crumbs and the, you know, the leftover pie crust debris that was on it. And then I just kind of let it sit in my hamper without like washing off a good amount of the like whipped cream residue. I don't know why. I was just very not like, I was just not responsible. And because of that, the whipped cream, I guess, kind of just like fermented on the shirt. And it left a really bad like rotten milk scent on the shirt. And try as I might, no matter how many times I washed the shirt, it would not come off. And I still have the shirt somewhere, but that's just why I don't wear it anymore, because it just forever has like this intense smell of rotten milk. And I know that that's really gross to mention, but I thought I would just mention it just because it's something that people might not know about this video. But anyway, that's Antonio's birthday surprise. Definitely, I think this video holds up in a lot of ways that, you know, a lot of other videos that I made, you know, back in like during this time period, it holds up a lot better than most. And I don't know, I'm really proud of it. I really like any video that I can get like multiple of my friends in. Did I say that correctly? Like, you know, more. Okay, I said you get the idea. But yeah, so I like this video. I like it quite a lot. But yeah, that's basically it. That's gonna wrap up this commentary video. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Cooking with Brennen Summer, which was the summer special that we did. Yeah, I just wanted to do like a special episode in celebration that summer was starting, and so we did that. And unfortunately, the first thing that I want to make note of about this video specifically is something that has bothered me since I uploaded it, and it's the fact that the quality is consistently bad. I don't know if that's going to really like translate in this video, or I don't even know if people are really going to notice, like if you were to go back and watch it. But to me, I'm always going to notice it. The reason why the quality is not as good as it could have been, I should say, is that when I exported this video, when I first finished editing it and exported it, basically, without going too much into it, the way that I had to upload videos was very convoluted. And initially, I would upload them straight from my phone, because I would edit on my phone. I would upload them straight from my phone to YouTube. And whenever I would do that, the quality would be lost. But I didn't realize that until like a certain point after I had started doing that. And this is one of the videos that unfortunately suffered from that, because I uploaded it, didn't notice that that quality was lost, and then just posted it. And then it wasn't until after I posted it that I realized that, oh shoot, the quality looks kind of like crap. And so after that point, I started uploading them a different way that made the quality a lot better. But, you know, unfortunately, this is one of the videos that will forever have less good quality than it could have. But with that sort of random, boring tangent out of the way, let's move on to the actual video.
What's good, homies? It's your boy, Brennen, and welcome back to another episode of Cooking.
Yeah, I feel like it's actually very clear. You can tell, like, there's some weird choppiness with, like, just the way that the scenes are, like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's just, like, weird. It's just, like, you just have to look at it, and it just you can tell. But this was the first episode that used this intro, and I just thought that might be interesting to point out.
It's summertime, which means the grass is greener, the sky is bluer, and the sun is sunnier.
I remember, as we typically would with episodes, with random Cooking with Brennen episodes, we had Cody over. Excuse me. We had well, we would usually have some guest over when we would film episodes like this, and this time we had Cody. And I don't think he actually shows up in the episode, but he did help at some point in filming. And like I like I said in the last Cooking with Brennen commentary, this was the second episode in a row that I printed out the ingredients for.
Now, you really could have an outdoor barbecue
because I guess I just thought that was funny.
Luckily, I've recently learned an ancient Japanese method of teleportation.
Oh boy, more
that
stereotypes.
gets outside as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I love looking back at videos and just cringing at just certain jokes I make, man. I mean, okay, to be fair, I think this is a pretty funny gag of just Brennen just transported, like getting transported via this weird, just like thing he's doing, which is why I wanted him to do it. Yeah, Cooking with Brennen was just like a way for me to just make Brennen do ridiculous things on camera, and be able to post it to my YouTube channel. That's all it really was at the end of the day. No, but yeah, no, I think it's a pretty funny bit. And then I don't know why, but with this episode, I thought it would be funny to do a musical number. And music is something that like I was kind of delving into in terms of like what to post on my YouTube channel. This was the same year that we did Goody Gang, and then the following year we would do Snow. But this was like the first like music production that I ever made, as sad as that is, at least to my knowledge. And it was this, we'll just play it. It's this weird like 30-second musical number, if you can call it that, where it's just this backing track over and over and me saying this is the song where Brennen cleans the grill, or just random stuff relating to that. Yeah, I remember when I was writing this episode, I was just like, what if we just have a montage of Brennen cleaning the grill? Because that's interesting and that would pad out, you know, runtime in the episode. So we did that. And I feel like this was like the hardest part for me, at least, of the episode to actually make, because I had never recorded music, quote unquote, for any video before, at least to my knowledge. Maybe, okay, there might have been like one or two other times, but this was like the first one that I was using like GarageBand for, and it was on my iPhone, which was significantly more difficult to work with than if I were to do it on like a desktop. But yeah, I just sat in my room for like a couple hours recording those lines, and then just like I remember I would record like 2 or 3 and then layer them over each other. And you can definitely tell because some of them don't line up exactly 100%. Like, sorry, I can't focus with this stupid song. They don't line up exactly right at some points, and you can notice that.
Yeah, I guess Brennen's still cleaning the grill.
I think I had to slow down that specific line because it didn't line up with the music, because I can keep time so well, guys.
Seriously, how long is it going to take to clean the grill? Oh, I think he's done.
And now that I'm done cleaning the grill,
but yeah, it's just interesting the fact that that it just really is reflective of like what Cooking with Brennen is. We can have an episode where the main focus is we're cooking like meat or barbecuing meat, and like a majority of the episode is just dedicated to a song in which Brennen cleans the grill in preparation to cook that meat. I just think that's really telling.
You're gonna want to season it, so just put a little salt. Make sure to apply.
I really hope we didn't put that salt back in the salt shaker after doing what we just did, but I feel like we probably did. Yeah, so did I mention that I would use Cooking with Brennen as a way to make Brennen do funny things? Because I did. Oh yeah, this part right here is what is a part that Cody helped us film.
I'm just saying it could cause a pretty bad fire.
You know, normally if we have a shot that has like both me and Brennen, because typically I'm the one holding the camera on Brennen, but if we have a shot that has both of us, I either use a tripod or have someone else hold it. And luckily Cody was here, so he was able to just hold it for us. I believe at this point he actually had left.
you smell smoke?
But he was here for the majority of the time that we filmed.
So our food did end up catching fire and burning to a crisp, but we weren't really planning on eating it anyways. So anyway, make sure to have a happy and safe summer.
Other than that, that's pretty much all that there really is to say about this episode.
See you guys next time on the next episode of Cooking.
Okay, I'm not trying to out Brennen or anything, but has anyone noticed that stain on his shirt? I was like, I noticed that earlier, and I was trying to like identify where that could have came from, but I don't know. Other than that, yeah, that's gonna conclude the episode. Honestly, nothing too special about this episode. I don't know if it's necessarily one of my top episodes of Cooking with Brennen, or even just top episodes of Cooking with Brennen for like season 1 specifically. But it's, you know, it's an episode. I guess you could call it a filler. Wow, it sounds weird to refer to any of my videos, specifically any Cooking with Brennen videos, as quote unquote filler, but yeah, more or less, it was just an episode that I thought would be, you know, something to do, and so we did it. Later episodes in this season definitely have a lot more fun bits in them, and we'll see those coming up. But yeah, that's an episode. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and until next time, nope, that's not how I end these. I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is a social experiment. So this video came out on my channel quite a long time ago, actually back in 2016, which was like the first year that I ever really like committed to uploading videos. And it was one of the first like skits that I ever really did that wasn't like a Pewseptiplier. Or at least one of the first ones that like I remember often, I guess, just because this was actually the first video that I ever filmed with Brennen. I believe so, at least. But yeah, so around the time when I started making videos and I started uploading videos to this channel, or I guess the main channel, because the commentary is going to go up on the second channel. You get what I mean. Around that time, Brennen, obviously, one of my friends, was watching them, and he expressed interest in being in a video. And so I had actually been writing the script for this video before I knew that he was interested. But I kind of just wrote it around like anyone being, you know, taking the part that Brennen played. But it just so happened that Brennen wanted to be in a video, so I just filmed this video with him. And this was another instance. I believe I mentioned this in the commentary I did for 10 new challenges, but this was another instance where I wrote the script for this video entirely on paper. The same notebook actually that I used to write 10 new challenges, I wrote this video. And still, if you ask me why I did it that way, I could not tell you. Well, okay, I guess I could kind of tell you. It's because, one, I thought it just felt more authentic to write them by hand. And I didn't have my own computer. So I didn't have a means of writing it besides my family computer, but I didn't always want to be sitting at the family computer. Well, I guess that's not true, because I would sit at the family computer often editing. So I don't really know why I decided to write this all on paper, just instead of like using my phone, which is what I eventually started using. But either way, this is the video. So let's get into, without any further ado, let's get into a social experiment.
All right, see you later, man.
Ah, yes, back during the Mustache era.
I'm gonna take these heavy golf balls from random people on the street.
Yeah, I bought those. Well, I think I asked my mom to buy those golf balls specifically so I could make this video.
Take these heavy golf balls.
One thing that, you know, it's pretty clear when you're watching this. Well, if you know the layout of my house, you would know that Brennen is not staring in the direction that I am actually like supposed to be standing in the actual video, and that's mainly because of two things. One, we actually filmed these parts on different days. So like I filmed Brennen's parts a month before I filmed mine. Not really for any particular reason, but that's just how I did it. And second of all, because in the original intention was that I'd be standing in the place that Brennen is looking at, which is like over by the fridge, which is eventually where I go in the video. But I don't really know why I decided to, like, when I actually got around to filming my parts, I don't know why I decided to, like, stand here. Like, I should have known better, and I should have, like, if I was smarter, I would have had the foresight to, like, look at the footage that I filmed with Brennen and, like, just put myself in the right place when I filmed my scenes. But this whole scene when Brennen gets up and walks over to the closet, this is so awkward in retrospect. But I didn't know how else to, like, you know, establish that he was, like, walking over to the closet door, I guess. I mean, like, there was other ways I could have done it. I could have not bothered including a clip of him, like, getting up from the chair and just had him, you know, pop into frame on this shot. Like, that's something I could have done, but I didn't because I was a stupid filmmaker back then, if you can even call this a film.
Come on, man.
But yeah, you know, if it wasn't clear by the script, this video is kind of just a parody of like those, you know, prank videos that were, like, really popular back then. You know, like, what's his name? Sam Pepper, Prank versus Prank. What's his name? The guy that H3 did a video on back then. I don't remember. I think his name was, like, Anthony or something. I don't quite remember, but it was was it Antonio? It was Antonio something, wasn't it? SoFlo Antonio. That's his name. That was his name. Yes. Okay, that was kind of like the basis for this video, was, like, those people. So that was kind of like what the inspiration was. This shot right here specifically, I just want to draw attention to it because it caught my eye when I was watching it back. I don't know if you can tell, but I went back. So originally when I filmed my scenes, I didn't say the right line here exactly. So when I was editing this video, I went back and dubbed over the line with a different, like, voice take. I don't know if you can really tell, but let's just watch it back really quick.
You say that as if they'll be upset if I hit them.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I think I did a good job of, like, making it not so noticeable. I don't know what I said in the original.
You say that as if they'll be upset if I hit
I think I said they say that as if they'd be upset or something wrong. I just said the line wrong. So I went back and dubbed it over. It's not too noticeable, though.
For sure. Some people might be
everything else was said the right way, though.
Their reactions.
And you're going to put this on your YouTube channel.
Yes, sir.
Bad idea.
A lot of these, you know, considering this was Brennan's first video, I think he did a really good job. I don't know how obvious it is, but a lot of times when I was filming his scenes, I was holding up the script, like I think, like, right, especially during, like, the long lines, I would hold up the script for Brennen to read, like, just out of frame, so you can see. You can kind of see my shadow, though, which, you know, that's fine. This was, like, an early video. I kind of give myself some slack on these really early videos because I was really, like, you know, I was really new and just, like, you know, angling the camera the right way and lighting and everything. Overall, though, I think it worked out.
When they announced React World,
Oh yeah, this was the same year as React World. Yeah, and that picture right there was taken from their React World, like, I guess, apology video that they made back then. That just kind of shows the, you know, that really dates this video, but, you know, what are you gonna do? When you're making YouTube skits, you know, sometimes you got to throw in those, like, really, like, meta referential, you know, what do you call them, like, topical references in these videos, or at least that's what I would do a lot of these times. You can kind of see right here, Brennen couldn't quite remember the entire line that I had wrote for him in one take, so we kind of cut it up, and it's really jarring when you watch it back. If I was smarter, I would have included, like, some sort of B-roll of me just, like, looking at him in between, you know, the cuts, the hard cuts of him saying his line in different increments.
Not good, right?
That would have made it flow a lot better. But I didn't do that.
Okay,
so, oh well.
I think that would be a good decision.
This line right here took quite a few takes if I'm remembering correctly.
But whatever happened to the good old days.
And then I throw the I throw the golf ball at Brennen.
I knew that was gonna be funny.
And that's the end of the video. Oh, I think there's like something at the end. Oh yeah, it was that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so that was a social experiment. Yeah, this was a cute video to do. It was definitely a fun video to serve as like Brennan's first video. Am I proud of it? I don't know if I would say that. But it's definitely, you know, it's good to look back on and see how much you've improved, obviously. And see how much Brennan's improved too. He's definitely, like, even back then, I don't think he did a bad job, but he's definitely gotten a lot better and a lot more comfortable on camera. And I guess I could say the same for myself. But yeah, overall, that was a social experiment. And that's going to conclude this commentary video for it. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Cooking with Brennen Healthy. So notable things about this episode. We filmed this, as we usually do, in a day. You know, we typically just film Cooking with Brennens in a day. And this episode actually came out 2 days after we filmed it, which I just think is kind of interesting because typically I don't release videos that soon after filming them. This was just more of a situation of like, we filmed it. I didn't really have any other videos to work on that I felt like working on. And it was a pretty easy episode to edit when it came down to it. So I was just like, yeah, I'll just do it. And I had time because it was during the summer. So it came out a couple days later, and I do remember having fun filming this episode. And as weird of a topic as it is, I think it's interesting because this video got a lot more positive feedback than I thought it was going to, because it's kind of a weird niche idea for an episode. I mean, like, you know, obviously we'll get into it when we watch it, but like the main like plot of this episode is that, you know, Brennen wants to cook something healthy because, you know, we don't typically cook healthy things on Cooking with Brennen. But I just didn't think that this episode would like get that much attention, because it's just kind of like, oh, it's just another Cooking with Brennen episode. But it actually did, and I'm actually kind of glad that it did, because I look back on this episode fondly. So yeah, and we'll get into it. Oh, and then I guess one other notable thing about this episode is that we filmed this a couple days before we went to the Panic at the Disco concert, and I just thought that would be something to mention. But other than that, let's get into the episode.
Why, hello there, and welcome to another episode of Cooking with Brennen.
Oh yes, the good old intro. This episode also has a very iconic bit, and we'll see that later.
Many of you know, I cook a lot of food on this show, and most of the food on this show has been relatively unhealthy. Well, I do believe
it's funny because I don't really feel like that's true necessarily, because I feel like, you know, up until this point, all of the food that we, you know, quote unquote, have made on Cooking with Brennen has either been just like really simple or like not necessarily unhealthy. Like, you know, we did cookies, quote unquote, we did toast, we did a pot pie, we did whatever you could say we did in the Gordon Ramsay episode. We did tacos and we did like burgers, right? Like, I don't know. I don't feel like that anything like that is like, you could qualify that as unhealthy, particularly besides the cookies, I guess. I just think it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's just like, it was just a funny concept of Brennen like wanting to cook something healthy. So we went with it.
So today I decided to turn the tables a little bit and decided to cook something healthy. Now let's get started.
So I guess this is something to point out. That line where he says, "Now let's get started," that was originally supposed to be a Rosanna Pansino reference. I remember originally, because she has like this, for those of you who don't know, Rosanna Pansino is a YouTuber slash chef. She makes cooking videos on YouTube. I don't know if she still does, but she used to at least. I'm assuming she still does. But she would make like these like nerdy you know, centric dishes on her YouTube channel. And at the beginning of all of her videos, she would spin her finger around and say, "Let's get started." And that was originally what the joke was going to be. But I didn't really necessarily think a lot of people would get it if we included it in the episode. So I had Brennen do 2 different takes, and then I ended up using the take that wasn't reflective of that. I think in the behind the scenes for this episode, you can see the outtake of him doing that. But I don't know. It's just something I just like. It shows like, I guess I try to make these videos like accessible for a good amount of people. And so sometimes when you include references that people might not get, it kind of alienates the audience a little bit. And so I kind of try to like stop that from happening when I can. Then again, a lot of my videos are kind of niche, so you could say I don't do that great of a job.
Stop the camera real quick. Do you see a problem here?
What?
Yes, this was the era when I would wear that I'm Gonna Rail shirt a lot. And that was mainly because we had just made it for the first time. And I was just excited to have like any sort of quote unquote YouTuber merch.
Not true.
And so, yeah, I wore that shirt a lot. I remember I wore it for this episode. I wore it for, I wore it during the Panic at the Disco vlog. I don't know. I think I don't remember if I wore it to the concert or not. I think I did. But, yeah, I was just excited to have merch. That candy bar, I bought that the day before we filmed, and I don't know, I just thought the fact that it said hater was funny.
Please, no! What do you expect me to use instead?
That.
What is that?
I think I bought that carrot as well, or, yeah, I don't think we had that carrot until I bought it.
Actually, rabbits don't typically eat carrots in their normal diet.
So, I actually found out recently that that is not true. I found out that carrots are something that rabbits eat, at least I think, like semi-frequently, or that's like a part. Basically, I did a project recently regarding like how to take care of a rabbit properly, and one of the things that I researched about them is that carrots are actually really good for them to be eating. At this point in time, when we filmed this episode, I didn't think that was true.
Yeah, look at Bugs Bunny.
I'm talking about real life rabbits.
But unless I'm stupid and I am not understanding the information the right way, I think I was wrong in this video.
So, without further ado,
let
us begin.
Sorry for spreading misinformation. You know, it's funny. In a lot of like modern day Cooking with Brennen episodes, I would buy pretty much everything that we would use in the episode. I would buy at the store prior to filming. Okay. But in this one, I remember I just used a lot of stuff that we just already had in the house. Like I used salad that we already had in the house. I believe that head of lettuce we had already had. I did buy the candy bar and the carrot, I believe. But other than that, pretty much just tried to be resourceful. Less so now, but, you know, back then definitely was. And this was also during the era, as you might have just seen, where I thought it was really funny for, like, us to be vomiting up water for some reason. I did this in several videos that I uploaded this year, and this was one of them. And it's a little questionable, I understand that. But it's something that I did, and it's something that we can't avoid, reflecting on. So let's just embrace it.
The first step to making a salad is, honestly, I don't even know what the first step is.
Well, I would advise cutting up the vegetables first.
All right. Done.
That cut ended up looking surprisingly clean, even though I didn't put any effects on it. I just simply had one clip and then cut to the next. It just ended up looking
Brennen, you can
fairly
them
good.
all in at once.
I know.
Dude, you're just prolonging the pain.
I know! Okay, now what?
Now you're done.
Really?
Yup, time to eat it.
Great. Let me just warm up in the oven real quick.
No, this whole part right here with Brennen putting the salad in the oven, this was like one of the funniest parts for us to be filming. And I just remember after we filmed it, Brennen was like, he was specifically excited to see that part in this episode. And I don't blame him, because that ended up being funny. Mainly, a lot of these parts are funny to me, not because of how I write them, but just of how Brennen delivers a lot of the material that I write for him.
I I need to do this.
it definitely
Now
comes
repeat
out
after me. I am
very
Brennen.
comical in my opinion.
And I am healthy.
I'm healthy.
Now get pumped.
You can kind of see a little stain on my shirt there. That was a mishap from when we were making the I'm Gonna Rail shirt. In case anyone didn't know that we actually handcrafted those shirts, or at least we did when we were making them. Oh yeah, and then I bought this. Okay, yeah. Going back to what I was saying about how I would buy the food for the episodes. That cake I bought. That definitely would not have been a cake that my family would have gotten on their own. I specifically bought it for this episode because I needed a cake, and this one was at the store, so I bought it. This whole part right here, just where it cuts and there's just a bunch of shit on Brennan's face, like, you know, implying that he ate the cake. That's definitely one of my favorite, like, parts of this episode.
Make sure next time on Brennen.
Definitely proud of that gag.
Wait.
Yeah, but other than that, that's Cooking with Brennen healthy. Overall, I like this episode. I think it was really fun to film. It had a relatively short production time, I guess you could call it, and I think it came out pretty good, all things considered. And so I think it's one of the episodes that people, look back on fondly. I don't know if it's necessarily as memorable as other episodes, but to me it is. And in the end, isn't that what matters? No, that's not what matters. Anyway, that's going to conclude this video commentary. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is The Return of Frank. So this was a video that I made back in 2018, and really the whole reason why I made it was just to reintroduce the character of Frank into my channel. Frank was a character that I made that was introduced in 10 new challenges, and then he just made a couple more appearances in a few other videos, and then he just didn't really appear anymore. And I don't really know why, but I just felt the need to reintroduce him into the Toniverse, universe, I guess. So I wrote this video. And I wrote this video a couple months before I actually got around to filming it. But the whole idea was just like, what if Frank, took over a bunch of these random shows that I have on my channel? And then that's obviously where this video goes. So let's just get into it.
No, you idiot, go around the base. No, now you're getting shot.
Despite the fact that I wrote this intro to this video, I've never actually played Farmville. Still to this day, I've never actually played it.
Whoa, man, calm down.
And there's the reintroduction of Frank.
My house too. Remember, we're roommates.
Oh yeah.
So that shirt right there, I just want to mention the blue shirt. I think that was a shirt that I bought to make a Toniverse shirt out of, and I think I eventually ended up making a Toniverse shirt out of it with like black text, and I think I ended up giving it to Dean. And I believe that is the same shirt that I ended up giving to Dean.
Well, what are you doing in this video, huh? You haven't been in one of my videos.
So if you've seen the behind the scenes for this video, you would know that all of the clips that include Frank here, or at least in like this portion of the video, I actually filmed it with Donovan. Just simply because I needed him for like one joke. And so I just decided to have him sit with me while I filmed every other line.
What contract are you talking about?
This contract.
And so here's Frank's contract. I actually wrote out an entire like little blurb here of random text that I was just like, let me just write a bunch of random stuff and then just see if anyone reads it. I don't know if I should spend time reading it right now during this video. If you want to read it, I paused the video here. You can just read it right now, or you could go to the original video and read it, and it'll probably be in better quality. Either way, let's continue.
Where did you get that? I never wrote you.
It doesn't matter, okay? Look, these videos are the only way I get
if I'm remembering correctly, I think I actually filmed this the same day I went to like some sort of country fair with my mom,
I never really thought
or
about how
like a couple of my family members. I guess we just went early because then we came home and it was still, I mean, it was summer when I filmed this, so it was like, it was still light out, and I just had Donovan come over and film all these parts.
Well, see, that's where I come in. What? I have some ideas for videos I could be in. Conveniently, I wrote them on the back of my contract.
And then I wrote something. Oh yeah, I think I actually wrote like Cooking with Brennen, Theories with Don. I actually wrote out like all of the shows that he tries to take over on the back there. I'm really actually proud of that shot right there where I like hand the contract, or Frank hands the contract to me and then I rip it up. Like it ended up, it looked pretty fluid, I'd say.
I made a copy of the contract before I came here.
God, just tell me your ideas.
All right. So
also, that implies that Frank wrote down all of his ideas on 2 copies of the contract without knowing that I was going to rip it up. I just thought I'd point out that weird plot point.
Of course, it was one of my most popular series a couple years ago. Why?
Well, since you haven't made an episode in a
That's actually true. A lot of Life Hacks with Ellis episodes actually have a lot more views than you would think. For some reason.
I thought maybe I could take over.
Take over?
Yeah, here, let me show you what I
And this was like the first time that I'd ever edited like anything, regarding Life Hacks with Ellis in a long time.
Now, you may know how to go down a slide, but today
Donovan actually also helped me film this part of the video, which I did film like on a separate day from the other stuff. You can tell how hot it was that day because I'm literally sweating, and that slide was so hot when I was climbing up it. It was awful.
That was awful. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I said awful, and then I said awful in the video. That's funny.
Like which one?
There's always Logic with Talon.
And then there's Logic with Talon.
What's the deal with sandals? I'd say they're not very
it's weird making parodies of your own content. It feels kind of weird.
No.
Yep, that was the scene that the only reason why I had Donovan sit with me while I filmed this video. Just so he could slap me.
Exactly why it needs a
and he very nicely did. So
come on.
So this whole joke here where I you know, like say, oh, what if Frank took over Cooking with Brennen? That was supposed to be like a one-off joke. But then it ended up becoming more than a one-off joke because I believe it was either the day of or the day after I uploaded this video, Brennen messaged me and was like, hey, I saw your video where Frank tries to take over Cooking with Brennen. What if we made like a follow-up video to that where like Brennen gets revenge on Frank? And I was like, that is so stupid. Let's do it. So we did it. And that was the video. I believe I called it Confranktation, but that was a very like impromptu video that we just filmed kind of like sporadically. Or I, you know, very, I don't know. I can't think of words. It was very impromptu, very sudden that we just decided to film it. But it was fun. And that actually spiraled into the whole like plot line of Brennen and Frank kind of having a rivalry. Like, I don't know if Frank would have ever been in like that one episode of Cooking with Brennen, or well, I guess those 2 episodes of Cooking with Brennen at this point. If I had never made this joke and in this video and Brennen, you know, came up with the idea of filming the other video.
We need to find some way to include you in videos in a more natural way. Well, how are we going to do that?
And so this whole joke
I said it first. Right. So
was just like, I just needed like one final thing for Frank to do in the video before it ended. So I just had, what if Frank did unboxing?
Welcome to Unboxing with Frank. No, that sounds stupid.
This joke goes on for a really long time. This whole joke where Frank tries to come up with a name for his show. But I think that just adds to the comedy, maybe. That box right there, I could not tell you what that box was actually supposed to be for. But I used it, and I actually did have to do multiple takes of me like cutting the box open, because this was all like, you know, this was all done in one take. But I actually messed up a couple times, so I had to refilm it. You know, at least like 2 or 3 times. And so I had to tape over the box like several times. And then I actually put a bunch of loose dollar bills in that box for Brennen to, or not Brennen, for Frank to just dig up. You know, I realized the way that I wrote this video is really strange. It's implied that someone stole a bunch of money, put it in a box, and then threw it into Frank's yard to quote-unquote hide the evidence. But I don't know why they would want to hide the money that they stole in Frank's yard. That doesn't really make sense. But I don't really think a lot of people cared, so I guess I shouldn't really care.
Yeah, I think I'll just stick to putting him in videos whenever it's convenient for me. You know what? That's
and I did stick to putting Frank in any videos that were just convenient for me. I also believe, I think I also I bought hot dogs, or anytime I say I bought, it's basically a way of me saying I asked my mom to buy or something along those lines. But we got that hot dog just for this joke.
Frank. God damn it.
Wipe.
And that's how it ends. And that just kind of set the tone for all of Frank's, further appearances in future videos. And you could hear right there, I mentioned how Frank used to have a mustache, and that's because I used to have a mustache. And yeah, overall, that was the return of Frank. It was kind of just like a fun little one-off skit. Well, it was supposed to be a one-off skit, and then it turned into, Frank's ongoing saga with Brennen. But yeah, I don't know why I like having Frank in videos. She's just like a goofy character. I've never even really truly figured out what his whole shtick is. I guess it's really just that his name is Frank. And then he's just kind of a goofy guy. But, overall, videos with him are fun. And this was a fun video to do. And yeah, overall, I think that's going to conclude this video commentary. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Cooking with Brennen Halloween. So this was the Halloween special of Cooking with Brennen. I knew I wanted to do a Halloween special, pretty soon after the first episode, because the first episode, of course, was technically a Christmas special. And so I was like, what makes sense to do? If you already did a Christmas special, do a Halloween special. So we did a Halloween special. But I remember at the time when I was thinking of this episode, I had a hard time thinking of ideas for it. Just because a lot of things were happening at this point in my life when I was writing this episode. Don't worry, it's not that depressing or deep. Mainly, school had just started again, because it was early September. I was working on the Guy Time camping trip vlog. That was taking up a lot of my time, so I didn't have a lot of time to put into other videos. So, when I was writing this episode, I was I just kind of struggled to think of ideas for it. And I don't know if that's reflective when we watch the episode, but you might see what I'm talking about when we watch it. So let's get into it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to an extra spooky episode.
I know that Brendan enjoyed this episode because he likes a lot of creepy, darker elements and things. So I knew that he would be down to do an episode like this. And I think he played the part of a creepy host fairly well.
Now, as all of you know,
putting his hair over his face and everything.
So, to celebrate this wonderful...
It's funny to me because he had blue hair in the taco episode, and then blondish hair in the last two episodes, and now he's back to blue. And I don't think in the next episode he has blue. I actually could be wrong though. Sorry about that, guys. We had a little bit of a mishap in the recording again. I don't know why that's happening, but we're just gonna pretend like it's not and move on.
It has a lot of sugar.
Yeah, I remember this is actually kind of, I don't know if
can make your teeth
you can tell from how I wrote this episode, but I actually was having a hard time thinking of what for Brendan to make in this episode.
Look, okay, I tried really hard.
I don't know. I was just what's something Halloween-y?
Honestly, the
and because he I don't know. I remember at one point I think I was thinking about oh, maybe he makes Halloween candy. That'd be funny. No, or something like that. But I guess I just settled on pumpkin pie, which is weird because pumpkin pie I identify with Thanksgiving a lot more than Halloween. But I was like, hey, pumpkins are related to Halloween, and pumpkin pie is a thing that he can make. So we did that.
In public, which isn't really so right. There's nothing scary about
You know, it's I wonder if you can tell. I filmed my parts for this episode like a couple days after we filmed Brennan's. But I think it's like it ended up working out pretty well. Like I don't feel like you can tell that easily.
I'll make it. So, before you begin making your pumpkin pie, you're gonna need a pumpkin.
Oh yeah, there was this whole like deleted scene that happened in this episode.
Now it's time.
It was like right at this point, right? And I think I mentioned it in the behind the scenes, but basically there was going to be a part after Brennen gets the pumpkin where I ask him, where did you even get that pumpkin? And then he says, or I don't know if I asked him about that, but he says like, it's a good thing I caught this pumpkin off the street the other day. And then it was going to cut to a shot of him chasing the pumpkin. Like I was going to somehow like attach the pumpkin on a string or something and then pull it so it would like roll away from him, and then the shot would be him like chasing it and being like, come here, let me get you, or something like that. And then it would cut back to me and I would be like, that's not even the weirdest thing that's happened on the show. Anyway, move on. And then Brennen would say, now it's time to carve the pumpkin. The whole reason why that joke didn't end up being in the final video was because, simply enough, we forgot to film the part of him chasing the pumpkin. And at that point, like when I realized that we had forgot to film it, it was like literally either the day before Halloween or the day of Halloween. I remember I was so low on time to edit this episode that I ended up editing it on Halloween. And I think, I don't remember exactly when I realized that we didn't have that shot, but I realized it and I was like, well, it's too late to film it now. So I just cut it out, and I think it actually ended up being fine. Like, I don't think a lot of people were able to notice that there was like a whole joke missing there.
Carve the pumpkin.
That part of Brennan screaming was not scripted. Just thought I should point that out. I don't remember. Oh, I think the reason why he did that was because he like in one of the deleted scenes he kisses the pumpkin and then makes that noise, and so I just decided to include it there.
How do you carve a pumpkin?
I'm remembering so many random details about this episode.
No. Have you ever done anything related to cooking outside of this show?
One time I warmed up left.
I feel so bad for Brendan because he actually is not a novice chef by any means. He's definitely cooked, quite a bit, and I make it seem like he's just a complete idiot when it comes to cooking. But you know what? It's fine. It's funny.
Yes. Remember, all you need to make the pumpkin pie is the insides, I think. So let's carve this baby up.
That's funny because you actually need the outside. Yes, this part. That's funny, because I obviously I used this whole part of Brennen cutting the pumpkin, and I set it to This Is Halloween. I don't think this got copyright striked, which is interesting to me because I used a lot of the song and I didn't change it at all. I mean, I'm glad that it didn't get copyright striked, obviously, but it's just kind of funny to me.
Thank you for
Wait a minute, does Brennen have a smiley face drawn in his hand? He totally does. I don't know why he has that on his hand. I don't think that was for a video. I feel like he just had that on his hand for some other reason, and then it just happened to show up in the video. It's kind of funny. That pumpkin I specifically bought for this episode, by the way. And I think I actually bought a pre-made pumpkin pie for this episode that we ended up eating afterwards.
Doesn't that look delicious? Now it's finally time to bake this thing.
Oh my god, this part right here took so long to film. And you can see that, again, in the behind the scenes for this episode. When we were filming this shot, obviously you can see here, Brennen picks up this lighter and tries to use it. And this scene took, I swear, at least 20 takes. Because every time we would film it, either Brennen would mess up his line, or the lighter would not light no matter how many times he would flick it, or I messed up my line, I think, once or twice, but it was just so bad. It was like, I think that is still like the contender of like the scene that took the most takes to actually get right. In the entirety of like every episode of Cooking with Brennen we've ever made.
Fine.
Another thing about this episode that I guess is kind of interesting to bring up is that we filmed this on the day that we did the practice SAT exam at my school, because that day, it was like in the middle of the week. It was essentially a half day because I don't even know if it was like even half of a day, but we went to school. We didn't have like normal school hours that week. We went to school early in the morning. At least the juniors did. I'm assuming, no, I think every class besides the seniors did. We went to school. We took like a practice SAT, and then we were able to just go home. And because of that, we all were able to leave at like 12 o'clock or 1. And so it ended up working out perfectly because we did that, went to Taco Bell, and then came here and filmed the episode. And, you know, of course, as you probably saw earlier, Donovan was there, Dean was there, and Cody was there. They would often, at least one or all of them, would show up to like when we would film Cookie with Brennan's. So that was fun.
And just like that.
Oh man, I missed the days when we were just able to hang out and just film videos like after school. It's good times, good times.
Come on, guys.
And there's that pre-made pumpkin pie we got.
Sound effect than that? And now.
All right, so remember earlier when I was saying how, oh yeah, I kind of struggled in writing this episode. This is kind of something that was a result of that. So I was really struggling to figure out how I wanted to end this episode. And I don't know how or why I came up with this, but I was just like, what if Brennen just starts doing Fortnite dances? Yeah, that would be funny. I'm going to do that. And then I decided to include it in the Halloween episode, and the joke being that, oh, that's scary. And I just think that's kind of weird, like a weird idea that you can tell definitely came from someone who had some writer's block, to say the least. But it ended up being, you know, it ended up being funny. Like, I still think in terms of like Cookie with Brennen as a whole, this does come up in people's minds if they think about it. At least it does for me. And I remember when I was pitching this idea to Brennen, he was just like, man, you're really going to make me do Fortnite dances on camera? And I even foreshadowed this earlier in the episode, because earlier, I don't know if anyone remembers, but I actually said, wow, the scariest thing I could think of is someone doing Fortnite dances in public. And so, you know, that's what they call in the biz clever writing.
No, he's doing Fortnite dances.
Yeah, you know, shout out to Brennen for just allowing me to film him doing this stuff. Like, it really just shows that Brennen has no shame, and I really appreciate that.
Antonio? Did I really just kill Antonio?
And then, for some reason, I die because the Fortnite dances were that cringy, I guess. And then because we always have to have, like, a ending scene where Brennen gets hit, we have him get hit with the pumpkin, of course. I believe Dean threw that, and I was standing, like, directly below Brennen so I could catch it. But yeah, shout out to Brennen for doing all that, man. Like, it's not until, like, I watch these episodes back that I'm like, man, Brennen goes through a lot of crap in these episodes. But, you know, they're iconic pieces of Toniverse media now. So, you know, I look back on them fondly. Overall, I liked this episode. I feel like I've been saying that for, like, all the Cookie with Brennens. But that's all I have to say. Like, I think at this point in Cookie with Brennen history, every episode was getting longer and therefore, like, more elaborate. And so, you know, I look back on episodes like this pretty fondly because it just shows, like, I was, like, really trying to, quote unquote, push the boundaries of, like, what we could do in the episodes. And just try to figure out, like, new funny things to do. And overall, like, I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. yeah, so that was the Cooking with Brennen Halloween special. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video commentary, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is We Get It. So I don't know if a lot of people remember this video, but this was a video that I made back in 2017, and it was back during a period of time when I was really trying to like make very elaborate skits that had a lot of different like parts to them and a lot of different people in them. And so I wasn't posting them as often, but I think the ones that I was posting came out decently well. We'll find out. We're going to watch this one. But yeah, from what I remember, this video was based on just a really random trend that was not even, I wouldn't even say it was going around online very prevalently. It was really only going around like people that I was following on like social media that were like going to my school. And it was this trend where like people would film their friends and be like, we get it, Sally, you like to wear knee socks, or I don't know, just random shit like that. Like I can't even really explain it because I didn't even really get it, but I decided to make a video about it nonetheless. And so that's what this video is. So I guess without further ado, let's get into it.
Hey guys.
Just like kind of like the what is it? The Antonio's birthday surprise video. This was one of the first instances when I really tried to like go for a Ryan Higa-esque video. And what I mean by that is like kind of have this structure where, you know, throughout the video I'm talking to the camera, and then every once in a while it'll cut to like a little skit regarding whatever I'm talking about. That was the style that I was going for with this. That was the style that I was heavily inspired by Ryan Higa, and I wanted to replicate it in some way. Or even if I wasn't intentionally trying to, I definitely like just subconsciously wanted to make the video like that.
It usually looks something like this.
And then I would cut to a little skit, and then there, you know, like with a lot of the videos that I would film with my friends, these were all filmed like very, you know, just we would film them on different days. You can see right there I have my old phone and the old interface for Snapchat. Man, that's crazy. That was like early 2017 right there. And then it cuts to Brennan's story. I actually had Brennen take that picture just for this video, and he posted it on his story. And I think he actually ended up like keeping it on his story for that day, but it was literally just for this gag.
We get it, Brennen.
And then
like Pepsi.
Hey, what are you talking about? I don't like Pepsi.
That was like a complete, like that's like just a running gag in this video. I believe I actually bought two liters of Pepsi for this video, and one of them is the one that Brennen drinks out of multiple times, and then the other one I believe is the one that I used later in the video that gets thrown at me. I think that's why I bought two. Either that or there's just a buy two for one deal or whatever.
That doesn't really roll off the tongue. We get it.
Yeah, the writing style for these videos was really weird. Excuse me, really weird.
Right now,
there's a whole joke that I'm trying to push here at the beginning where I'm like, I don't really know what to call this trend, where I'm like, we get it, tism, we get it, like it's basically just setting up a joke that was really just really niche. I feel like, and I'll point it out when we get to it.
But even still, some people just use it as a way to flat out insult people.
But yeah, a lot of the jokes in this video were very, I just find them very fascinating, I guess.
Things like this happening in the future.
Like this whole joke here, well, okay, this one is just simply just illustrating, oh, what would it be like if just people started doing this to everyone or whatever. It's really hard to talk about a trend when you don't even quite understand the trend. And the fact that I made a video about it is very questionable. Also, I don't know if a lot of people notice this, but I try to have a little bit of consistency with this, I guess, character that I was trying to illustrate here. Every time that, like, it illustrates this character of me saying, oh, we get it, blah. I'm wearing that specific shirt, the Will High Wolverine shirt. I don't really know if that was that apparent when people watch this video, but that was what I was going for, was like, anytime I'm wearing that shirt, that's how you know that's like the annoying guy. It was really cold on the day that we filmed this. Like, it was weirdly sunny, and you can actually see the lighting change a lot, especially in Nate's scenes, but it was actually really cold when we filmed out here, and I was not wearing any sort of like jacket or coat or anything. So I was definitely freezing. But you can see my breath right there. I think we did film this in like the middle of February, so that explains why.
Okay, so maybe that example was a little bit of an exaggeration, but really not that much of one. It has been scientifically
Yeah, I can definitely tell. If I were to have made this video nowadays, I would have made the cuts a lot more quick,
but I'm pretty sure
because they're a lot slower in this, and I think that's just because of the limitations of the editor I was using, because this was still at the point when I was using the YouTube video editor, which did serve me very well for a couple of years there, so I can't complain too much, and it was free, so yeah, I was trying to, like, I was really trying to like push some sort of like message with this video, I guess, about like online bullying or whatever. I just think that's kind of funny. I don't know how much that message landed, but yeah, okay, so this is that niche joke I was talking about right here. So early in the video, I talk about how I don't know what to call this trend. Do you call it doing a we get itism, we get itology, whatever? And then eventually I get to this point where I'm like, I call it we get it in, right? Like, that's what the trend is called. And that was literally all for this joke where, well, okay, this guy, who is just me, comes and talks to me, and he just says that my videos have weak editing, which sounds like we get editing. And you can see right there, weak editing. It's a really weird joke, and I think I don't know, I was really into just involving puns in my videos at this point, and I just thought that that was just a weird coincidence that we get it in sounds like weak editing. So I just made that connection, and it's just, I don't know, it just really stands out to me, because it's just such an interesting choice to just like draw so much attention to that simple little pun that doesn't even really have to do with the video. But either way,
thick skin.
yeah, I'm such a good actor, guys. Didn't you buy my sadness right there?
We need to stop this before it gets out of hand.
And then, okay, this next little clip here that we'll play in a minute.
Can you imagine what it would be like if we lived in a world where people paid to have this happen?
Where I say, can you imagine what it would be like if we lived in a world where people paid for it? Oh, so first of all, I just want to mention, I still have this jar. And it still has this little piece of paper taped to it that says, we get it, 75 cents each. It still has that. Like, I have it in my closet. And I just think that's kind of funny. I never felt the need to take it off. But yeah, the whole point of this joke is like, oh, what if people started paying for this? Because that really says something about our society. I don't know. But that spawned this wonderful little joke here where Donovan falls over. It still cracks me up.
Next.
And then we have Cody here.
We get it. You think it's funny to be inconsistent.
Where he magically changes hats. And that's the joke.
Sorry, I only have cats.
And so basically the whole reason why I wrote this joke or why I wrote this scene is for this really weird joke here.
Cash me outside. How about that?
Where I just reference Cash Me Outside. How about that? And that's the joke of the scene, and I just think that's really weird. One, because the fact that I just thought that was funny. Two, that it really just I know I say this a lot in these commentary videos, but it really dates this video, and the reason why I bring that up anytime I feel like a video gets dated is because I don't like it when my videos get dated, because ideally I'd like it if my videos kind of were made in such a way to where you could watch them in like any time frame, and it would still, or time period, and it would still be just as entertaining. Like you could watch one of my videos 10 years from now, and it would still have entertainment value. Maybe not as much as, it does nowadays, but still, you can still watch it and get enjoyment out of it. Whenever you make a reference to like an old trend, which is, I do it several times in this video, but whenever you do that in a video, it just makes it really just awkward to watch, just because you're like, oh, it was made during this year, huh? Okay, what do I like? It's like you kind of have to be in the mindset of someone from that year to really get enjoyment out of it, and I don't like to do that too much. So nowadays I try not to do that, but back then I did not really hold myself back on that, and I even like make fun of myself for doing it here, but I still did it, and I do it again here. I'm like actively calling myself out for doing it, and then I make a freaking Salt Bay reference. And I guess that's like supposed to be the joke, but still, it just makes me feel like, God, I really couldn't. I really needed to have this joke in the video, didn't I?
Okay, that's
but whatever.
Let me just wrap up my thoughts. Please, all of those.
Yes, please wrap up your thoughts. I don't want to hear you talking a bunch of nonsense anymore past Antonio. Yeah, I was really just trying to. This was another thing that Ryan Higa would do a lot in his videos, where he tried to like. It was more so satire, but he would try to like push some sort of message at the end of his videos. Well, I would assume it's satire in certain cases.
You don't need someone else to tell you what's wrong with you.
But either way, I guess in a sense it kind of makes this video have some sort of you know, emotional value to it, which is good. But it all culminates in this joke at the end here, where the guy, oh look, there's the guy with the Will High Wolverine shirt. Oh, he's doing the "We Get It" again.
Not you again. And now you're doing the "We Get It" thing too? Well, I've been doing it the entire video.
Yeah, and so there's me actually acknowledging that the guy with the red Wolverine shirt has been doing the "We Get It" this whole video. And so this right here, this was supposed to illustrate like a Snapchat caption that someone would write. I don't necessarily think it illustrated too well. But this was all I was really capable of doing back then, because I did not have like a very elaborate editor. But it still did it. It still did the job.
You think making fun of others is going to make you feel better about yourself, but you're wrong, okay?
See, it's ironic because I did a "We Get It."
Antonio, what?
This frame is so weird. I remember this shot right here. I actually forgot to shoot this when I initially filmed the other parts of me talking. So I just filmed it on like a completely random day. And I don't know why I remember that. It's such an insignificant memory. I could be holding so many more important memories in my mind if I didn't remember stupid stuff like that. Also, this shot right here, I don't remember how I got this shot. I must have been like balancing my tripod on like a very high chair or something, or like it raised it really high on a chair or something, because I don't know how I got it to this angle.
Antonio, you like to end all of your videos with some stupid dramatic plot twist that you think no one is going to expect, when in reality everyone. Stop it!
And then this whole ending joke here it just calls back to the whole Brennen Pepsi gag at the very beginning of the video. Like, I tried to have some sort of connection.
We already went through this, Brennen. We understand that you like Pepsi, okay?
I said I don't like it.
And then, just to make it clear, Brennen did not actually spit Pepsi on me there. He simply just poured some on me. But the way that I cut it there, I just tried to make it look like he actually spits it on me. But yeah, man, that video is just so weird. I question how much value it has now. But looking back at it, it was fun, I guess. Yeah, definitely just I know I keep saying this, but it's just definitely a weird, step in just my YouTube sort of history. But, I think I can appreciate a lot from this video. I think I was trying to go for a very elaborate, like, structure with a lot of little, just cutaway skits and a lot of inclusions of my friends and continuity and, some sort of message that I was trying to push in the video. So I definitely can appreciate that, regardless of how cynical I've been about it. Overall, this wasn't too bad of a video, but it also still wasn't that good of a video. So whatever. Either way, that's going to conclude this video commentary. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Cooking with Brennen Frank. So this was the penultimate episode of Season 1 of Cooking with Brennen. And this was a special one because this one is kind of the result of a accidental story arc that kind of started within my channel. And so, you know, backstory, a lot of people might know the character of Frank. I kind of explained his origins in a different commentary video, so you're going to have to go watch all of them to go know what I'm talking about. But basically, he's just this random weird character that I made. And I had a different video in which he basically tries to take over Cooking with Brennen, or he kind of jokes about taking it over. And then Brennen actually came to me and was like, hey, we should make a video where I try to get revenge on Frank, quote unquote. And I was like, that's actually kind of a funny idea. So we did that in the form of a very short video that I don't know if a lot of people remember, called Confranktation. And it was basically just Brennen being like, so I hear you're trying to steal my show, Frank. And he's like threatening him essentially. And then Frank disappears. And then Brennan's like, I'll get my revenge eventually. And then because of that video and how, like, you know, the ambiguity of how it ended, I decided to make this video in which Brennen and Frank reunite once more, and hilarious antics ensue. And so, you know, I just think it's kind of funny that this episode might not have came to be if it wasn't for like that accidental like arc of plots that ended up happening. But this ended up being like at least one of my favorite episodes, for reasons that we'll find out. But yeah, let's just get into it.
Previously on Toniverse. Okay, well, how about...
And then right here you can see the teaser for what I was talking about, how Brennen, or Frank's trying to take over Cooking with Brennen.
Or, ready for this? Frank Kitchen.
And then here's the follow-up video that we did where Brennen tries to... I don't want to say kill Frank, but definitely tries to hurt him.
So Frank, I heard you wanted to steal my show.
Frank Powers.
And then he disappears because apparently Frank has powers of teleportation. One of the reasons I like this episode, and I don't know if this is for other people, but I really like this episode because of just how it starts off. Like, it starts off very calm and just like there's a lot of build up to it with this like little intro sequence that we do here. And this was fun because typically we don't usually like film bits like this in Cooking with Brennen's, but this was fun because we got to play around with like different angles of shots and not just like just the set in the kitchen.
Hey, what's up? I'm Frank.
And then there's Frank. So at the time, in case you couldn't already tell, it was No Shave November. So we filmed this while I was still growing out my beard for that month. And normally I wouldn't film with Frank having a beard because I don't feel like it really fits with the way that I play the character of Frank. But I didn't really have a choice for this matter. Excuse me, because you know, I wanted to film it in November. I was still growing out my beard. I didn't want to shave, so we filmed it. And Frank has a beard. And this was like, it's funny because I couldn't actually find the other glasses that I would typically wear for Frank. So I had to settle for these weird like blue, like lensless glasses that I had. I think I got these at like a carnival or something. And the lens eventually like popped out because they're, you know, cheaply made. And then we just put like tape on it to like that white tape in the middle to like make it look more nerdy. Yeah, it's just something that we did. I literally only wore it in this episode, you know, as Frank at least. We do this little Frank Kitchen bit here.
What are you doing here, Frank?
I'm here to be in this episode of Cooking
And then
with Brennen.
this episode was really fun to film, if not just because of just a lot of the interactions that occur between Frank and Brennen were kind of improv. Like, obviously I wrote a lot of it, but you know, you'll see them coming up, but a lot of it was like sort of on a whim. We would like just kind of improv and play off of each other. And I just think that was really fun because typically, you know, with episodes like this, there's not a lot of room for that because it's typically me talking to Brennen, but like it shifts back and forth between a shot of me and a shot of Brennen. So there's not a lot of room for like improv or like, you know, like playing off of each other in a scene. But this one, you know, with Brennen and Frank standing right next to each other, there was definitely a lot of room for that. So it was a lot of fun.
Here? Right, yes. I've called you both here today because I want to put what Frank said to the test to see if cooking
and
with
so
Brennen
just
truly
kind
would
of
be better
explain the
with him
plot
as
line of this episode. Frank tries to take over Brennan's show.
Not yet.
You can see this whole bit here of Frank doing different little poses, and that was just like an idea that we came up with on the spot.
What I've decided to do is film this entire episode with you and Frank as co-hosts. Whoever audiences like better will continue the series on their own.
Antonio, you cannot be serious.
Well, I already wrote the entire script for this
That's
episode,
actually
so...
the actual script for the episode that we used. Fun fact. And I don't know if you can... I don't really feel like it's readable, but yeah, that's...
Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty serious.
That's the real
You
script.
want me to do an entire episode with him?
I'm Frank. Yup, let's get started.
The character of Frank is so weird to me because
no, we already did
it's
that.
such a weird... Like, the character of Frank is... There's not a lot that defines him. It's just like a weird voice, a red shirt, and glasses, and then like he's kind of goofy. Like I just think like, you know, it's just a weird character, but for some reason I just like bringing him back. And I feel like it's funny because whenever I play him, I feel like I'm so inconsistent with how I do the voice or when I do the voice.
Whatever.
And I really do try to like have like a sort of weird nasally voice when I play him, but sometimes I just like I don't pull it off the best.
Why'd I even bother asking?
Those were actual hot dogs that we got, or that I got from the store, I believe, a day before we filmed this, as normal.
From the packaging. So just take a pair of scissors and what? How did you
Whoa,
do that
shot
so
differences.
I guess I'm just a natural cook.
I realized that's something that I don't quite do a lot with Cooking with Brennen episodes is have different shot composition. I tend to stay a lot on a shot of Brennen and then a shot of me. Very rarely do we like shift the tripod or just how the shot is angled. Mainly because, you know, it's a YouTube skit. Cinematography isn't always the most like prioritized thing, and I think that that's fair. So this whole Frankit bit, I think I've brought this up before, but all of the prices that I list here, because we cut to this like sort of little funny commercial like scene a number of times in the episode, but every price that is listed for the Frankit is relevant in some way, and I'll go into it as we get on. But the first one, the $10.99, that's just a placeholder price that I put for the first one.
The name is a
yeah, this part when we were filming it, I don't know if you could tell, but Brennen was like on the cusp of laughing. Okay, so first off, you know, 69.69, haha, funny sex number, haha.
You have Frank merchandise?
Duh.
Yeah, so this was the origin of the Frankit joke, where Frank is a blanket manufacturer, and it's simply because blanket and blanket rhymes with Frank it. So
now,
this price $4.20. That's the funny weed number, haha.
And now, at long last, it's time to apply your wiener to a nice pair of buttons.
That's probably the most promiscuous joke. I don't even know if I'd call it that. It's just the most like weirdly referential to sex, I guess.
Hot dog. Frank, shut up.
'Cause I don't typically go for those types of jokes because they can be a little uncomfortable sometimes.
I accidentally bought hamburger buns instead of hot dog buns.
But there I did, and I think it was funny.
Did you manage to mess that up?
It was so stupid. I bought that bag of hamburger buns just for this joke, and it's such a big bag. I mean, like, okay, like with because we obviously bought hot dogs for this video, and I bought those buns, and we were able to use those. Like, I think after we filmed, we ended up eating some of those hot dogs with the hot dog buns. I didn't buy any hamburgers for the hamburger buns that I bought. So I basically just bought them for the video, and that's it. And typically when I buy food for videos, I like to at least try to get food that like you can eat, unless we, you know, ruin it in some way. But I try to get food that, like, you know, you could reasonably eat if you wanted to. Which, I mean, you could eat the hamburger buns, but I didn't buy hamburgers to go with them, so.
What?
That was kind of dumb on my part.
Nice one, Frank.
You have got to be kidding me.
Never underestimate the power of the Frank-it.
And so this number right here, 9401, that is my birthday, September 4th, 2001.
You know what? I give up, Frank. You're clearly better at this than I am.
Another reason why I like this episode is just like,
Thanks, Brennen.
I just feel like it gets a little bit more emotional, you know? I don't know if you could call it that, but there's a little bit more like Brennan's like accepting defeat, and then Frank's just like, Brennen, I can't take your spot.
What?
You
As
need
much
to
as I
be
would love
in
to
Cooking with
replace
Brennen.
you and make Frank Kitchen a reality. I cannot stay.
Why? I mean, I'm not complaining, but why?
These Frank-its aren't going to sell themselves.
No, it tells a story, is what I'm trying to, I guess more what I'm trying to reflect on here is, there's sort of like an overarching plot to this episode. This number 1123, this was the date that the video came out, which I thought was kind of funny because, you know, obviously I edited this video in advance, like a couple weeks in advance, but I planned on it coming out on November the 23rd of, I believe, 2018, and so I included that, and I don't know if many people noticed that, but yeah.
Yes, please. Go
I believe it was either the day before Thanksgiving, or maybe it was like a week
Not so fast.
before
I
Thanksgiving.
just got a call from the network.
Or no,
They
it was a
wanna let me
day
know
after
that
Thanksgiving that
After watching
year.
today's episode, audiences have decided that they love Frank way more than Brennen, and they're offering him a fat paycheck if he stays here and takes over as host.
Hold up. How fat we talking?
Like, I don't know, $5? Oh, sign me up.
What? No!
And then plot twist, it was all a dream. Yeah, that ended up being a plot line that I used in a different Cookie with Brennen that we'll eventually talk about. But this was the first one, let it be known, that in which I did that.
Oh, God. Wait. What is this thing covering me?
Why?
And then plot twist of the plot twist. Frank is there, and the Frank, it was real. Oh my God, it's a big plot twist. This last number, 716, that was the day that the date of me creating my channel. July 16th, 2015, I believe, is when I created the channel. I didn't start uploading until later, but that's the day that I made the Toniverse channel. So yeah. With that though, oh wait, I think we have a little ending scene here.
Bought hamburger buns.
Oh, it's just like an outtake, I think.
Frank buns.
Yeah, I just thought that outtake was funny, so I decided to include it at the end there. But yeah, that was Cooking with Brennen and Frank. Yeah, that was a fun episode to do. It's still one that I look back on pretty fondly. I remember at the time, a lot of people, like, I think at the time this was considered to be like the best Cooking with Brennen. At least, I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I hope it doesn't sound like I am. But I was really proud of this one. It just came out really funny, and we had a lot of fun doing it. And that's what I look for in videos, is just like having fun making them and having a product that is fun to watch. That's like what I favor with these. And I think that this video definitely is representative of those two factors. But with that, guys, that's going to conclude this video commentary. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Toniverse Vine Compilation. So this was a video from 2016. If it wasn't clear, that the fact that it's a Vine compilation. But yeah, this was around the time when Vine was still around, and so I actually had a Vine account before I had a YouTube account, well, I guess I had them around the same time, but I was posting a lot more to Vine than I was to YouTube. And then when I started making YouTube videos and I stopped making Vine videos, I realized, hey, I have a bunch of Vines that I could just repurpose into a YouTube video. So that's what I did here. I just took all of my Vines and just made a subpar YouTube video where I just played them all. Which I'm actually glad that I did, because, obviously when Vine shut down, all of the videos that were, not archived in some way were lost. But this was like my way of archiving all of my old Vines. And so I actually haven't seen this video in a long time, so I don't actually remember a lot of the Vines that I made. But you know what? Why don't we watch them and, we'll see. So without further ado, let's watch Toniverse Vine compilation.
Hey guys, it's Antonio.
I think I still have that 2015 NBA Finals shirt somewhere. I doubt it fits me anymore, but I still have it somewhere.
Is I also have a Vine account. Yeah, I know, crazy.
Yeah, wow, I have a Vine account, crazy.
I actually used to post to my Vine account a lot.
This whole scene right here, with me talking to the camera, this was not scripted. I don't think. I'm pretty sure it wasn't scripted. I think it was just improved, or improvised. Sorry. Well, same thing. And Talon was actually with me when I filmed this. Well, I think you actually hear him later in the video, but yeah, he was with me when I filmed all of this, and he was in the behind the scenes for this. And by behind the scenes, I mean all it was just me talking to the camera more while I showed off some of the Vines that I never actually posted.
Until like mid-February, that's when I started posting to this YouTube channel a lot more.
And so yeah, I gave a little backstory about why I stopped uploading the Vines.
But I still made about like.
God, I can't get behind how bad the cuts are in this video.
Just playing all those Vines that I made, so you can.
It was an early one, so I can't shit on myself too much here.
So roll the Vines. Well, I mean, wait, no, play the Vines. Roll the Vines, play the Vines.
Loop the Vines.
There's Talon.
The Vines. There you
go.
Loop
the Vines.
Let's loop. That's what they call it. All right.
And there's the Vine compilation. God, I really used this track that's playing right here. I think it's called Beach Disco. I really used it a lot in my earlier videos. I think it's just because Talon used it in some of his videos. So I was just like, yeah, I guess I'll use it. So this was the first Vine I ever made. I think this is like the Vine that like everyone makes when they first get Vine, where they just like play around with like the cuts, where it's just like changing shirts.
Talon, what are we gonna make a Vine?
And this was like the second Vine I ever made. Well, okay, they're playing in order, pretty obviously. But this was the first Vine I made with my friends.
I don't know. The hose.
And I think this was like a joke that Talon kind of came up with, because I think we were literally like, guys, we should make a Vine, because this was around the time when like I came home from Christmas break, because I had been visiting relatives, and I came back and I went over to Talon's house with Ellis, and we were just like, we should make a Vine. What should we make a Vine about? And I think Talon literally was like, get the hose, like as a joke, and then yeah, we just made it into a Vine, and then that clip was not planned. I think we were just like, we have like an extra like second of space that we can use for something, so we just I think that's like a stuffed dog that Talon had, that we just threw in there.
Talon, you're a good friend. Friendship.
That one was a fun one to do. Just Talon just flipping off the camera right there. Oh shoot.
So,
sorry about that.
We're gonna go trick or treat. What the?
that Vine right there. I think just the backstory for that is just Talon like was just showing me a bunch of stuff he had in his room or in his closet, and then he just had this giant pig from Angry Birds costume. So we just decided to make a Vine around it.
I need more Vines with just me in them, right, Talon?
So that joke is very funny. It's, I was like, oh, I need more Vines with me. And then it turns out that the Vine is not with just me. It's very funny, I know.
Thanks, brother.
And it's mine now.
Wait, what?
Take these two.
Okay, this Vine I'm actually kind of proud of, because it's actually like fairly funny, I think. Just where Talon's hat's actually just on my head. Am I giving myself too much credit for these? Whatever.
Antonio, check this one out.
Oh my god, what a hoe.
I know, right?
This one's a classic pun-related Vine. Pretty good.
Vine followers. You know what this means? Someone's hacking into my...
Okay, so I think I remember this. So around the time when I was posting Vines, I think I actually gained like a good amount of followers, and that's just because I guess Vine's algorithm was pretty good. It was I guess it was kind of like TikTok's algorithm, where like small creators were able to get popular fairly easily. Well, I don't know if I would say easily, but like you were a lot more likely to get popular on Vine or TikTok than YouTube, obviously. But around this time, I had gotten like I think a couple hundred Vine followers, which was really exciting for me because I was like, I don't know who any of these people are, but I'm getting followers and I'm getting views. And so I had a couple hundred Vine followers, and then all of a sudden I just started losing a bunch of followers. And you know, at the time, it could have simply just been that people were just unfollowing me because I don't know, maybe I wasn't posting stuff that they liked anymore. But I took it like, whoa, I'm getting hacked or something.
My account.
People just hate you.
And I just made a joke around it.
Also, Brennen, you think you can steal my Vine ideas? What?
Oh, so this was a reference to the fact that Brennen, when I made that Vine where I was snapping and changing shirts, Brennen posted. He also had a Vine account, and he posted a Vine that was basically the exact same thing. And so this was actually taken after basketball practice that year. And then I just made a joke where I'm like,
what if I make you disappear?
I snap and just Brennen disappeared. And I actually think it came out decently for a Vine we just kind of made on the fly there.
Yeah, that's right.
That right there, I believe that's my dad's voice.
Yes, I have a complaint about.
Actually, I like that. I like that one.
Hey, what do you
call that one's a decent
Taylor Swift
one.
on a boat? What? Sailor Swift.
That one's just dumb pun Vine.
Son, it's time to go to bed.
Oh, there's my dad.
Okay, don't go to bed. You can't tell me what to do.
There's just me being a funny, defiant kid, a funny rebel kid. I don't know. God, I can't think of words. Oh, okay. So maybe I didn't get a couple hundred followers because right here I say thank you for 100 followers.
Late, you have 104. Well, why don't you go?
Okay, that one, yeah. This is around the time when I thought swearing was just really funny because I didn't typically swear. So anytime that I even alluded to saying the F word, I thought it was funny. But yeah, I guess I didn't get to a couple. I guess I got to just under 100, and I was just like, whoa, that's kind of cool. And then I did get to 100 followers, and I was like, wow, I should make a thank you video, and then I did.
Hey guys, welcome to piano tutorial. All right, that's it.
Okay, that one's just, it's a Vine.
Time to play Super Smash Flash. Yeah.
I actually remember making that one. That one, I have a good memory of making that one because Ellis actually had come over and we were actually playing Super Smash Flash, and then I was just like, let's just make a Vine. That's a lot of the backstory behind a lot of these Vines I made was just that I just made them on the fly. I think that was like a really just novel aspect of Vine was just like you could just whip out your phone and make one pretty much anytime you wanted, and it was so easy. And I really wish I got into Vine sooner. I mean, I obviously didn't have a smartphone before like late 2015, a year before Vine closed. And even then Vine was still around for a good amount of time after I was able to post them. I just didn't post anymore because I focused on YouTube. But it really was like just a novel concept for an app. And I mean, TikTok is very similar, but there's still sort of a charm that Vine had that TikTok doesn't, in my opinion.
So fun. Hey.
Oh, Charlie.
Play with the string.
Yeah.
Play with.
Yeah. A lot of these just end with me yelling, I realize, but oh well.
Who cares if I'm not in it? I'm still a very mature Oh my gosh. Saturday has the word turd in it.
I thought I was so clever for realizing that. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, that one I literally just went to my old elementary school, and I just wanted to get a Vine of me throwing the basketball into the hoop backwards. And it took me so long, but I finally got a clip of one, and that's why I got so excited. But I remember I posted this to Facebook as well, and I actually remember like a good amount of my friends like, "Oh my God, you did it!" and relatives. Wow, I think I must have filmed this Vine on the same day because I'm wearing the exact same jacket. Well, okay, that's not necessarily true, but still.
Okay.
And so that one's something.
If dying is just a symptom from a disease that all humans pass down to each other.
Yeah, that one I tried to be like very, existential and deep, and I tried.
Say nickel, but start it with an R. Rickle. Hey, that kind of sounds like Rick Roll.
Okay, that one, I actually was kind of proud of that one because that was like the first, I think one of the first videos ever that I actually quote unquote edited. And what I mean by that is I basically downloaded that, I downloaded the Rickroll video or the Never Gonna Give You Up video to my phone. And then I actually put it in the Vine editing timeline. And that was like, at the time, at least that was completely new to me. I didn't know a thing about editing. But I was just like, I really want to have like the Rickroll, like a clip of the Rickroll in this Vine. And so I did that. But yeah, obviously a lot of Viners would edit their Vines heavily. And that wasn't like a new thing, but that was new to me at the time. So that was exciting. Oh, I remember that one.
How was it? Same as boys, just no urinal.
Me and Brennen still remember doing that to this day. Just, we were at basketball practice, and we were just like, hey, no one's here. What if we went into the girls' bathroom? No one's going to stop us. And then we did it.
Put your hands up. That's a water gun. Yes, and it'll make your clothes very wet and uncomfortable. No.
And that's the last one. That's my Vine compilation. Well, there's a little bit more to the video here.
Yeah, I know. They're not that great. You know what? No, they're good. They're good Vines. And you know
keep
what?
telling yourself
After
that, buddy.
Watching all those Vines, I realized something. I'm not fit to be a YouTuber. I'm fit to be a Viner. So
Yeah, and I tried to have like some sort of big plot twist at the end here.
Instead, just Vines. And you know what? That's
In retrospect, I guess I didn't need to include this whole like part of me explaining my Vine compilation to the camera, but I still did it because
there we go. Only
why not just prolong the video's runtime, right?
Oh no, the black bars, they're back. No.
You know what? No. Screw Vine. Only YouTube.
That was-
No Vines. No, we're not doing that.
That was a joke that I made a lot around this time when I was making videos of like this black bar that kept appearing, or black bars on the sides of the video. Anytime you would upload like a vertical video, they would appear. I don't know. I can't explain my thought process from 6 years ago, guys. Come on. In some cases I can, I guess. But either way, guys, that was my Vine compilation. And yeah, I made that, and then Vine closed down forever. And that was the only one. Well, okay, technically, I made another one. It only has 2 Vines in it. You can find it. It's on this channel, Toniversal Productions, if you really wanted to. It's called Toniverse Vine Compilation 2. But other than that, this was like the only one that I ever made that was like a full Vine compilation. So... But anyway, guys, sorry that this commentary ended up being so long for such a short video. But I had a lot to say about it, and overall, looking at this video is fun, just because like it just like reminds me of such an innocent time, man. It had no worries in the world. Just could make Vines, with my friends any day, and just post them to YouTube, make YouTube videos. It was this crazy time, dude. But overall, it's fun to reminisce on the past, but, you also got to look forward to the future, right? Right, guys? Right? Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for watching this video. But until, I'll see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. Today, the video that we're going to be watching is Cooking with Brennen Eggs, otherwise known as the Season 1 finale of Cooking with Brennen. So this was obviously this was the last episode that we did of Cooking with Brennen for Season 1, and the last one that we did for a while. And when we were making the first season of Cooking with Brennen, I knew I wanted to do. I didn't know exactly how many I wanted to do at first, but then I was like, okay, let's do 10 episodes. So I was like, all right, we're gonna do this episode and this episode. I kind of was coming up with them as we went along. But then I was like, okay, we're going to cap it off at 10. And this was the last episode that we did. And I knew that I wanted it to be like, a pretty like impactful finale. Like I wanted it to have like stakes, and like I wanted it to be a little bit more elaborate than other ones. And I feel like I sort of succeeded in that, or we sort of succeeded in that, in certain ways. And we'll see what, ends up, like what I end up mentioning, but yeah, overall, this was a pretty good episode. I remember, I mainly wanted to do an egg-related episode because the whole reason why we even made Cooking with Brennen was because of a skit that we did in which Brennen was cooking eggs. And then we were joking about, oh, it's Cooking with Brennen. And so basically the plot of this episode is Brennen returning to his quote-unquote roots in that field. And yeah, and then, you know, certain things happened, and we'll get into that when we watch it. So let's watch it. Got a little bit of build up here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the season finale of Cooking.
This episode also came out a lot later than like all the other episodes of season 1. I don't really know why it took me so long to make. I think I was just like pretty busy around this time, but definitely took a while to get out there.
Now, since this is the season finale, we're going to be cooking something extra special. I'm extremely excited to announce that today we're going to be cooking my all-time favorite food. So without further ado,
I think that was the original plan for this final episode, was that we were just going to cook whatever Brennan's favorite food was. And I think when I asked him, I think he said it was pizza. And we ended up doing a pizza episode eventually. So, but for this one, I decided to go in like a different route about what to cook.
The dish we're going to be cooking today, my all-time favorite food is...
Brennen, wait.
What?
I'm sorry. I really should have
Oh,
told
there's
you
that shirt
earlier.
that I can't find.
What? Am I adopted? I have cancer?
What?
I'm pregnant?
No, just stop. Let me finish. Jeez. I was just going to tell you that I already have something planned for you to make today.
Oh, wait. So I don't get to make my favorite food?
Not today.
Okay. So what am I making then?
You're going to be making
pancakes?
What?
Burgers?
No, you're...
This was another episode that we had Cody over while we were filming. Sorry, I'm not saying much right now, but I'm just like thinking about things to mention. Yeah, we had Cody come over, I think, to help out with filming, but also mainly for just like one joke at the end that we'll see. But yeah, here's the clips of Brennen cooking the eggs from that old skit.
Look, Brennen, I knew you wouldn't want to have to do this, but we have to.
Why?
This is the season finale, Brennen. We have to go out with a bang. And what better way than to cook the dish that got you started?
It's just kind of funny the way that I wrote this episode is like exactly what my thought process was when I was writing it. Or like when I was conceptualizing
you
it.
have that causes you to have an uncontrollable desire to make egg puns whenever you cook with eggs. I'm quite aware of it.
Yes.
So yeah, so
Did you say made up disorder?
despite the fact that I wanted to make this like a, you know, epic finale of sorts, a lot of what this episode is just a lot of egg puns.
It's starting. Nothing is starting.
But I think it ended up being fine. It kind of like, I basically used every single egg pun I could possibly think of in this episode. And so that was kind of fun to just like sit there and just think of like, how many different things can I relate to eggs in some capacity? And I feel like I exhausted I think I exhausted every single egg pun I possibly could think of in this one video alone.
Hey guys, welcome back to the episode of Cooking Brennen Eggs with egg. Oh god. I'm sorry guys, my mind's a little scrambled right now. Stop! Sorry! I'm sorry. Okay. Just pull it together, Brennen. Today, we're gonna be cooking eggs.
Well, and it's funny because the original skit that we did
Let's get cracking.
was written by Brennen and conceptualized by Brennen, and essentially what that skit was like just a bunch of egg puns. And so I guess it kind of makes sense that Brennen has like a disorder where he can't stop making egg puns. I don't know. Yeah, that justifies it.
Now that you have your pan, you're gonna put it on the stove. But be careful, because this is where things are gonna get a little...
That's a really slowed down slide whistle effect, by the way.
Just gotta turn up the stove, crack the egg into the pan.
And then we did some actual cooking here.
Egg. That's what I call a model of...
Don't say it.
Excellence.
I usually don't mind puns, but this is a little
exhausting.
That was a nice little gag there.
You're almost done.
I remember when we were filming this, we instead of going to like Taco Bell before, we got Little Caesars pizza before we filmed, and I think in the behind the scenes, you can see Brennen took the egg and put it on a piece of pizza and ended up trying it, which was just something that happened. So this little ending part, I knew I don't know. I remember when I was thinking of this episode, I was like, I want some sort of villain to be introduced in the episode, just because it would make it like more epic of like Brennen defeating the villain. And so I came up with, well, you'll see.
What?
The egg villain. Yeah, so I was just like, maybe the egg is like the villain that is like somehow making Brennen, psychologically make these egg puns. And so I introduced this character of a sentient egg. And I'm just so mad that I really didn't have like the editing capabilities to do what I wanted to do with this. But basically, if it's not already clear by this frame that I'm paused on, I wanted to have my mouth on the egg. And like, I wanted to have it blended in on the egg, right? But I didn't have a way to do that, or at least I didn't know of a way to do that. Cause as I've said many times before, I used to edit strictly on my phone. So I edited this on my phone, and there was a way on iMovie to, crop a video and put it on top of a different video, which is what I did. I just didn't want it to look like this, per se. I wanted it to, I wanted my mouth to sort of blend in more into the egg. Kind of like Annoying Orange, I guess, would be a good comparison to make there. But I just didn't know how to do that, and so I did not do that. And unfortunately...
Hello.
This is just what you see in the episode.
Yes, Brennen. It is I.
Which I still think it translated well enough, but it's just unfortunate, man, that I had to do it this way.
I don't want anything from you, Brennen. I'm simply here to
And I had to have Brennen hold this egg for quite a long time just so we could like hold on the shot.
Wait, no, please stop.
Oh, we're never gonna stop, Brennen. In fact, we're just getting started.
No!
And then it ends up being like sort of a figment of Brennen's imagination, but also,
What do you mean?
well, I don't know. I intended for this to be like an actual villain that
Brennen has to defeat.
What? We're going to be cooking something extra special.
Ooh, there's some foreshadowing for you there.
I'm extremely excited to announce. I'm extremely excited. No, this can't be true.
We're always with you, Brennen. You can't escape us. Or should I say, egg-scape us?
I really was just like making every single egg pun I possibly could. Yes, the epic egg smashing scene.
Courage.
It definitely made a mess on this day.
What? I'm putting an end to this. Once and for all.
Putting an end to what? You're not going to answer me. Why don't I even bother?
Don't try to stop me. This has to be.
And here's Brennan's revelation here. I always enjoy gags like this for whatever reason, just where like someone is doing something really crazy and then all of a sudden they stop and they're just super calm. And there's Brennen throwing the eggs. And that's it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the climax of the entire Cooking with Brennen series, or at least season 1. That's what all the other episodes were building up to.
Throwing out those eggs got rid of my egg pun compulsion disorder.
Cool, I'm glad your made-up disorder is gone.
Can we just cook my favorite food now, please?
Well, it's not like we have much of a choice at this point. Let's just do it.
Yes!
What is your favorite food, anyway?
Omelets.
That's not true, by the way, but I wrote it in to be true. So in the Cooking with Brennen canon, his favorite food is omelets. Let's just say that.
Ingredient in omelets?
You don't know? It's eggs.
Oh. And there you go. Yeah, that was Cooking with Brennen eggs. I think we have a little bit of a quote-unquote post-credit scene here. Yep, there's Cody. We had to have a scene of Brennen getting hit with an egg. That was like something that both me and him agreed on, I believe. And there you go. That's the end of the episode. So overall, Cooking with Brennen eggs, it brought the Cooking with Brennen series to a close. I remember at the time, I actually considered that just being the final episode entirely. But then, of course, later, I kind of just thought, you know what? I think that we could end up doing more of this series. And, of course, we did. And, yeah. Overall, I think this was a good episode to close out the series. It harkened back to previous, like videos and, the history of Toniverse with Brennen and the egg skit that we did. And, it's just good. It's good for reminiscing, and it has a little bit of some epic parts to it, and it gave a little bit of closure to the Cooking with Brennen series for a little bit. Of course, now we have season 2 going on, with Cooking with Brennen season 1, it really was just us making a bunch of fun videos, that's, I mean, at the end of the day, that's all that, like, I wanted the YouTube channel to be. But with season 2, and this is kind of less so about this episode, but just more about the episodes that have been coming out recently, I wanted to kind of push a narrative or push a ongoing storyline, because I guess, not that for a parody cooking show, like, not that you need that for a parody cooking show, but I wanted to do it. And so if anyone's watching this and you haven't already seen a lot of the Cooking with Brennens that have been coming out recently for season 2, I highly recommend that you go watch them, because we are trying to kind of like push a storyline here, and it will all be culminating into a very epic final episode that you will see eventually. But yeah, if you haven't already seen those episodes, make sure to check them out. If you have seen them, check them out again, because there is a lot of things that we're trying to build up to here. And I hope you guys are enjoying those, and I hope you guys enjoyed this commentary video, looking back at this Cooking with Brennen episode. But yeah, until next time, I will see you guys in the next commentary video. Peace. What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video commentary. So today, the video that we're going to be watching is the McDonavan Phenomenonavan, otherwise known as the only good video on my channel. No, okay, I'm kidding. But guys, I'm actually very excited to watch this video, because this is actually, I'd say, one of my favorite videos I think I've ever made. And I'll be getting into why I'm saying that very bold thing to say. But I think it's true. I'm very proud of this video. This was a very big video, and it was also a very recent video, only coming out, obviously in 2021. There's a lot to this video, and the fact that I was able to, like, there's a lot of things about this video that I'm just very happy about. I'm really happy that it has a lot of my friends in it. I'm very happy with the editing quality of it, because this was the first video that I feel like I really honed in my editing capabilities with this specific video editor that I've been using. And I did a lot of stuff that I'm just really proud of. I just stuff that I had never really done before in videos. And I don't know how much they're going to mean to other people as much to me. But overall, this was just a really fun one to do. Backstory behind it. Basically, back in 2018, me and my friends started, this weird thing where, specifically me and Donovan, anytime we would go to McDonald's, which was pretty often because we were young high school students, we would take a picture of Donovan doing something in the McDonald's, and we would post it to Instagram, or I would post it to Instagram, and then we would just call it McDonavan. And we did this once, and we thought it was funny, and then we did it more than once, and we kept doing it, and then it just became a weird thing, and then we did it, I feel like we did it at least 15 or 16 times in total before we stopped. But even nowadays, we still post Donovan-related things based on whatever we're doing. It's really weird and niche, and not a lot of people would be able to appreciate it as much as us, but we still did it. And so I basically came up with the idea for what if Donovan got famous off of those pictures, and kind of just a documentary type video was made where it was just detailing his life after he got famous and all of that. And that was actually an idea I came up with in 2019. And I never ended up like writing a script for it, or we never ended up filming it or anything. But then in 2021, I was just like, we should just do it because it was a too good of a idea to let go to waste. So I talked to Donovan about it. He agreed. I actually remember we did like a table read for the script. I wrote out a draft of the script, and then we did like a little table read over Discord, and then we just filmed it over the course of the next couple weeks or about a month, I think. We filmed it very sporadically. That's just tends to happen a lot, especially when your friends are busy or when you're busy and you got work and school to do. But we filmed, well, okay, not school, because we filmed this over the summer. I'm rambling. Let's get into the video.
Welcome back to Toniversal Documentaries.
Today we're exploring the life of has-been celebrity Donovan. This video was actually also a pretty lengthy video, at least for a skit, because I typically don't write skits to be like 8 minutes long, which doesn't seem like a long time, but I'm used to doing like 2-minute skits or even 4-minute, 5-minute skits. Like that's usually what I like, just what my scripts end up being like in lengthwise. That's what they end up translating to.
My name is Donovan.
This one was really fun. This was I don't know, just with the visuals on this video, this was like a lot very experimental for me. Like I had never really done like just, I don't know, visuals in this way.
McDonavan.
With like these like slow zoom ins on these pictures and the sound effects and the space background here that I tried to push as like the theme of the documentary and all that. Those were actually all McDonavan pictures, by the way. But it was, I don't know, it was just all very new to me, but I think it ended up coming out pretty well.
I was just hanging out with my friends one night. We were all pretty hungry, so we stopped at McDonald's for some food. And
this is actually true.
Like, hey, let's take some pictures.
Hey, what if we like...
I mean, basically true. And then studio recreation of the original McDonavan pitch meeting. This was less so true. The backstory, I don't quite remember, but we basically just were like, oh, Donovan, go stand in the funny McDonald's thing. Like, I think I show the original picture here in a minute, but yeah, that was basically how it went. But I tried to like make like a little fake parody recreation of it here. We actually, like, obviously you can see, we actually went to a McDonald's and filmed on location, which I actually would have been okay not filming on location for this scene, but Donovan actually very graciously offered to drive over to the McDonald's. It wasn't too far, but we drove over to the McDonald's that day, filmed here just for this scene, with people driving by. And I think I'm glad that we did, though, because it came out a lot more authentic looking than I guess I intended for it to. But it was good. I was happy about it. But yeah, so those are the actual original McDonavan pictures we took. We filmed this video over the course of like, I think like 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 days in total, because I obviously filmed with multiple groups of people. And the first shots that we actually filmed were the shots of Donovan and me talking to the camera, which you see throughout the video. These like counts are actually accurate. I actually looked up like the top Instagram posts and like got the like counts.
The famous Instagram egg.
That's right, egg.
Yeah, but like this shot right here with Donovan like talking to the camera and with me talking to the camera eventually, those were filmed on the same day in Andrew's house. And I just needed like a shot of like just the structure of me and him talking to the camera like it was like a documentary. And you can kind of tell that we filmed them at different times just because, well, our clothes are different. Donovan's hair got longer, which is, I guess, less known. Oh, my hair got longer as well.
Donovan and his creative team kept looking for more ways to
which I don't know how noticeable it is, but for me, especially when you're the one making the video, it becomes very noticeable. That shirt right there is actually the Toniverse, the black Toniverse shirt. I don't know why I decided to turn it around. I guess I just thought it looked weird to like wear my own shirt in the video for this video. I don't really know. overall, I don't quite remember my thought process for that, but that is actually the Toniverse shirt, just turned around on my body.
Do not make light of my titles.
Okay, so like.
And then so this shot right here, these shots where it's like the boardroom discussion meeting, and the shot that we filmed at McDonald's, and then later the shot that we filmed of me and Donovan in front of the green screen, those were all filmed over the course of one day. I think those were and the shot of me and Donovan arguing, which is towards the end of the video. Those were all filmed in one day in Andrew's house. Well, this shot was in Andrew's house. The papers down there are actually, like, I think a couple of them you can see right there are actual scripts, and then a couple of them are just random papers that I had in my backpack.
What if we did like a McDonald's?
But it actually, you know, I love whenever we're able to film with papers, because it just gives us an excuse to just have the script right out in front of us. That's right. No, we went to McDonald's, filmed the scene of us outside there, and then we got fries so we could film this scene with the fries.
Picture fry day.
And then that's what we did.
I fucking love that.
Yeah! I'd say I'm a pretty big part of it.
And then I just really like this video, man. But a lot of these shots came out pretty well.
Antonio thinks he's a big part of Donovan, but let's be honest. We all know who the
Donovan played the part of a very douchey celebrity very well. That sounded really backhanded, but I just want Donovan, if you're watching this, I just want you to know that was very genuine and was not meant to be taken in any sort of insulting way. And this scene was filmed on that same day that we went to McDonald's and all that. And this turned out very well.
A few months after the initial rise of McDonavan, Donovan and Antonio were contacted by the McDonald's Corporation with intent to discuss the official
this is when we start getting into, you know, obvious fictional territory. Well, okay, we've been in fictional territory for a while in this video, but no, McDonald's did not contact me and Donovan.
Like as soon as they called, I was like,
we would have to get pretty popular for that to happen.
We're out. But honestly, I'm glad that we're starting this partnership. I think it's going to be great.
It's just, it is kind of funny, I guess, how this video is like sort of based off of truth, but also very exaggerated. I mean, I guess that's kind of what I was going for.
Maybe it's not as great.
Kind of like just like a fictional universe where me and Donovan got famous from this. So this billboard here, this was like a very quick Photoshop that I did. Well, not Photoshop, but just a quick picture edit that I did, because I don't actually have Photoshop, but I use a different photo editor. But this was just like a quick little edit I did. And I guess you can kind of see in the, it's pretty obvious you can see in the corner they're subscribed to Toniverse. I didn't make that very subtle. Kind of purposefully though. If I was smarter, I would have found a better picture of a blank billboard. I kind of just was like, I think I edited most of this video the day before it went up. And so I was just kind of like, I don't have a lot of time to like look for stock footage of like an actual billboard. I kind of just need to get like the first semi-decent one I can find and just go. So that's kind of what I did. But it still came out decently well. This whole green screen effect definitely could have came out better, but I think it gets the point across that Donovan is in a McDonald's commercial.
I'm loving it.
But very obvious green screen right there. But yeah, this was back when I was still living at my old home, so this was set up in my room. It was a very cramped space. But yeah, that was how I filmed green screen stuff. Is I just had it in my room, and I mean I still have it in my room in my new place, but
it's okay.
It's a lot more spacious over here than it is back in my old room.
And Donovan in my car. That was just
this whole joke where Donovan takes shit in my car. I mean, obviously, first of all, I don't own a car currently. Second of all, no, he did not take shit in my car. I don't know how much I need to actually be clarifying this stuff. So this scene right here, this is something I can bring up. This scene right here where I kind of say like, oh, Donovan got so much money that he was able to afford a Tesla and a mansion and all that. This was added in very, very late into the production of this video. Because basically what happened is we filmed a good chunk of this video, and then Donovan went on vacation to Hawaii, like you can see right here. And after he got back, he sent me a bunch of these pictures and videos that he took while he was in Hawaii, and was just like, hey, maybe you could use this in the McDonavan video. And obviously I hadn't written this part with that in mind, because I didn't think to do that at the time when I wrote the script. But then while I was editing it, I was like, what the heck? So I added in this little part of, you know, Donovan, just footage of Donovan's vacation. And I think it actually came out, like, it ended up being a lot more, like, fluid than I originally thought it was going to be. Because I was originally worried that it would be kind of abrupt and very obvious that I added in that part later. But I think it actually plays out fairly well in reality.
We already have plans for a clothing line and a video game.
But this scene right here where Donovan's talking to the camera was originally supposed to follow this shot of me directly, but I added in, like, I guess, like, what, 20 seconds of extra footage, 30 seconds of extra footage.
We already have plans for a clothing line and a
which was
video
fine.
game and even a Netflix original series.
But it does kind of give, like, this callback to the whole idea of Donovan shitting in my car.
Finally watch this documentary and get inspired by the story of how I became such a big star all by myself.
What about Antonio?
Oh yeah, I gotta thank him for letting me take a shit in this car.
And there it is.
Soon enough, things between Donovan and Antonio
and then here's where things get intense. Donovan actually helped me a lot with the cinematography in this scene. Because originally, you know, a lot of times when I film these videos, I have to film them so quickly that I don't really think about doing, like, multiple camera angles. I usually just do, like, shot, reverse shot a lot of times. And it's for like a simple internet video. I think it serves its purpose. But it was kind of interesting getting to do kind of like a little bit more dynamic camera angles. Donovan had the idea of, like, when it cuts to me, or when it cuts to Donovan, the shot is kind of, like, more focused on him because he's supposed to be, like, you know, self-centered in the video. So, like, I don't know, I guess, like, when you see me here, I'm kind of, like, off-center, but then when you cut to a clip of Donovan, he's more centered because he's supposed to be, like, the center of attention, right? So it's just, like, very subtle things like that, like, I think that they're, like, fairly, they add a good amount to the video, I guess, in a very subtle way. And then Donovan had the idea to, like, have this over the shoulder shot. And we filmed this scene in a very random order, but it ended up working out fine. I think we filmed, like, some of the lines multiple times, but
I know the door's there.
we don't always have a lot of time to film these videos just because, like, we have busy schedules. So, like, I typically don't always think about that because I'm just like, we just got to film this fast, you know. We don't always have time to, like, worry about if a camera angle looks that good or not. But I'm glad that we did in this video because I think it just makes the video even better.
It wasn't long before McDonovan's popularity soon dropped. We sat down with some former
and then
McDonavan
a lot of
fans
these
to get
shots
their
I
insight.
filmed. Okay, so yeah, the Frank shot was filmed on the same day that we filmed, like, the boardroom scene and the McDonald's scene. This shot of Aiden here was filmed, I believe, on my birthday. I believe it was a very last minute thing that I wanted to do because I just needed, like, I wanted Aiden specifically, but I just needed somebody to, like, have this, like, interview type scene with, right? And what happened is we ended up going out to dinner for my birthday, and maybe it was for lunch. Either way, we went out for my birthday, and then when we were coming back, or right before we all left, I asked Aiden to just film this little scene before we all went home.
Oh, McDonavan sucks.
It makes me really sad, you know?
And then here's Frank, of course, and I have a little callback to the fact that he manufactured blankets, the Franket.
Like, I meant, like, I admired him, I didn't actually, like, look up at him. You see,
in retrospect, I kind of wish I did the Frank voice more, but oh well.
He's really, really short.
I'm just kind of hammering in the
Like,
Donovan
really?
short, because that's, like, a running gag that we have in our group, is that Donovan is, like, well, okay, maybe not in our whole group, but, like,
I guess just between me and Donovan that he's just supposed to be like really short, when in reality he's not short at all, in my opinion. He's actually relatively average height, but...
Wait, who's Donovan?
And then this shot was filmed, like, I want to say a couple days before I actually uploaded the video. Because basically I just needed Quentin to just, like, act like, wait, who's Donovan? And I think I filmed a shot of him doing it on the same day that I filmed Aiden's scene, because we were all together at that point. But it didn't come out that great. So I asked Quentin if we could refilm it, and then we did. And I think he actually like came up with the idea to write like all these little credits for himself. Comedian, gamer, model, incredibly modest, did not write this. I think that was like his idea.
This drop in popularity occurred, all of Donovan's brand deals were dropped.
And
He officially went
then
bankrupt,
that was
and
another
he
day of
forced to
filming,
live on
and
the
then
streets.
this was another day of filming right here. This whole scene, this with Donovan being homeless. This is interesting because this was actually originally supposed to be Dean and Brennen. And they were actually going to be the ones, you know, walking up to Donovan, and basically everything that I wrote for Cody was actually written for Brennen. I really didn't have to change much. Well, I had to change one major thing, and that's the fact that at the end of the video, it ends with Brennen, but I obviously needed that to change when I had, you know, essentially I couldn't get Donovan, Dean, and Brennen together on the same day to film. So it just made more sense to get Donovan, Cody, and Dean together because we were all able to get together a lot more easily. And then I just gave Brennan's part to Cody and Cody's part to Brennen. So it ended up working out fine. But I enjoyed this scene a lot because I kind of just got to have a lot of fun. Like my friends just got to have a lot of fun, like just playing themselves.
Mom said I shouldn't talk to strangers.
That lady in the background. And that sign right there that I made. Well, first of all, let's talk about Donovan's outfit here. A ripped up trash bag, a headband. I believe he's wearing like a beanie that I had, and one of my shirts, which is obviously, you know, a little big on him. That's inside out and sort of off center there, just to kind of like hammer in that, like, yeah, he's homeless.
I'm not a stranger. I'm a celebrity.
And you can kind of see right there on that sign that he's holding. I wrote out anything helps, and I kind of messed up the first time that I wrote it on that piece of cardboard, so I had to X it out and write it on the other side, and then you just so happen to be able to see it in the final video. What's funny is that this whole skit where Donovan is homeless is actually sort of a reference to a rejected Sunday Funnies skit, because I actually intended to have a skit where one of my friends pretends to be homeless to get money. I don't know if that's like a really dark joke or like a really bad taste. I don't know, but either way, that was originally a Sunday Funnies skit, but I ended up scrapping it. We never ended up doing it, and I guess you could kind of say that it was repurposed into this whole bit, but this also kind of just stands on its own. This whole bit right here, originally Dean and Cody were just supposed to walk away very, you know, slowly and subtly, but then it just kind of evolved into them just running away, which I just think is kind of funny.
And you haven't even been popular in 2 years, so...
Come on, I was once the biggest star in the world.
Face it, man. Nobody cares about.
But yeah, I'm glad we got to a good amount of dynamic camera angles for this.
Oh, McBrennan? Yeah, he's awesome. Check it out.
So originally, okay, so, you know, there's McBrennan. Originally, I intended for these to be shown on Cody's phone. Like, he pulls out his phone, shows the pictures to McDonavan. The footage is of his phone. And we actually did film shots of his phone with the pictures on there. But because it was so hot on the day that we filmed and the sun was so bright that day, you could not see them in the final like cut of the footage. Like, they were just completely not visible. So I had to just kind of improvise here and just show the pictures, you know, like just raw in the video. But it ended up being fine. And so yeah, that original part right there, that was supposed to be
Cody. And the joke was actually supposed to be, oh, you haven't heard? Cody's Jr. is the new thing. And it was supposed to be, you know, Cody Carl's Jr. But then when I ended up, you know, giving Cody's part to Brennen and vice versa, I was just like, okay, well, I guess Cody Jr. will be McBrennan now. Also, I don't know how many people noticed this, but you can see in the background Dean doing the Gangnam Style dance with Andrew behind him. And that was something that I did not intend. I think because Andrew was with us when we filmed this scene, and I think all of my friends were like, Andrew, you gotta make like a cameo in the video. But Andrew, being camera shy, was just like, I don't really want to. Maybe I could just be in the background or something. And so we just had Andrew stand in the background of this one shot with Dean standing in front of him doing the Gangnam Style dance. And we'll just replay that really quick in case you didn't see it. What the fuck? And that's that. And then it cuts to McBrennan, and this was actually, we filmed this shot of Brennen, you know, just talking to the camera, eating a burger. We filmed this on the same day that we filmed, I believe it was Cooking with Brennen Party. It was just like a quick thing that we did at the end of the day when we were done shooting. And so I was able to include it in this. And it was very easy. There was basically no bloopers for it at all. Well, no, I don't even think basically. I think there was literally no bloopers for it at all because Brennen was just able to do it in one take. So it didn't end up being in the behind the scenes, but it's still, you know, the final joke of the video. And then this was like, I guess this is a little unrelated to the video itself, but this was just something I decided to throw in at the end. Just a little teaser for Cooking with Brennen Season 2. Because we had already filmed like the first 5 episodes of the season. And so I just decided to throw in this little teaser at the end of this because the premiere of Cooking with Brennen Season 2 was like a month away, and I wanted to include it here just for anyone, because I wanted this video to reach a lot of people, and I was hoping that it would, and it did, I think. And so I was just like, hey, why don't I promote this thing I'm going to be doing? So I did that. But yeah, other than that, that's all that I have to say. I know I said a lot, but that's pretty much all there is to say about the McDonavan Phenomenonavan. Yeah, like I said at the beginning of this commentary, I'm very proud of this video. I think it is definitely, like, it stands the test of time. I mean, it's only been out at this point for about a year, but you know, it's still one of my favorites. I think it will continue to be one of my favorites. From my channel. You know, the cinematography I think was really good. The editing was solid. I liked all of the parts that my friends were able to play, or even if they just had like cameo appearances. I think the writing turned out pretty well. Everything about it I'm just really proud of, and I don't want to, you know, I don't like to give myself too much credit, but this is one of the videos that I think I'm going to look back at very fondly, even years from now. So I hope you guys enjoyed it too, and I hope you guys enjoyed this commentary video. But if you haven't, I would recommend giving the video a look, because I know it might not give the same vibe with me constantly talking over it and pausing it. So I would, you know, if you have the time, give the original video a look. I always link the original video in the description of these commentaries, so feel free to give them a look. But yeah, other than that, you know, just want to say thank you guys for watching this video. And I will see you guys in the next video commentary. Peace.